Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan as I try to make sure my headphones work because they don't. They're done.
I can't get my headphones to work because this jack is broken now.
Is it?
Yeah, it was somebody broke off the tip. And it's stuck in the little headphone jack, and so now I can't actually plug into that one. I have to plug into the one where Mike sits.
You know, as it would be, I think my cord is messed up. It's always been a big problem with me. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Big problem with me, but something's going on, so I got to get a new cord. These are new headphones too. That's the upsetting thing about it. They're less than a year old. Less than a year old. I got those new 1/4-inch plugs. You know, 1/4 inch at a time. I live my life a 1/4 inch at a time.
As Sarah said that about you. Poorly made product, it seems like. Whatever
Poorly
that is.
made product, probably.
You think that's going to change?
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I just don't know why we don't have Bluetooth yet with these studios.
You know, that's a great question.
Why is it still cord?
That's a wonderful question.
We're cordless or wireless everywhere else.
Can you get one of those where the plug is Bluetooth and it goes into your headphones?
I'm sure at some point they can come up with Bluetooth monitors for studios, but generally I think engineers would freak out about that.
Oh, is that an engineering thing?
No, I mean, I wouldn't like it. So,
Well,
all right. Well, it was a huge night. I mean, we have waited.
we're not even going to acknowledge the elephant in the room or not in the room.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, we were going to.
The donkey not in the room, I guess. I
yes.
guess I shouldn't call him an elephant this morning.
I like it, Poppy.
Oh, yeah. Sean is out today. He sent us a text after the show, and you could tell he was struggling. I knew he was struggling when he got up during the college football kegger.
Yeah.
To go spit into the trash can. That it probably wasn't going to happen. Sean is out today. He might be out tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know. He might be. But so it's actual sickness.
Yes.
It's an actual sickness.
Yeah, this isn't him taking the projections hard. This wasn't like a 45-minute ago call.
I don't think. We don't even.
I'm doing a bit. I can't
Yeah.
do bits this morning.
Yeah, well, you can do bits. You
I was
absolutely
doing bits this morning regardless of what happened yesterday.
You absolutely can do bits. We have waited so long for last night, and staying up and being so engaged in last night, and we finally get it. And SMU was the 13th ranked team in the college football playoff.
Stop the steal, bro.
What?
Stop the steal. That team needs to be in the top 12.
They do. They really do. They really do. We'll get into plenty of that because I have some takes on the college football playoff. But how late did you stay up?
I was in bed at midnight, 12:15, something like that.
What time did we text? We were texting last night.
Yeah, because I think Derek Holland's going to pop on at some point this morning. Not because of that, but because he's got an event coming up.
All right, you sent me a text at 12:33.
Yeah, and then I put my phone down. And so that was it.
All right, I was up a little bit more. I texted my mom at 12:51. And it was shortly after that I went to bed. Peyton?
mine was 10:15, 10:30.
Wait.
Yeah, I was tired.
Yeah, what's up with all you guys being silent on the text last night? Peyton not replying all night. You weren't replying all night. Sean didn't reply all night. I was like, nobody's reacting to any of what's happening.
I sent a little meme.
You sent a meme, did you?
I thought I sent a meme or some kind of tweet. Yeah.
I was I was sitting there with Sarah and our friend Wesley was over. We were just watching it. We were just enjoying the night, just hanging out, just having fun, just drinking. And
I'm just gonna say this, regardless of the outcomes, every year, even though I didn't vote this year, didn't vote in 2020.
I think Election Day is the most tremendous day every 4 years.
It's like watching a sport, going into the counties and comparing them to that's why I love watching the John King breakdowns. I'm like, ooh, how's the advantage looking here? Where are we waiting? It is like watching a sport.
It really is. John King on CNN, I think, is by far the best at that little board thingy.
Mm-hmm.
All the other networks try to do it, and I flipped around, and I went to ABC, and I went to Fox News, and they've got, it just looks, the ABC one looked like they just decided, hey, let's figure this out on Friday of last week.
Yeah.
Let's get a board. What do you say? And I was like, all right, that's not working, guys. You guys don't know what you're doing. Their boards still use the stylus. You can't. This is 2024. This has got to be fingers.
They're like, if it was good enough for Tim Russert, it's good enough for me.
Tim Russert. And then whoever the guy on Fox is, Bill or Billy or whatever, I don't even know.
I don't know. Is it Bill Hemmer who does it?
The tall, kind of slender guy. Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good. He's fine with it, but he's not John King. Kornacki's really good on NBC because he also can write on his, like he's Tony Romo writing on the Telestrator.
Yeah,
right. So he can write on his. That's a good one. But I mean the way they do that, and King just goes to these counties. And he's like, well, I mean, look here. I mean, here the county you've got. This is where Dearborn is, and this is where this is. And I went to this town, and they had all these votes, and I was like, what?
He had a little bit of a struggle a couple times though. Did you notice him a few times going oh, hold on, bear with me? Almost he had too many options this year.
Yeah, it's like he forgot how to get back to that one page.
Yeah, and there would be this awkward 6 seconds of silence of Jake Tapper just sitting there all right, dude. Yeah. Okay, John is trying to, John clicked the wrong option. He's going back now. And then there's no talking through it. Like, I was expecting Jake Tapper to fill with something. Like,
and
boy, this night, though, and remember, guys, we may not know till 3 just some sort of commentary to fill the silence instead of John King going,
yeah.
Like,
and where did Wolf go? Where was Wolf?
I don't know. Is he no longer with us, maybe?
No, I think he's there. Wolf's alive.
Let's see here.
Where was Wolf?
He was co-anchoring special coverage from noon to 4, and so I don't know. I guess he got demoted.
Oh, they put him on the day shift?
He's 76 years old now.
Yeah, I guess he was like, I'm not Jake, because he used to do what Jake Tapper did, which was like stand up there and do all those.
Boy, I guess I don't see a lot of these people except every 4 years.
Yeah.
And so, like, I saw Jake Tapper. I was like, wow, John King looks the same as he has for 20 years.
He hasn't changed.
Jake Tapper, I was like, look, he looks like he's probably gotten into scotch in recent years or something.
Yeah.
And
you got to get into scotch in that job, I think.
yeah, like gotten into scotch. Probably the gray streaks are coming in. He's got the readers now. Just I looked at him. I was like, oh, this looks like a different person to me.
What? Now you were the only one, Bobby Belt, that I thought this was going to end last night. I thought, and everybody I had heard on TV thought this was going to go to like Thursday or Friday before we really had, at least until like Wednesday, until we even had an idea. And
I mean, it technically went to Wednesday. Went to Wednesday early Wednesday, but true. I mean, that's
Suckers and losers.
To me, it was.
I think honestly, I think you had a really good idea, like at like 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and I mean, like that's the thing. I thought it was, regardless of which direction it went, because I genuinely thought it was a coin flip last night. Regardless of which way it went, I was pretty sure we'd know coming in here, because even when the 2020 election happened and we didn't officially have it till Friday or whatever it was, Friday, Saturday, whenever they actually call it, like we knew by Wednesday at 6 a.m. where it was going.
We had a really,
you were just waiting for official word, but it was like, yeah, this is clearly where it's heading at this point. And so same sort of thing. I just knew we're probably going to have a pretty good idea, but it is funny to watch those county results when you get into the counties, into the different states and see it coming through. KNC last night, you can't forget KNC's buddy won last night. Their senator. They're always interviewing. How many times have they had him on the show? 6-7 times now. It seems
it's
like
one.
Oh, okay. Well,
but maybe twice.
Close. It was close. It was close to that. But Peyton, did you have any anxiety about going to bed before it was decided? Were you a little like, I got to know what's happening when it's happening?
Well, I guess I didn't understand why each news outlet had different projections. That was so hard to keep up. I hate how they do that, because like Fox was way ahead of what CNN had, and I don't know if that's just because they project things differently. I mean, and look, they end up being right, as they usually are. But I mean,
I wanted to pick Peyton.
Well, no, I'm just saying though. It's like so I kind of knew ahead of time. I mean, I knew what was going to happen, and so I was comfortable going to sleep, and then I woke up, 4 a.m. and I was like, okay, like what happened, and I was right.
I don't know why they all call it differently. They all do. Like, and I flipped around, like, because I think I was on. You guys texted me and basically said it was over, and I was like, what? I'm like, because I'm looking at the board, and all night you're looking at the board, and CNN had it at like Trump with 70 votes or electoral college votes, and then Fox had like 105. And then they had, CNN had like 27 for Harris, and Fox had like 72. And it's like, what's going on here? Because they don't all, and I don't mean like a couple of minutes. I'm talking like an hour that it was sitting like that, and they just never called things. And every network, I guess, has their own projections and what they constitute as a threshold.
I guess we haven't said it already. I thought we did. 817. Can y'all quit circling the wagon and tell me who won / is winning? Trump won.
Oh my God! Like that? Okay.
I thought I thought we said that, but yeah, Trump won.
Yeah, I thought that was known. Anyway, I did. Yeah, I thought I thought we had said it, but
yeah, no, Trump won, and they called Pennsylvania last night. There's still some other states that have not been called yet, but he's at, I think, 277.
So what was the state? Because after they called Pennsylvania, I was like, all right, it's kind of over. I pretty much like because he started speaking and he said in his speech that he won Wisconsin, but nobody had called Wisconsin.
I don't think anybody has officially called Wisconsin yet, but I mean AP's projected him to win.
Okay.
And he's I think New York Times said he's basically won Wisconsin. It's just they're waiting on it to be official.
I'm still blown away, like because every year this happens and it like the polls are just wrong.
They were better this year. I think they were closer this year. They didn't have they missed on a couple of the margins. Texas was supposed to be a lot closer than it was. A lot of these other states were supposed to be a lot closer than they were, but New York Times has called Wisconsin.
They have called Wisconsin, yeah.
So Michigan's still outstanding. Maine, how is Maine like the first state we got votes for and they have 73% of their voted still?
It's insane. Like how slow some of these states are to report. Like Texas was was almost 1 million vote disparity, which is very, very high. I'll tell you this.
Texas was over. Texas is 1.6 million.
I mean, like when I went to bed, it was like 1 million. Mm-hmm. Like that just doesn't. That's high. I'll tell you this: is anybody who was alive and voting in the year 2000, to have Florida be called at 7:00 when the polls close, I don't think you can fully grasp. If you were not alive in 2000,
Peyton,
I don't think you can fully grasp how insane that is.
Peyton, what's a hanging chad?
Oh, I don't think I know. Hanging chad.
That's exactly the point.
Okay, good.
So they had these
ballots, baby.
In 2000, the Bush Gore, they had these little cards. They weren't like even sizes of piece of paper. They were like a half of this, and that's how you would vote. But you would push. You would punch through.
Oh, disgusting.
You would punch through your vote. So you had these. I'm telling you, just go watch the YouTube videos.
Google. You can find documentaries on Florida in 2020. It is actually very interesting.
You have 85-year-olds sitting there with arthritic fingers, like holding these pieces of paper up, shaking their hand, and trying to look through a light to see who voted for who. And they had to do this for like 4 million votes. And I think Bush won by 530 votes or something like that.
Yeah, it was tight.
And it was a month. They did this for a month. And the fact that it was that close then, and then they called it at 7:01 last night. I can't. I don't think you can grasp how insane that is if you did not live through 2000.
Different era, baby.
Totally different era. So there's the election last night. It was a late one. But former President Trump is the new, eventually president. All right, you want to get into the trade deadline fallout, Bobby, or do you want to go and get into some more of the NBA and Jason Kelce fallout?
Let's get into NFL trade deadline fallout, where the Cowboys are being painted as universal losers yesterday. That's next on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We have a special Wednesday edition of Ask Reddit coming up in 20 minutes at 6:40 because, we didn't get to it yesterday. We had so much to get to yesterday. We had the Jerry Jones interview where he popped on with us as he does every Tuesday.
I mean, yesterday it was we couldn't look away from the G-Bag car crash.
Right.
We had to,
right.
Once we got into that, we were just, that took up our time there.
That was a good 30 minutes that we talked about the G-Bag car crash.
I did talk to Brian about that yesterday. Brian said that he literally told Eric during that break when they were arguing, which we talked about on camera. He said he literally told Eric, he's like, if you don't like the way we talk draft, go sit in the corner.
Well, all right. Sit in the corner. Boy, he sunned him there.
Yeah. It felt like he sunned him on the air. And off the air, he absolutely did.
Yes.
He would go to your room.
Absolutely. Don't talk about the draft show. Don't talk about the draft. Don't say that. Be nice. Be nice about the draft show. Oh, man. Okay, so yesterday was NFL trade deadline, and the Cowboys, if you don't know, made a blockbuster, Bobby, and they sent a 4th-round pick to Carolina in return for a 7th and Jonathan Mingo, which has been resoundingly chastised.
Mm-hmm.
Big time, bigly, across all of the publications that do grades for the trades. And I'll give you ESPN, for example. They gave the Cowboys Peyton, care to guess what they gave the Cowboys on the Mingo trade?
They gave him a 7th-round pick.
No. What grade?
The grade ESPN gave him.
I'll do like a C minus.
Close.
D.
It was a D plus. It was a D plus. They gave him a 7th-round pick.
Here's what's troubling to me.
We knew
you got the compensation wrong.
Yeah. Here's what's troubling to me is the Mingo thing is a trade that was universally criticized in terms of the amount of value you gave up. It's never good when Bill Barnwell has to write 6,000 words on ESPN.com explaining what the logic behind the Jonathan Mingo trade may have been. It's like, that's not a good sign when Bill Barnwell goes, oh, here's my 6,000 words for
Here's
today.
my 6,000 words.
Explaining why a team would do this, maybe.
That I'm going to write on Election Day that no one's going to read because they're going to be so up on the election.
One of the things he puts up here in his subcategories in his article is it possible the Cowboys know what they're doing? That's bad. If we're at a state where columnists are coming up with 6,000 words on, let's analyze that the Cowboys know what they're doing. Maybe they do.
How do you know it's 6,000 words, by the way?
I just assume it always is with Barnwell because everything's this long and ultimately it just says nothing. Because that's what Barnwell does when he writes. I know you're a big Barnwell guy, but
I like him.
I'm not the biggest fan of it. But yeah, yesterday, this is harder to take when you look at what was brought up, which is Davante Adams going for 3rd. Mike Williams went later in the day after we left for a 5th. The Jets trade him for a 5th-round pick. You've got in Washington, Marshawn Lattimore goes for a 3rd-round pick. The trade value is just, by the way, I think that answers our question to Diggs, Bland, like, could you get a 1st? No, you couldn't. Now, Lattimore's hurt a lot, and Lattimore's a veteran, but Lattimore's still a legitimate. I think I saw the note yesterday. He hasn't allowed a touchdown in man coverage since 21. That was the last time.
Okay, so you think how close are the two players? If you had to rank the two players, who do you put better, and how close is it?
With Diggs, and Lattimore's better, and Lattimore's better. I think he's discernibly better. I don't know that it's like this massive gap.
But obviously the age plays in it.
And the knee, but I mean the knee issue coming off of the injury for Diggs also plays a role in that. But I mean Deontay Johnson went from the Panthers for a pick swap.
Right.
DeAndre Hopkins went for a 5th rounder. Mike Williams goes for a 5th rounder. Davante Adams goes for a 3rd. What are we doing here? Now here's the only thing. Is it fair do we need to stop worrying about what other people get in terms of trying to evaluate the Cowboys trade? Do we just need to evaluate it on should you have given that up relative to the quality of the player and not at all look at what did other people get after that? Because it's really easy to look at and say, well, this guy went for 5th, this guy went for 3rd. There's different reasons for different values.
I think it's fair to do that. There is different reasons. And, I think we keep bringing up the Amari Cooper trade, but there was a money issue there too.
Yeah.
Right. So, you get it. You can't just look at giving up a pick or for a player for a pick and then saying, okay, well, that's the compensation that you need to get for that kind of player because money does play into it. and contract and age and all those things. So, yeah, I don't think it's totally unfair to do that, but I also don't think it's totally fair either.
No, I look, I can understand a thought process for the Cowboys where they say, I think they had him graded in the second round when he was coming out last year. So I can understand them saying, hey, for a second round pick, a guy that we felt was a second round player, we can get him for a fourth rounder a year later, and he's under control for the next 2.5 years. On the surface, I can see how that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. If I told you yesterday the Cowboys traded Mozzie Smith, who was a first-round pick last year,
right,
and I told you they got a fourth-round pick in return for him,
I'd be upset.
Would you be upset in terms of the return for the Cowboys?
Well, I'd be upset actually for both, honestly.
I wouldn't. If you're telling me they get a fourth right now for what Mozzie Smith has shown for a year and a half, I'm doing cartwheels. I'm thrilled.
I would rather. It's only his second. Like this was his fourth year for sure. But we're talking about a guy. It's just his second year.
Well, then that feels like you don't think the Mingo would be that the Mingo trade would be that much of an overpay because he's in the same spot. He came out the same year Mozzie Smith did. The same amount of time has passed. He had 52 catches last year.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
So because to me, I look at it and I say the opposite. I say Mozzie Smith, I'd be thrilled if I got a fourth round pick for him right now. Absolutely, especially if I thought it was a top of the fourth round pick, like that Dallas pick is likely to be. I'd be elated with that. And so you got to think, we're talking about a guy who went 20 picks after Mozzie and has universally had similar production. Like when we throw out Mozzie Smith is 119 out of 119 in this stat area or on this and that, that's Jonathan Mingo. Jonathan Mingo,
right.
we talked about, he was 126 out of 126 in success rate for pass catchers over the last 2 years. The absolute worst in the NFL. Aaron Schatz from Football Outsiders, or formerly of Football Outsiders, had the note that Jonathan Mingo's defense adjusted the
Yards
DYAR,
replacement,
that he had the second worst season in the history of the NFL based on their tracking. He's been awful, and there's a lot there's not a lot there that you feel like you can lean into and say, yeah, but there's this that's positive on the back end, or they're getting this out of it. He's not very good. And so to me, I look at him and go, you just basically traded for another team's Mozzie Smith and you gave up a fourth for it.
Do you believe in the change of scenery stuff then on players?
I think it's mattered before.
Yeah, it has for sure. I'm sure
Which
it has.
sport do you think that matters most in?
Well, I think it depends on the team.
But so in general, do you think that's usually more applicable with baseball? It's more applicable with the NBA. Where do you think change of scenery? Because I've noticed Spencer Dinwiddie, a change of scenery changed to Dinwiddie when he got here a couple of years ago. That meant he was a better player coming here from Washington.
I think in basketball and baseball, it really helps some of these guys to get out of New York. I think New York, the spotlight of the Knicks or the Yankees, just because like the fans are so rabid, and so like if you strike out 3 times in one game, you need to be benched or traded, whatever. You can't handle it. I think that weighs on guys. I think it depends.
I think pitchers a lot of times when they get moved will. How many times have we seen and it happens with elite guys too. Sabathia gets traded to Milwaukee in the middle of the year, and all of a sudden he's lights out.
Unhittable.
Randy Johnson gets traded to Houston in the middle of the season. Nobody can touch it.
Right.
Like there does seem to be some juice behind the idea of now. Also, back in Randy Johnson's day, that's a little bit different too because you're switching leagues, and that's NL hitters who have not gone up against you for the last several years.
Absolutely,
and so there's a different effect.
Advantage.
There. Yeah, and I mean similarly, there was still interleague play by that point, but probably similarly to Sabathia, that teams were not used to seeing him as often.
Yeah, I think it matters in baseball. I think it matters for receivers for sure because you go to a new situation, you got a better quarterback.
Did it matter for Amari Cooper
when he came here?
Yeah. Do you think change of scenery mattered?
Absolutely.
I'd agree. I don't think it's going to matter with Jonathan Mingo.
No, I mean because also like Dak's hurt. Now Cooper can put the ball on in a good spot. Like Cooper's a better quarterback than Bryce Young. I mean, is he better than Andy Dalton? They're probably about the same. Maybe a little bit better.
Dalton's not very good.
Not anymore.
Rush right now is. I don't know that I'd say Rush is a better player, but Rush is. That's a bad situation. Dallas is a better situation even with Dak out than Carolina is to Foster. But also, You've got scheme and all these other shit. We're talking about, did missing training camp cause a slow start for CeeDee Lamb? I mean, we're talking about a much bigger issue with Mingo coming in here and having to learn a whole brand new offense.
True.
You're not getting a contribution. This is an investment thing. You're not getting much out of
long-term. It's a long-term play.
It's meant to be long-term. I don't even think he's going to be long-term. I don't think he sees the end of this deal here. I think he probably gets cut at some point.
You think would you have to, if you were to bet right now with $20 on it, does he make the team out of camp next year?
Yes, I don't think he plays a snap from him in 2026. Because I think they will say, give him the rest of this year, give him an opportunity next year, and I think he's going to show exactly who he is, and in 2026 they're going to say, okay, let's move on.
So he'll play the snap, play the year, and then they'll get rid of him after 25. I could buy that. And if I were them, I mean, I would not cut him. It's too early to cut him if you're going to give forward. You can't cut him before next year.
But
it's a long. To me, it's intended to be a long play, and I don't have a problem with that. You need cheap labor.
Yeah.
If you're going to have $60 million quarterback, a $35 million wide receiver, and a $30 million edge, you got to find cheap labor somewhere.
Now, how much better would it be, though, if you said, I've got an offensive genius trying to use Jonathan Mingo?
Well, they had one.
I've got Ben Johnson. I've got Ben Johnson. How awesome would that be for you? Would you be pretty pumped about that?
I would be, but isn't Dave Canales thought of as an offensive
guy? He's not on Ben Johnson
genius.
level.
No. He's not on the. But he did wonderful things in Tampa last year.
Here's the thing. People are starting to sense this Cowboys job is coming open, and it is election season.
Huh.
And so, look, I mean, I think we all listen to me talk, and we know that I have the quality. I have the quality of a voiceover artist, I think, and so I've actually been contacted by a few different people to run some campaign ads for these coaches as they're trying to establish themselves. And one of them is actually very critical of Ben Johnson. And so I pulled some of them. We're going to play some of them today, especially with the election over now, because now we're getting into, election season for the coach.
For next year, too.
For the next coach. And so this is the one that I was asked to do on Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson is one of the hottest head coaching candidates in the NFL. But what is the mainstream media not telling you about Ben Johnson? Just ask his players. Quarterback Jared Goff recently told Kay Adams that Johnson makes things, quote, almost too easy. Too easy? When even easy is a problem, what can you expect when things get difficult? Bill Belichick knows how to make things difficult on his offense, posting an impressive 28 straight games without his team scoring 30 points. Ben Johnson, too easy for Jared Goff, too wrong for America's team. Paid for by Belichick for Dallas 2025.
So yeah,
oh my God, that's fantastic.
That's the Belichick campaign, lobbying things. And look, I think we'll probably have a response next hour from Mike McCarthy's campaign on why they don't think that Bill Belichick's a fit here in Dallas. But yeah, it's that time of year with the attack ads now for the Cowboys coaches.
Fantastic. Oh my God, I love it. Too easy for Jared Goff. Too wrong for the Cowboys. Well done, Bobby.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, let's do it. Let's do it next. We got the College Kegger coming up at 7. Let's do a special 640 edition in the 6 a.m. club of Ask Reddit next on 105 through the Fan after we get you over to Platinum Ford.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
No, it's not Tuesday.
Yeah, buddy. No, it's not.
It's not 7:40.
It's a hump day.
Hump day.
Hump day. It's 6:40 on a Wednesday, and we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan because we ran out of time for it yesterday. A lot going on Jerry interview, trades, trade deadline, G-bag fights. We had a lot to get to. So we're getting to Ask Reddit today. And if you don't normally get to listen to us during the 7 o'clock hour on Tuesdays, Ask Reddit is where we take the most viral questions being asked and answered over on the Ask Reddit forum, the 50 million member Ask Reddit forum. And we kick them around with you guys on the fan cam and on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text and here in the studio. So we're going to kick things off with Peyton Russell.
Yes.
Peyton, what is one never have, never will thing for you?
It's easy. The Samsung phone. Never had it, never will go to it. I'm Team Apple, baby. iPhone all day.
That is the most narrow take you have, I would say. As it is with most people. It is a better phone.
I will say, I've had them both, Peyton. It is objectively a better phone. If they ever got iMessage, I would go back.
What's the issue for you? Like, I feel like this is just cultist behavior from you, Peyton.
Well, I'm just dug in like you, Bobby, with every other take you have. I'm dug in. I started as an iPhone person. I will continue to be an iPhone.
The difference is my takes that I'm dug in on are right, Peyton.
Okay.
So, listen. Okay.
Wow. Boys,
Chop, what's your never have, never will take?
I'll tell you, folks, the mood in this room, because of the lack of sleep from last night, is going to... The tempers are going to be short today. From one Peyton Russell.
Yeah.
One Peyton Russell.
You'd think you'd be happier,
Never have, never will.
By the way, total coincidence that Sean called out this morning.
Total.
Guys. He's sick.
Absolutely. He did. He let us know around noon. He let us know around noon yesterday. Never have, never will. Hard street drugs.
Oh, okay. Would you like to include in your list what you consider hard street drugs?
Anything that isn't that doesn't come from the ground.
How much processing after it's come from the ground, though?
Yeah. I have no issues with marijuana, which I think passed yesterday.
In a lot of places.
Yes. I have no issues with psychedelics.
Oh, okay.
I haven't dabbled in that realm, but I don't have an issue with that. If it's good enough for Snow White, it's good enough for me.
Snow White, is that a reference to something?
Wasn't that in the movie Snow White where the guy's getting all...
I'm making a joke. Never have, never will. Strip club. Never been in.
Yeah.
Sean keeps saying he's going to get me to go in there. It's not going to happen. It doesn't make sense to me.
Dude, let's go to the one in New Orleans.
Look, let's be honest. I'm probably on the spectrum somewhere a little bit.
Oh wow.
I'm just saying. Let's be honest. You've seen my quirks and the things that I obsess over. So, and I mean, we're all on it. It is a spectrum. I'm probably just tilted a little more to one direction than just being right in the middle. So, yeah, I think that I can't wrap my head around why. Why would I? I understand the attraction to but it's like, can't you can see those things for free too without just completely.
It's about being there, Bobby.
Breaking your wallet.
About being there, experiencing it.
Yeah, it's the experience.
I'd rather be there for free, and
you don't have to, you don't necessarily pay. You don't have to you pay to get in. It's a little fee.
You're gonna pay.
I don't.
You're gonna pay.
No, there's a trick to it. You sit in the middle of the booth.
I know you've told me this before because you said, but I'm just saying, if that's what you want, just have better game is what I would say. Have better game and you can see it for free.
All right. Very nice.
All right. It is Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053.
Alice in Wonderland, not Snow White. I think. That's my psychedelics one.
I feel like we're going to have a few different moments like that today for Chop and Peyton, both of them. All right, Chop.
Yeah.
If video killed the radio star, what did the internet kill?
Oh, imaginations.
Oh, yeah. With ChatGPT just doing all the thinking for you now? It killed thinking?
If I told my kids how I used to have to, they would not believe it. Like the idea of just thinking about somebody that you really haven't seen and closing your eyes or remembering someone from your past in a kind of like a hazy light instead of like watching somebody right there. If you had it, I don't think they'd be like, wait, what?
Did you ever have one of those imagination moments and then actually succeed later and go, oh, this looks different than what I had.
Yes, I have.
I thought those would be darker.
Yeah, I did. I did. But like also like back then, like it was so wild because like if your mind slips, like because you sometimes you're harnessing focus, but your mind drifts somewhere else, and the next thing you know, it's oh wow, it's Game 4 in the World Series, and your mind just goes into that. It's very, very difficult to stay.
All of a sudden, you just can't explain why for the rest of your life your blood flow gets redirected when you think of Ron Guidry.
All of a sudden, but man, like seriously, imaginations, communication, video, the internet killed communication.
601 just said the one that I was thinking: interpersonal relationships. The whole like dynamic we've heard of lately of the Zoom date before you go on an actual date, and that was internet. That was also COVID that did those things. 214 Sears catalog, bruh. 469 Choppy's on one today. Absolutely. 325 says internet killed the encyclopedia. Peyton, what's your answer?
Being able to talk to girls in public. I think a lot of people now in generation they struggle with that because you can just DM a girl. You can always hit them up on the dating apps or whatever. You can always have that text or over the phone conversation. You don't have to actually talk to them in public.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Kicking around some of the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum this week. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell and Fantext and Fancam and RJ Choppy. No BS. What's the best board game of all time, Peyton?
Monopoly, 100%.
Oh, yeah, you're bad at it, though.
It might take, no, I'm really good. It might take 6 hours to get through, but my goodness, that game is, from start to finish, I have to be playing the entire time. It's unbelievable.
I still remember when Peyton brought up Monopoly a couple years ago, and he's like, oh, I'm the best at it. My strategy, I buy one of the corners. And it's like, yeah, well, actually, there's no properties you can buy on any of the corners.
Not
so
the exact corner. If you play the board game, you know what I mean. Yeah, idiot.
You're the one who thinks you can buy the corners.
If you know what the corner I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about, you understand, but you don't, Bobby.
Wait, dude. So you don't have any more likelihood of landing on one just outside the corner, do you? Then
it's like buying the two right before the jail and then the two right after something. Right there, those properties.
I think it's Monopoly too. I totally agree with Peyton. No board game, no game. I don't think has slipped into like American lexicon more.
The Monopoly.
Yeah. Every 200 pass and go or whatever, click at 200 or
get out of jail free
get
card.
Out of jail free, the Park Place boardwalk. I mean,
and it teaches you how to run a business. It really does.
It really does. It really does.
It really doesn't, but I don't think I'd say it really does.
It's great for kids counting money.
Sure, it can do that.
Right. So I think it's just really good. Plus, I mean, it's really they don't even use the thimble anymore, but if you have an old game, you can still get the thimble.
You can't get that Clue.
Clue's great.
So good.
Clue's fantastic. I don't even know how many people do you know. Have you played Clue, Peyton?
I have, but I mean, rarely.
I think it's great. I think Clue's fantastic.
Clue's super fun. What's the
Risk?
I was about to say, what's the worst one? Because that's my answer. Risk sucked.
Takes forever.
It didn't make any sense to me. Like how the rules. I was like, this just seemed like a Chutes and Ladders is another one.
Chutes and Ladders.
Because you just roll and go, okay, I'm here. I climb up. I hear, okay, slide down. Like
Sorry was good though. I like Sorry.
Sorry was what's it? No, Trouble's the one I like. Not Sorry. Trouble's the one where you pop because that's the best.
I love it.
That's the best board game item in history is the little bubble pop on Trouble.
That one still.
972 says chess. 682 says Monopoly is awful. Any board game that lasts more than an hour and it's trash. Well,
it does take too long. It takes way too long.
No, it'd be done in a half hour if you're playing me, especially if Peyton thinks he's trying to buy free parking. All right.
Free anymore.
Next one here on Ask Reddit. Chop, what is a red flag to see in someone's home?
I mean, dirty bathroom's an easy one. I'll tell you this, though. A bad liquor selection.
That's a red flag?
That's a red flag. Big Ten paraphernalia.
Yeah.
If you show me that you went to a Big Ten school, immediate red flag.
So you had trouble scoring.
Yeah. Hot, thick ankles. That's a red flag. But Yeah, I mean, dirty bathroom. You walk into somebody's house, the bathroom's dirty.
I'm going to say the opposite. Not the bathroom specifically, but just no sign of any
life.
Like this house has been lived in.
Yeah.
Like to me, that says, what are you hiding? What are you doing? What are you trying to make look so perfect? Or is this just the way you live and you're probably a little crazy that you don't even live in your home? Like you treat your house like new Air Jordans where it's like, no, I can't really even walk in them.
So my ex-wife kept an amazingly clean home. Like it's
who I met a couple weeks ago.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
She said I was her favorite.
She did, right. Because you argue with me, that's why.
I figured.
But so she kept an amazingly clean home, but it was too clean. Like, you know the Keurig for your coffee. After I would use it, she would take it and put it underneath the cabinet. In the cat, she would put it like under the counter in the cabinet.
Like she doesn't want it out and about.
She doesn't want it out, and I'm like, every day I got to go get this thing. Like that, we live here. Like
it's filled with water.
We're not. We don't live in a Pottery Barn catalog. It was super clean. It was very appreciative, but like no, like that's come on now,
dude. We have so many great answers here. Before I get to him, I'll let Peyton throw his answer. Peyton, what's a red flag in someone's home?
I'm gonna go with kind of what Choppy said, but having the bar of soap in the bathroom instead of the actual hand soap. I think that's psycho behavior. No one has the bar of soap anymore. Showering is different, but in the bathroom.
I guess I am more of a bar guy in the shower and a pump in the bathroom.
I don't use either. We don't have either.
You don't have soap at all?
We have soap.
Okay.
Yes. We don't have bar soap at all.
What do you use like in the bathrooms though? Use like the pump?
Like at the sink?
Yeah, at the sink.
Yeah. We use the bottle. Oh, the Bath and Body Works refillables.
Oh,
they're like milk cartons. Fantastic. Cheap.
Some of the good answers on the fan text: 214 porcelain dolls. Another 214 a stripper pole. 469 cat food and they don't own a pet. 817 trash bags full outside the bin, just sitting in the kitchen or random places.
Yeah.
512 plastic table for dining. So their dining room table is like a plastic card table.
A lot of these are for like the 28-year-old, 24-year-old guy. I used to have those egg cartons. Were those egg cartons you would get? Like I used to have those as like a coffee table.
And then 903 cigarette butts all over someone's porch is a massive red flag. So that's Ask Reddit here, a special edition on this post-election Wednesday.
Robert Montgomery Belt. It is a Sean and RJ Wednesday, hump day.
Hump day.
Sean is out. He is out sick. He might be back tomorrow. I don't even know. He might not. But we will get into chopping it up as customary on Wednesday at 7:40. Huge 7 o'clock hour coming at you next, including right now the college football kegger, the rankings. The first college playoff rankings are out. Where does SMU, A&M, Texas all fall? It's all coming up next year on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win.
Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Lou Holtz is not in the top 25 rankings that were announced last night. It was the biggest announcement of the night. We were waiting for years for this.
Yep.
And we got it.
We were all waiting for the results last night.
We were all
glued to the TV.
Absolutely waiting for the results. 6 o'clock rolled around, and the first college ball playoff ranking was released. That was what the first polls closed around 6 o'clock too.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Sean's out today. He's very upset with the results.
Right,
they were not what he was hoping for. Vandy is not in the playoff.
Vandy is not in the playoff. That was a bit of a surprise to me, was it not for you?
What, Vandy?
Yeah.
No, not really.
You weren't surprised?
No.
All right, so how did this thing shake out? Army comes in at 25. How about that? That's pretty good for them. They were so bad at football, at this thing we call football. So bad that for them to be in this position really, really is remarkable. A&M comes in at 14. SMU at 13.
Smooth.
So that is, I mean, they are knocking on the door. And listen, Alabama might lose. They play LSU this weekend. All right. Notre Dame might lose. BYU might lose. Indiana is going to lose. Tennessee plays Georgia in 2 weeks. Like, Texas has to go to A&M. And then they have to play in the conference championship game. Although I do think this, and I don't know if this is not set in stone, but I do believe that the committee will honor the Big Ten and the SEC by allowing their conference championship game loser to have an automatic bid. It'll be a fake automatic bid, but I do believe they're going to protect the game. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. That makes sense to me. I'll tell you what, what's the most offensive or questionable part of this to you?
Well, let me give you the top 12. Oregon 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, and Miami 4. Now, those rankings are different than the seeding. BYU is going to be the 4th seed.
Right.
That, to me, is the most offensive.
Is it?
The most offensive thing is that you're going to have a conference champ that is going to be outside the top, 4, get an automatic bye.
Yeah,
they should be in. They should not get a bye.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what we get.
That's what we get
with the new system.
That's
so
what we get.
That's to be expected given the system that we have.
Yep, it is. That's fair. I saw on the show last night. It was McElroy, Joey Galloway, and Booger with Reese. And they seem to have a problem with Texas. Did you not pick up on that?
Yeah, but I mean, that group always complains about Texas.
Yeah, fair.
In general.
And I understand it. Like, Texas does not have a top 20.
McElroy is one of the biggest Texas haters there is.
Yeah, I get it. Texas doesn't have a top 25 win. Neither does Penn State. But
look, if the bracket's set up like this for Texas, that looks pretty good to me. You get Bama and then Miami.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're loving it. Like, the only thing better would be you want to be either, you don't want to be in the 8-9. The 8-9 game would play Oregon. You don't want to be there.
Who's there right now?
We are Tennessee and Indiana. Now, granted, you wouldn't have to go to Oregon, so that's good because that's a neutral site game. But you want to be the 12-5. 12-5 gets the 4 seed, or you want to be in the 11-7.
Do you want to be 12-5 though? If you're Ohio State, because then you're set up for a collision course with Oregon, which Ryan Day has shown he will beat everybody in college football except Michigan and Oregon.
Yeah, that's true. No, you don't. You don't want to be them.
I think since 2020 or something like that, we had the note Ryan Day is like 38-0 against everybody but Oregon and Michigan, and against those he's 0-5.
Yeah, yeah. And now, interesting. There are Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, and Indiana. So 4 Big Ten teams. You're going to have Georgia, Texas, Alabama, Tennessee. So 4 SEC. Notre Dame's the independent. There's 9. BYU from the Big 12. There's 10. And you got Boise State, obviously. Getting to 11, and then Miami. So they're showing you who they believe to be the top dogs.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed that SMU didn't sneak in there.
They have a chance though. Alabama might lose to LSU.
Alabama will lose 2 more games this year.
Oh, you think so?
Yep.
2?
Yep, at least.
Are you counting the conference championship game if they make it, or
nope.
You don't think they'll make it? There's too many teams ahead of them.
Yeah, too many teams that'll make it ahead of them. I think that Alabama's got 2 more losses on the schedule.
This is, though, what we've wanted. We've wanted this kind of the playoff. Everybody thought, and I thought too, and I got to take this on the chin. I thought that this was going to ruin the regular season.
It has in a way.
It's ruined the regular season from the standpoint that you can lose and still make it up.
Yeah, that Georgia loss by Texas would have meant more back it
absolutely
last year.
But you're still engaged.
A&M losing to South Carolina would be a massive critical upset.
Critical. They're still in it.
Yeah.
1 more loss.
That's a little.
If they beat Texas with the same way the rankings are right now, I think they jump them. I think they jump in.
Probably.
Now they don't jump Texas. Well, maybe they do.
They might jump Texas. If A&M gets to the end of the season, they've got 1 SEC loss. Texas has 2.
Yeah, because if they beat Texas, I think they go to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, if you're in the SEC championship game or the Big Ten championship, I do believe you're in. I think that's what they're going to do.
302, Miami can't beat Texas. Don't kid yourself. Who said Miami could beat Texas? I don't think either one of us said that.
No,
I think in fact that's why I think if it sets up like this, Texas is beating Bama and then beating Miami, and then they got to deal with Georgia again.
Right, and that would be in whatever neutral site game they would play that one in. Oregon as the 1 seed, they would get the winner of, as it sets up today, the winner of Indiana versus Tennessee, and then the winner of BYU Ohio State or Boise State.
Which
now
I think if Oregon,
tough matchup for Oregon.
I think if Oregon and Ohio State get a rematch, which Oregon's already beat Boise State this year. They've beaten both of them. They've beaten Boise State and Ohio State so far this year. I think if they get the rematch, Ohio State outplayed them. I felt like in a lot of ways. Dylan Gabriel was great in that game, but I felt like it was right there for the taking for Ohio State, and they just dropped the ball. And so I know Ryan Day has shrunk in big games against teams like Michigan and Oregon, but if they get another shot at it, I think I'd pick Ohio State to beat Oregon.
I mean, look, the fact that it was in Oregon, plays a role, and Ohio State's a really good team, and Oregon has, especially at the beginning of the year, they did not play great football. They barely beat Boise, they barely beat Idaho, barely against relatives.
Yeah, I think after the first 2 weeks, if you would have told me, like, consensus number 1 is Oregon by this point in the season, I'd be very surprised.
I'd have been very, very surprised. So, any major issues though, other than that?
No, I think that, like I said, I'm rooting for SMU to get in there. I think that'd be great, a great story, especially with them getting to the ACC and Florida State trying to essentially say, this diminishes the ACC. This is why you got to let us out. It's not prestigious enough. And then, Florida State is awful this year. But I really wish SMU still had RJ Maryland and he hadn't gone down with the knee injury, because that would make them an even more intriguing pick. But no, overall, fine.
Yeah,
fine with everything.
I don't really have any problem with it at all. A couple of quick notes for you. Props to the University of Houston for telling the NFL to go stick it. They wore the Love You Blue unis.
They're nice looking uniforms.
They're great looking uniforms. The NFL says, no, this is the tenant. We own the rights to this. And the University of Houston is like, no. The city owns the rights to these. We feel like we have this thing on lockdown where you can't do anything. Props to whoever it is, Tillman Fertitta, I'm sure, who's just like, yeah, go ahead and wear them and I'll pay your fine. Whatever, I'll pay your legal fees with the NFL. Because these uniforms are great. And, can you really own a color?
The NFL thinks they own a lot of things that they probably don't. But yeah, I think they look so good because they look very much like the Oiler uniforms.
Yeah.
That's the whole inspiration there. Now here's the question. Do you prefer? I don't like that when they wear these, it says Houston. I'd rather Cougs.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Houston, in general, I don't like identifying city, school, whatever else at home.
I agree.
And they wear these at home. I want the team nickname at home. I want the city name or whatever else on the
Absolutely.
Road. So, and especially if you already have Houston on the chest, you don't put Houston on the side of the helmet. To me, you put Cougs. Or that's what I would prefer. But otherwise, they're great.
You know, historically, the Rangers are one of the few teams that do that.
Wear Texas at home?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it.
They've changed that in recent years, right? Now they have the cursive Rangers.
Which I don't like that either.
That they wear.
I don't like.
You don't like that?
I don't like the writing. I don't like the font.
You just don't like anything about them.
I don't like anything in general. I'm just a curmudgeon.
Yeah,
I think is what we're learning.
Yeah, but I thought where it just said Texas was unique. I didn't care. I'm with you. I like where it says the team name at home, but it was unique, right? It was their little bit. This ought to make everybody happy because nobody really likes Dabo, right? Nobody really likes Dabo, but he was blocked from voting.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because they said he had already voted.
Oh, I've heard this one before.
Voter.
I've heard this one before.
So he walks into the polling place. They said, "No, you already voted." And he goes, "I'm sorry, ma'am, I did not."
How many Dabos are there?
Well, his name is William.
Oh, well.
All right, and as it would be when you're a child and you have a male, Bobby doesn't know this, Peyton, but sometimes you give them your name.
I have my dad's name.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
What's his name?
Robert.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no.
I have my dad's name as well.
I have a different middle name.
I do too. I have a different middle name, but they put, when his son went and voted, they didn't check off which birthday it was. They checked the wrong birthday off or whatever. So then when he goes to vote, he hands his license in, and his birthday's already checked off as his name is William.
Oh.
William Sweeney. So they said, you can't vote. You've already voted. He's like, no, I did. I didn't vote yet. I didn't vote. So he had to fill out some paperwork, and now it won't get processed till like Friday. But
his son checked off, and so he couldn't check off.
Right.
Yeah.
So he was denied.
I hate when you can't check off.
Bobby?
What? We're talking about the voting rules there.
We are. And then one more thing. How about this? This is the Vanderbilt linebacker keeping receipts. And I love this. This is Brian Longwell, who's a linebacker, and he kept this for 2 years. He kept this text message for 2 years. So he was being recruited by Auburn. Vanderbilt beat them 17-7. Well, Longwell was being recruited by Auburn, never committed publicly, but that's where he was going to go. And he posted a text that he got from one of their coaches that said, "Brian, I'm sorry, buddy. We're not going to sign a high school linebacker in this class. More than likely, you are a great player with a bright future. Hope you and yours have a Merry Christmas." And he posted that after Vandy beat Auburn. Now, look, props to this coach for doing that, because he could have very easily just strung him along, and he wouldn't have had a place to go and land on his feet. So props for like manning up and telling him what the deal was and being upfront, honest, and respectful about it. But this kid has every right to chirp after you win. He holds all the cards.
Yeah, and it's a petty play that I like a lot, and there seems like there's a lot of petty swagger on Vanderbilt, which makes sense. I think that's more the reason why Sean adopted them even than his godson, is because Sean enjoys petty. Sean is petty himself.
That's why he's not here today. He's very petty.
Exactly. He's I think that Sean leans in more to the whole petty aspect of it. We don't even hear about his godson anymore. Just all about, Pavia Mafia. I'm there with the Pavia Mafia. That's what he cares about now.
All right, so we got some Cowboy ballot measures for your consideration. Now, this was, of course, because yesterday was Election Day, so Bobby had to put some Cowboy ballot measures up for election. We will get into all that coming up next, along with Chopping It Up. It is your commercial-free expressway on Sean and RJ next on 105.3 The...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it?
Sandlot.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Chopping it up, coming up in about 20 minutes. We will get to that. Of course, our power rankings coming up at 8 o'clock. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through The Fan. Sean taking a sick day today, so he will be maybe back tomorrow. Maybe.
Coping hard.
Coping very hard. I don't know if that's true.
That's not it at all. I'm just joking. Just joking. It's convenient.
But why would he be coping very hard? Well, the election did happen last night, which we were up very, very late.
Who won?
Donald Trump won. He is he's 47. I told you he'll be 47 very soon. So he wins, and that because of the election, we were all into it. We were all like watching this thing, and I find it so fun to watch. I find like how they use the boards and
as a sport, like it's a great spectator sport.
It really is. And then I think all the networks really do, like they all obviously do a good job. I think certain networks do better jobs than others. I thought CNN did a really nice job. I thought Fox did a really nice job. I flipped over to ABC. I was like, I'm not thrilled with their coverage of it. I don't like the board. I thought it was just too. Honestly, the cameras were too close.
30 years later, you've never gotten used to saying Stephanopoulos.
No, it was Muir, David Muir.
I didn't even turn it over there.
So I had a couple. I just I thought the CNN was good. I thought the Fox was good.
I watched very little of the coverage. Like I watched CNN when it was up because I think John King doing the board is great.
John King's the best.
I honestly just had like the New York Times and the CNN maps open, and I was just clicking.
Oh, you were on your computer.
I was clicking around on states and stuff.
Oh. That's interesting.
Unbiased coverage.
Unbiased, yes.
But I was taking in all the data and looking at things. And so it was like I said, it's a great, I love it from
Bobby was on it, guys. Bobby had he was the only one yesterday that said this thing was going to be over today.
Regardless of who it was, I figured it would be over.
He thought we would know. And like he was so into these states. He's like, all right, his numbers. He said his numbers, he's like polling better or lower than he should have.
He was polling ahead of where like he was in 2020 in some areas, and like there were other. And that's the cool thing about a lot of those maps. You can click on a county on them, and then it'll like you can click on and you can change the year, just like John King does. You can see where is he in 2020 here, where was it? And so you just find the big city centers and go, okay, where was right? And you start figuring out the margins pretty quick.
And then you start getting texts from people who are like really happy. And those that
former
are
baseball players, maybe
really upset, maybe certain aunts who may or may not have been in town on January 6th. I don't know the whereabouts.
Tell you what, she's in town on November 6th today.
Yeah, she is. And then you get texts from people who are very upset, and they're just. I mean, they were. Just I could show you.
I gotta say, I do feel like this one was less. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm gonna have people screaming at me here. I felt like last night was a little less toxic than the last two. Like the reaction, like I think people are just kind of like numb to what this is every year now.
I think so.
Every 4 years.
I also think one thing that played into it too was, it really wasn't close.
No, yeah, I think you got a good sense around 8:30 where it was going.
I think most people could kind of feel it out that it really like that. It's like when you get blown out like in a sporting event, like you're less angry than like a close.
Yeah, like I mean, and not that it was like a landslide, but it was decisive.
It wasn't a landslide, but like you pretty much knew. You saw the writing on the wall for a couple hours.
There wasn't going to be recounts. It was like, we know where this is going.
I got told, like I said earlier, like. For anyone who was alive and voting in 2000 to see Florida get called at 7 o'clock, you can't grasp how insane that is for someone like me. Who I remember I was a month. I was in college. That was a month that we were sitting there wondering who was going to win.
Yeah, because we didn't find out till like December 13th. I don't think until it was settled
like 6 times.
500 votes difference. That was a wild time. That was the first election I was really conscious of. I do have the results on a few propositions, a few ballot measures though.
Let's do it.
And these are the ballot measures that I put out on Twitter on Monday. And so we got the results of these 5 different propositions for you, RJ Choppy. We're going to weigh in on, and we want to hear your thoughts on the Franklin injury attorneys fan text at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Now, if you've ever read a proposition measure, Chop.
I've had a lot of propositions and read some measures.
They are questions, and they're formed as, they're put in the form of a question that says, shall XYZ happen?
Mm-hmm.
And you vote yes or no. So Proposition A.
All right.
Shall Trey Lance start over Cooper Rush if Dak Prescott is unable to play Sunday? Now we know he definitely is unable to play. And that ballot measure, 2,300 votes, it passed. Yes.
It did pass.
71% landslide said Trey Lance should start over Cooper Rush.
All right.
Without Dak Prescott in there. And where have you come down at this point? Are you satisfied with what seems like the Jerry suggestion, which is Cooper's probably going to start, but they're going to have packages in there where they work in Trey Lance? Is that acceptable to you, or do you think, no, I need to see everything with Trey Lance?
All right, so just for clarification, he is an unrestricted free agent come March, right?
Yes.
Can they trade him before then?
They could have yesterday.
No, but I mean,
No.
So even after the Super Bowl, they can't trade him.
Right.
Okay.
Because the trade deadline, that's the deadline for the rest of that
the
league year.
year.
So the new league year starting is when you're a free agent.
Okay. Because the baseball's league year starts the day after the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
So they could you could trade whoever you want right now. Okay. I would say no, not this week.
Not this week.
Because let's just say Dak's out for 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that the team believes there's a chance to make the postseason. Let's see it. Let me see this team run with Cooper for a week or two and then go to Trey.
Okay. I'm of the opinion that I need to see what I got in Trey Lance. And I think there's already so much that his value has been degraded that it doesn't help you to hide him. I think that only makes things worse. There's not an air of mystery about it. You're not going to get some team that signs him and then gets you a comp pick because, we still don't know enough about Trey Lance. No, you can't hide him. I think people assume you're hiding something by not playing him. It's why'd you trade a 4th-round pick for him to not even to play when your quarterback's out for a month?
So, do you think there's a chance they bring him back next year?
Maybe. It's possible.
And not Cooper?
If they want to invest in him. Yeah, or, they could bring back both if they want.
I suppose, yeah.
All right. So that measure passes. Most people want to see Trey Lance. Not going to happen, though, yet. This was yesterday. Proposition B, shall the Cowboys trade player assets in exchange for draft picks on Tuesday? Tank, baby, with 83.2% of the vote. Yes. Resounding pass. And, of course, the Cowboys did the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
They traded away their draft capital and got a player in return. Now, here's the thing. You've been a proponent before, Chop, of the buy and sell.
Right.
And it feels like they could have done some of that yesterday. They just chose not to.
Yeah, let's just say the Cowboys had the same feeling on, let's just say, Tolbert that Carolina had on Mingo. So you sell Tolbert to a team and you buy Mingo. Yeah. And I'd have been okay. Now, I'm just using Tolbert because it's the same position.
Sure.
I'd have been okay with that. You're selling something that didn't work. You're buying something from somebody else that doesn't work. But either way, it's a buy and a sell. I'd have been okay with that. I don't like what they did. I don't like the player. I don't like the compensation they gave up. And I don't like the plan.
Yeah, it's tough to justify it. And I want to know, and we're going to have to ask Jerry about this. Maybe KNC asked him about it on Friday. Who picked up the phone?
Yeah.
Did you call? Because you've always told us the person who picks up the phone is usually the one who comes off in the desperate position. So did you pick up the phone and say, can we get him? And Carolina felt like, ooh, we got you. Give us a 4th. Or did they call and you pulled the Tom Hicks?
Yep.
And you bid against yourself for A-Rod.
Amen.
Although it's not A-Rod, it's J Mingo.
J Mingo.
Yeah, J Ming or whatever it would be. But I think the Cowboys screwed up yesterday.
I totally agree with you, man. I think they butchered this one.
It was very short-sighted. Doesn't it feel like a 2011 to 2016 era Mark Cuban Mavs move to try and hold on to something where it's like, just can we start the process here?
I mean, honestly,
stop going and getting Darren Williams.
You could say it feels like a 2013 to 15 John Daniels move, right?
Sure.
To hang
Go to trade for Ryan Dempster.
Yeah.
Or Matt Garza or whatever. Yeah. Very similar.
Feels like that. Who did they trade for Dempster? Was it Hendricks? Kyle Hendricks?
I think it was. Yeah.
Oof.
The Dempster trade was not a great one. All right. Proposition C. This is a good one for you, Chop. This was the closest margin, actually. Or no, it wasn't. The closest margin was the Lance one. Proposition C. Shall the Cowboys give play calling duties to Brian Schottenheimer?
Oh, no.
You're saying no?
No. No. God, no.
Why? You don't want R2P2?
Run, pass, punt? No, thank you.
Is it possible to look more conservative than this offense does right now, though?
Yeah.
Dude.
The offense Brian Schottenheimer ran with the Jets with Mark Sanchez ground
pushed
and pound.
the ball down the field more than what we saw on Sunday against Atlanta.
That's fair. They did. That's fair. Yeah. Okay, so at what point in the game did Dak actually first hurt the hamstring?
Early fourth.
Okay.
Early fourth or late third, one of them. But yeah, no, they were not pushing the ball down the field at all.
No, they weren't.
Proposition C passed. They want to give over the play calling to Brian Schottenheimer. I might. I think. Look, Dak's out now, so it matters less. I think if Dak were in there, I would definitely consider it because I think Dak and Schottenheimer have a more unified vision for what the offense should look like than your current play caller and your quarterback do. So yes, passed in big numbers. Proposition D. Shall the Cowboys offer Zach Martin a trade to a contender with his career in its final stages? Should they have offered that?
Should they have? Yeah.
Just a courtesy? Like, hey, if you want, this is getting near the end. If you would like this as a shot to win something, we'll do it.
I mean, obviously they're not out of it yet, but he has been a negative.
Yeah.
He has not been a good player this year, and this is not a very good way for him to go out.
No, and this
is it for him, right? He's not coming back.
I think so. Even if he wants to play another year, I think they're going to cut him.
Oof.
I think he's going to be a release.
What is his?
He'd be a post-June 1 guy. Because of the way the contract is structured, he'd be a post-June 1 guy. But I do think that Zach Martin is a guy who still can play well, but he's clearly banged up, and that's limiting him, and he has clearly declined. And that's, we're getting in the twilight stages of his career. So should they have offered that up to him as an option of just, hey, we'll do solid by if you want to do this? Yeah, I think that would have been fair. And yes, won overwhelmingly, 76%.
Oh, God.
What? What's the number?
All right, so next to 2024 on a post-June 1, it's 15.5. So that would have been this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So next year, it's 9.4. And then 2026, it's 9.4. And then 2027, it's 4.4. And then 2028, it's 3.25.
Yep. A lot of money.
Those void years kill you. Now, can you take those all at one time? Or do you have to take them in each void year?
No, when you cut them, it all accelerates to now.
Oh,
you have to eat all of it. Now, if you post June 1, you split it. So however much money that is, you either take the entire charge or you can post June 1 release him.
$25 million.
And you split it up in half. So it would be 12.5 and 12.5 versus just 25 on 1 year.
Yikes.
So that's the way that it sets up. In fact, that's why teams are hesitant a lot of times to cut players who have a bunch of void years stacked on. That's what Dallas was facing with the Dak situation. If they let Dak walk off, they had 3 void years worth of money they had thrown on there. So if he left in free agency, they have to eat the entire charge of those void years at once. And that was going to be, he cost us $40 million on the cap just leaving in free agency, not even being released. That's why they were in a really bad spot and why they essentially mismanaged it. And then finally, Proposition E for Ezekiel.
Oh.
Shall the Cowboys release Ezekiel Elliott and the most overwhelming margin of the 5, 91%? Yes.
91%?
91%.
91% of people don't agree on anything.
They agree on this. Cut Ezekiel Elliott. And are we at that point where if you're ineffective and you're also a distraction, what are you really bringing?
That's true. If you're ineffective and you're still rushing at 5.1 yards a carry, or you're hitting 40 bombs and batting 308, or you're draining 42% of your three-pointers, be a distraction.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's not that anymore. He was a distraction. Let's be honest, he's been a distraction most of his career. Agreed?
Yeah.
Would we agree with that?
Well, I mean, he's had off-the-field concerns at times.
Pretty consistently, I'd say, throughout his career, he's had them. When he's played really well, you deal with it. You deal with those headaches when you're playing well.
Yeah, you do.
And that's the issue. Now, these 5 ballot measures that all passed overwhelming yeses in honor of the election season. We wanted to tackle those with the fan base. There are other issues out there. We played in the first hour, the Bill Belichick campaign's push for the Cowboys head coaching position, the really nasty attack ad.
Really nasty on Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
Man.
Just gross. But there's a guy who holds that job right now.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, he's trying to keep him.
And Mike McCarthy is saying, I'm not going to stand for Bill Belichick trying to come for my job while I still have it.
They're
no.
trying to primary him right now.
Hell no. And so Mike McCarthy, before we get into chopping it up, with the election season ramping up, Mike McCarthy had a response to the Bill Belichick ad.
The following was paid for by the McCarthy Family Bar. Bill Belichick wants to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, but why is this Patriot wrong for America's team? Bill Belichick doesn't want you to know that he's never had a tour group walk through one of his press conferences. Belichick likes to point out that he game planned for Peyton Manning, but what might it look like when he's game planning for Derek Carr while an account executive from LG brings his nephew by for a picture? There's only one man with the expertise to handle such a high-pressure situation, Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy has a proven track record of consistently bringing teams back from blowouts so that they don't lose quite as bad. Bill Belichick only makes comebacks in the Super Bowl. Can the Cowboys fans trust that kind of inconsistency? Bill Belichick, he's just like anything but winning.
So Mike McCarthy coming back strong. Saying you're not going to take my job.
No,
that's not going to happen.
That's fantastic.
So that's the pushback from McCarthy, and I think there's one more attack ad I saw.
Is there?
Sounded like somebody was going after Brian Flores. The idea of Flores coming to Dallas. So we'll just have to see what comes with that next hour.
All right, very nice. Little attack ads. I like this. This is good. This is good because it's election season. Well, the election season was ended yesterday, but they're still counting votes. Every vote counts, they say. That's what I'm told.
I hear Maricopa County's got a fresh box in just a few minutes ago.
Stop it. All right, let's chop it up, Peyton.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Man, I never thought I would see this, but as I said, yesterday was election day, and if you're just waking up, Donald Trump is the president-elect. Georgetown will have self-care suites for students that are stressed out because of it.
Oh, it's good. Is that where Sean is this morning?
I don't think that's where he is. And I'm not joking. They will have milk and cookies and coloring books there.
Sign me up. I'm all down for the
sounds like a good time.
It actually sounds amazing. Like, I wish they had this. You coddle the hell out of me.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They're like, yeah, my candidate won or lost. I'm still going for milk and cookies and coloring books.
I didn't participate. I was yesterday. I hope both teams had fun. But if I know this is available to me, I'm going in with a box of Kleenex. I'm patting the tears away.
I'll get a pacifier for all I care. Walk in there with that thing on in my mouth.
I'm walking in there. I'm giving them my pronouns and I'm asking for some cookies.
Now, do y'all like nuts your cookies?
These nuts,
I like these nuts.
Do y'all like nuts in your chocolate chip cookies?
No. Honestly, no.
Depends on the cookie. Not the chocolate. Have you ever had Cowboy cookies?
Yes.
So Cowboy cookies, I like that whenever some people put some there. But yeah, if it's just a chocolate chip cookie with nuts in it, no.
What about brownies in your brownies?
Ooh.
I love them in brownies.
Yeah. I think I do.
They got to be, they can't be like whole ones though.
Right.
They got to be like
diced.
The diced onion version of nuts.
So yeah, Georgetown had, they'll be treated to goodies that would, be like, they have a Lego station, coloring books, milk, cookies, hot chocolate. They had that yesterday. They'll have it today for students who find the election to be just a little bit more stressful than they had hoped. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Diddy. Diddy had his birthday this weekend behind
Yeah,
bars.
happy birthday.
Turned 55.
He's officially aged out of our demo.
He is aged out of our demo.
No longer pandering to him.
The disgraced mogul. They call him a mogul. So what do you think was on his birthday menu at MDC Brooklyn? That is the prison that he's being housed in right now. MDC Brooklyn. He started his day with cereal, fruit, and a breakfast cake.
I bet he started with cereal.
All right. But as the day went on, it also had pasta. Right? He had pasta available to him, meatballs, and that meal was served at 11 a.m. For dinner, he had chicken or tofu fried rice, his choice, black beans, carrots, and that was essentially what he had for his dinner. And then he had a dessert. So not quite the birthday for 55 that he was probably hoping he would have had when he turned 54.
No, he probably figured a lot more Johnson & Johnson on his
Right.
his 55th birthday. I was just censoring myself.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank
I was
you for
going to
that
go
one.
somewhere with it. I'm sure you can figure out where
I
was
saw some of the stories that came out about the Diddy parties, the quote-unquote freak-offs that they've had. And
Are you like me when you read that stuff, by the way, that you alternate, like, almost laughing at the absurdity of, like, holy crap, like this, and then realize, like, no, this isn't funny. This is actually horrifying that this was
So I had to have a talk with my kids because, like, my oldest is like every time there's a party, that's what they call it now. That's what they just call parties now.
They call them that, like, hey, we're having a freak off.
Yes. And I'm like, guys, and that's what all the kids at school call it. I'm like, all right, people were like assaulted and worse at these things. You can't.
Yeah, let's
be careful here.
I mean, it's objectively, if I was a teen,
I would do the same thing if I was
probably
would,
and I'd probably find it funny. That's it. You change. The older you get, and the more you see the weight of serious subject matter, where you're like, guys, let's maybe not associate with that at all.
But according to the reports, he would make the other women watch Jennifer Lopez music videos at these parties. But you had to watch the J-Lo music videos at these parties, which I found to be very, 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 very odd.
That was the worst thing that happened to some people at those parties.
Oh, God. And then others, he made them sign NDAs. They're not allowed to share any information about Diddy, his family, partners, associates without explicit permission. That includes photos, filming, recording, posting on social media, interviews, or disclosing any party details. Now, party guests who sign the NDAs are bound by the alleged agreement. Quote, this is according to TMZ. For the life of the artist plus 20 years after their death.
What an absurd
contract
to sign.
Or 70 years, whichever's longer.
Whichever's longer.
So for the life of the artist plus 20 years after their death. That is like, I mean, that like you said.
So if you die 5 years after going to one of these parties, it's like, well, no, not 20 for you. It's 65 for you. You got to go 65 years because that's longer.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Who signs that going into that? And especially once you've seen it. Who's ever going back and signing? Well, I mean, I guess a lot of people did.
I mean, I guess a lot of people
Hollywood,
did.
Hollywood, the music industry, everything.
It's a cesspool.
It's just as weird
It really
and
is.
effed up as they've told us it was.
A witness testified before a grand jury late last week that he's in possession of 11 flash drives containing 8 party videos, and he also claims that 8 different A-list celebrities appear on those videos. Someone's going to buy these. I would think.
I bet we'd never see them. Ever.
Yeah, someone may buy them and just destroy them.
But I'm saying, I bet we never get any proof they exist. Just like there was a bunch of alleged proof that we were going to get on Epstein that never came out. Because I think there's too much power involved that doesn't want that to ever see the light of day.
You might be right. It's chopping up here on 105.3. The Fan Power Rankings coming up at 8 o'clock, 14 minutes from now. What are some of the major challenges when you start a new job?
Making friends.
All right, making
Big
friends.
challenge.
Is that the concern? Assimilating, figuring out what you can, figuring out what's important and what's not. That was the biggest thing for me here. Figuring out the stuff that no, that's not really what should be the priority. Despite, like, you get a big job description, there's clearly a prioritization that you got to figure out when you're in that job. So I'd just say prioritizing your time, probably.
All right. Okay. So time. That's a good one. So researchers surveyed over 2,000 Gen Z adults ranging from, they said 16 to 25 to find out, about why they walked away from employment opportunities. And a large portion of them have walked away because of two things. One, they've essentially said, no, we're turning down job opportunities. One, because of the transportation cost to get to the job. And two, because of the clothes they would have to buy to work the job. Which is a vicious cycle because you're going to have transportation and you're going to have clothes for your job.
That's why you work in radio, baby. You just wear whatever you want.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Shorts and T-shirt.
That's our motto around here. 105 through the fan. We wear what we want.
We wear what we want. Yeah.
We've said that consistently. I do get it a little bit.
I do.
I would not, if I had to dress up every day, that might cause me to pass on a job. If I wasn't allowed to just wear my hoodies and my hats.
I wouldn't pass on a job.
I would. And that's
if I needed work.
Some people are thinking I'm exaggerating.
No, Bobby's not.
Don't you believe I would pass on a job if it meant I had to dress up every day?
Bobby absolutely is not. He would absolutely not. So, inflation, climate change, social justice, they all make Gen Zers feel burnt out. And it turns out like Gen Z employees are missing on average right now 1 day of work a week for mental health.
Boy, they're forcing that 4-day work week.
Yeah, they are.
They're
going to make sure that we get that 4-day work week. Hey, look, I support them. Miss all the days you want. Let's get that 4-day work week going. I'm in.
I thought you were, but you're in favor of the 4-day work week, but then the 10-hour work day, aren't you? Because you don't want them working 32 hours a week. Haven't you said that you want it to still be a 40-hour work week?
Yeah.
But just fit it into 4 days instead of 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, I just feel like if I'm gonna get paid for it, I should work.
I like the idea. I know you don't. I like the idea of if we're gonna go to the 4-day work week, making Wednesday the day that you get off.
Oh, that's insane.
You think that's bad, and I know that, but I like the idea of just 2 and 2. You just get 2 days of work. You never have to go.
You never have halftime.
Never have to go 3 days of work in a row.
Oof. All right. I mean, look, I understand it. I think you're insane.
It would have been fun this week because of the election on Tuesday. You get Wednesday off.
Yeah, that's what Sean did.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's right. Starbucks is losing record business, over 10% year to year over the last couple of years each year. People are having trouble paying $8 for lattes, but they are shrinking the menu. First of all, they're not gonna upcharge you for a different kind of milk, a milk substitute. So if you want oat milk or you want your soy or whatever, they're not going to charge you any extra for that. But they are removing the poop drinks.
What are those?
Those are the oleatos, Oleatos, Oleato, Oleato. Anyway, they are being removed as of tomorrow. Tomorrow they're going to be removed from the core menu just a year after they put them on the menu, and people were saying that these were the ones that as soon as you drank it, you were rushing to the bathroom. And Starbucks was like having lines out the bathroom because they were just giving people, the you-know-whats.
Yeah.
And the Rias.
Wash down your Taco Bell with
Absolutely. And so they're going to streamline this menu. They're going to shrink the menu. Also, they apparently take a little bit longer to make, so it's creating longer lines.
Were you ever a Starbucks guy? Did you ever go through a Starbucks phase at all?
Oh, my God.
Were you?
Yes.
What stopped? Because I don't think I've ever seen you with one. Even when we've had one like near us, Super Bowl or something, I don't ever see you getting it from there.
I mean, it just got too expensive. Like, I still love it. I still will get, like, on a weekend. I've also tried to cook more at home for my breakfast. I used to just go, like, when I was going to kids baseball, I would always stop at Starbucks on the way, and I would get a sandwich and the coffee. And
those sandwiches were never good to me.
Oh, the bacon Gouda, I think, is phenomenal.
It's okay, but like I can tell it was frozen and thrown in a microwave.
That's fair. Yeah, you can. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, I just said, all right, I'm just gonna start making my own breakfast, and you make coffee at home. I still enjoy it. Like I do now like to treat myself with it. Like, all right, I really want one. Because I think they're fantastic. I think their coffee's tremendous. I don't ever get lattes. I don't ever get.
Oh, I love the
maybe an Americano.
The caramel frappuccino, man. That's what I'd say. Give me extra, all that caramel drizzle on it.
It's also there's no way to go to Starbucks before the show. They're closed. I guess now I could probably get in.
I hate that, by the way. The fact that, like, why is it that the people who probably need coffee the most are the ones who are out and about before 6 a.m. and that's not who you're catering to?
Right. They should open at 4.
And they should be. Why are you open at 9 o'clock at night, but you're not open at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Well, you gotta get those raspberry hibiscus drinks.
Okay.
Or whatever they are.
Yeah, raspberry hibiscus. Or the what's the little strawberry waters that people get?
Yeah, I don't know what those are. Wait, are those the hibiscus drinks?
I don't know. It's what
I
my
didn't
girls
really
get when we go
too
there.
much into the afternoon beverages. All right, well, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean and RJ. Sean's out. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton alongside, and we have what's up?
Sean is texting, by the way. He just texted us. Should I ask him for his power rankings? I need to just be like, hey, send us your power rankings.
Absolutely.
For the rest of your power rankings. Okay.
I'll call him at 8 o'clock. We'll have him on.
Absolutely. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on The Fan. And like you just said, power rankings coming up next here on 105 through The Fan after we get you over to Q.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, yes, sir. Power rankings time, baby. Woo.
Sean has not texted back his power rankings. I don't think he's participating.
I think you just texted. Oh, no, that was our side. That was a side group that we're on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
Bobby, Mr. Texting Sean on the side all day. Now, this is a political text chain that we're on.
Good. Glad to hear you got some bipartisan
What did Derek
texts.
Holland say?
It has the top with Derek. It's a solo. All right, so power rankings time. Let's see how we did last week, shall we?
Let's do it.
Robert, you had Detroit.
Win.
You had Baltimore.
Win.
Then you had Buffalo.
Did I? Was Buffalo 3? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Win.
Green Bay.
Win.
Is that a half? Is that a half?
Detroit beat Green Bay.
That's
Peyton.
a half.
Okay, so that's not a buzzer.
All right, it's a half. And then you had Washington.
Perfect.
4-0-1. Peyton, you had Detroit.
Yup.
Kansas City.
Yup.
Buffalo.
Yup.
Baltimore.
Oh.
And Green Bay.
Oh, buzz yourself, Peyton.
Nope.
Yeah, that's a buzzer.
Don't buzz it. You said don't buzz it. I'm not buzzing it.
I had Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo, Green Bay, and Baltimore.
4-0-1.
Sean, for the sake of argument, had Detroit, Kansas City, Green Bay, Baltimore, and Minnesota.
So he had Green Bay ranked the highest of any of us. So I think that should count as a loss.
That's a loss.
Yeah.
But none of our top five actually did lose to a lower ranked team.
Boy.
It was just Green Bay.
Landslides all over the place the last week.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so 5-1 or 1-5?
1-5 is probably the drama, isn't it?
Yeah, I would think so.
All right, 1-5 is good.
All right, let's go 1 through 5. I'll start it off. Shocker, I have Kansas City at number 1.
No.
Yeah, I do. That was their best game of the year. And some rough weather. Rough little bit. And Mahomes just changes how teams plays. Nobody is going to kick the point after when they have a chance to tie Kansas City again this year under a minute to go.
Dude, there was some stat that I saw yesterday that I was like, oh, that's an RJ Choppy stat. And I can't find. I think it was there were 3 opportunities in the last week to go for 2, and they kicked the extra point, and all 3 times the team that kicked the extra point lost.
I mean, you got a chance to win the game. Put faith in your 2-point conversion. Put faith in your team to do it. And they didn't. And I think this is going to change how teams play when they play them. If you play Kansas City and you tie the game, or you're now down 1 with under a minute to go, I think you're absolutely going to go for 2. Now, that does create aggressiveness on Mahomes, and you give him 4 downs, not 3. But still, I will absolutely do that. So give me Kansas City at 1.
You're wrong, and that's okay. The number 1 team in the NFL, and it's not even close, is the Detroit Lions. Chop, the Detroit Lions are a 110, plus 110 point differential. Very impressive.
Yeah.
More impressive, they are a plus 17 touchdown differential. The next closest is Buffalo at 12. By the way, your Kansas City Chiefs, 7. Even with an 8-0 record, plus 7 on the touchdown. So averaging less than a touchdown more per game than their opponents.
Yep.
Just one little note there.
Listen,
but
I am not going to argue. Detroit, nobody is playing as good as Detroit right now.
Detroit is going to be, I mean, Detroit right now is a juggernaut. That's like I said last week, that's the one team that I have zero question about. If not for that one Tampa game, we'd be talking about, is this a potential 17-0 team?
Absolutely. Like, they've got their schedule is not super easy, right? Because they play a first place schedule anyway. But, I mean, find me a string of losses the way they're playing.
Yeah. I mean, they do have some tough games on the back end of their schedule, but they're going to be favored in all of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like they're a tremendous team. They are playing like a team that is like ticked off. That they're still upset about last year.
Yeah, like they're still upset about the the 2-point conversion call getting messed up. Not even about the NFC Championship game. Just mad about the refs.
They're just carrying so much of a chip. They remind me a lot of like the 07 Patriots in that. Like they're just they're on a revenge tour.
So I got the number 1 ranked Detroit Lions.
I'm not going to argue with you at all. Peyton?
I left the Lions at number 1. I mean, look, another incredible win on the road against Green Bay. I mean, in the rain, they put up great numbers. And look, this team hasn't skipped a beat since they lost Aiden Hutchinson.
No.
Either. I mean, that defense,
and they got Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, that defense is really, really dominant. And I mean, I think they just continue this stretch. I mean, if I had to pick a team for sure to make it out of the NFC, to make it to the Super Bowl, it'd be Detroit right now, by far. I don't know what team challenges them. Maybe if San Fran gets hot in the playoffs, but they'd have to play in Detroit.
Yes, I think San Fran could get hot and beat them. Like, any of those teams can beat them, but they're going to be a big time underdog. Number 2, I have Detroit for me. That's an easy one. Detroit or the field in the NFC?
Detroit.
It takes a lot to say that too in the NFL.
If I felt like San Francisco was more like San Francisco, I would take the field. But I mean, I know that. Look, how much does and this may factor into power rankings here. It's like, how much does Lattimore change things for Washington? How much does Philly getting on a roll change things? Like, I mean, those are things to consider.
They are. Your hope with the Lions is that they're not peaking too soon.
Yeah, that would be that. But I mean, I don't think they are. I think they look like they're getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah. They really do. Bobby?
Number 2, it is the Baltimore Ravens. I have zero reason to move this team. Last week would have been the time to move them after they lost to the Browns. You go face Denver, and you absolutely beat them down and expose Sean Payton for the fraud that his team is. Playing a good team, they completely crumble. But Baltimore Ravens, that to me is arguably the most efficient offense in the NFL. It's right up there with Washington. I'm going Baltimore Ravens number 2.
Hey?
I have the Kansas City Chiefs. Look, I mean, Monday night against Tampa Bay, Bobby's right on this. I mean, it looked bad. They were a 2-point conversion away from losing that game. I really think the Bucs should have done that. And they probably, Baker might have converted that. But yeah, Kansas City Chiefs here, and look, they've gotten D-Hop to where he needs to be. That's a dangerous receiving core right there. Travis Kelce has been playing out of his mind of late. And all they do is win. And I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs schedule. They play Buffalo in a couple weeks on the road. They don't have another loss after that. They really don't. I mean, this is a minimum 16-1 team.
Woo. Whoa.
Minimum.
6. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm not going to disagree.
I mean, they already have.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, what are they at right now?
8-0.
8-0.
Yeah.
They're halfway there.
I mean, I don't think. We'll see.
Not a hot take? No?
It's not. Next up for me, number 3, I've got the Buffalo Bills.
Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
They are 7-2, second most wins in the league. They had a game that was closer than it should have been with Miami, but I don't know. Even though it got close, and I think it was actually got tied, I never felt like it was like incredibly in danger of losing. Amari Cooper does give them an added dimension of a true top guy, even though he's not like a number 1. It gives them that added dimension. So I have Buffalo at 3.
I have a change. I had the Buffalo Bills last week. I'm dropping them, and I'm moving up the Washington Commanders to number 3. The Lattimore trade is what changes this for me a little bit. The Lattimore trade, and then here's the other angle, and we can talk more about Buffalo here in a sec. Here's the issue with Buffalo. Here's the records of the teams that Buffalo's beaten. Chop. 5-4, 2-6, 2-7, 3-6, 2-7, 4-5. 2-6.
Fair.
Those are the teams they've beaten.
Fair.
The teams they've lost to are 6-3 and 6-3.
Fair.
So there is a question here that was way too close for comfort against Miami, and so I had to drop them down with the Lattimore trade and just how great that offense has been for Washington. I'm starting to believe big time in the Washington Commanders. They're at number 3.
The Bills have stayed at number 3 for me. A little bit of a scare against Miami. I understand, I get it, but Josh Allen, still, like I said last week, dark horse to win MVP in my opinion. Even though, he is the favorite, I believe, still this week. But yeah, Buffalo 3 for me, and look, they have a chance to improve that ranking when they host the Chiefs here in a couple weeks.
All right, so Peyton's got Detroit, Kansas City, Buffalo. I have Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo. Bobby has Detroit, Baltimore, Washington on the top 3. At number 4, I have Baltimore. Now, I know that Baltimore beat
it's a little low
Buffalo, But they do have 3 losses too. That's got to play into it. They've got a late bye too. It's not the first week of December, and after that, this team should not lose more than 1 game the rest of the way. They'll absolutely be a top 3 seed in the AFC, unless Pittsburgh somehow doesn't just lose and stays and hangs on to the AFC North. But Baltimore's great. Their ability to run the ball with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, given that added dimension, is just impossible to beat right now. I still don't view them as a legitimate threat in the conference. I don't think they can beat Kansas City. I do think Buffalo can beat Kansas City.
Oh, I think obviously I'm not as high on Kansas City, but I do think it's possible for a couple different teams to beat them. Number 4 team is the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen, by the way, I didn't realize this. Did you know he threw his first 2 interceptions of the season the last 2 weeks?
He hadn't had an interception yet?
No, he's at 17 touchdowns to 2 picks now. He threw 1 against Seattle and 1 against Miami.
You're lying.
Yeah, which seems almost unbelievable to think about, especially after he threw 18 last year. But Buffalo it's a good football team, but there are questions about their level of competition. The Miami game was just a little off-putting because Miami has not looked good at all this year. And so for them to struggle like that gave me a little bit of pause, especially since the good teams they've played, they've had trouble with. So drop them down a little bit, but I am still optimistic that they can be good in the future. I just have some questions. So Buffalo, number 4.
Peyton?
I have Baltimore number 4. I believe that's where I had them last week, so I would keep them there. I mean, look, 3 losses. They're still a really good team, but Lamar Jackson, Bobby, he's more of a running back now. He's starting to throw the ball. 280 yards passing last week against Denver, and he only completed 16 of 19 passes. Doesn't have to throw that much, and he's still completing over almost 300 yards. So I have Baltimore, and it's frustrating really because Pittsburgh's always they're going to be at the top of that division throughout the remainder of the year. They're just going to, and it doesn't seem like Pittsburgh's all that good. Like they're 7-2, but they're just going to be right there with Baltimore until Baltimore has to beat them twice. But I have Baltimore at 4.
Yeah, by the way, that's the 3rd time this season that Lamar's thrown fewer than 20 passes. So he is a running back. Brian Anger's going to finish with as many pass attempts as him.
How has his deep ball progressed in his career?
Deep ball's not all been the issue for him all the time. It's more frequently the stuff in the middle of the field in the intermediate areas. So the area where Cousins really excels, and where San Francisco tries to put the ball, he can't. He's just.
Has he gotten a lot better at it, or
no.
still?
Nope.
Is he just? Are they avoid? If you were to look at his spray chart, is it like a?
It doesn't look like. It doesn't look. It's not like he's out there looking like Anthony Richardson. It's just below the top tier quarterbacks. It's not in the same range.
Okay. All right. Number 5 for me. I finally did it.
The Dallas Cowboys?
The Dallas Cowboys.
The Washington Commanders.
There we go.
I truthfully cannot figure them out.
Is this a Lattimore thing at all for you?
No. When did they get him yet? Was it
yesterday?
2 days ago, right? Or was it yesterday?
Yesterday. Mm-hmm.
No, I truthfully can't figure this team out because as the Vegas guy in me, we're slower to upgrade and downgrade teams necessarily. On a neutral field, I if I was handicapping it against the Cowboys, I think that might have them as a 1-point favorite on a neutral field
against this.
With Dak against the Dak-led Cowboys, and with Micah, with Tank, a healthy Cowboy team, but they do have the 3rd best point differential in the entire league. I gotta give it to them for that. I think Buffalo's 2, and then Detroit obviously is number 1. They're 2nd ranked in offensive DVOA. That's a great indicator of future success. They're 26th in defensive, so that's not a great sign for their playoff hopes. But the fact that their offense is just off the charts, I have to have them at number 5.
And remember, Dan Quinn defense here in Dallas, the first year, they were leaky the first 10 to 12 weeks of the season, and then it started to click at the end of the year. I think Washington, you're going to start to see some of that click into place. Number 5, not the Kansas City Chiefs.
He loves an 8-0 team.
I hate this guy.
Out of his top 5.
They're going to go 16-1.
You know what? I was right about Philly. I was right about Pittsburgh. I don't.
Everyone was right about Pittsburgh.
Were you right about Philly, Peyton? Where did you have them? Didn't you say, I believe, last year into December, Jalen Hurts is the MVP of the league?
At the time, he was.
So shut your damn mouth, Peyton.
At the time, he was.
W.I. Peyton back there. And with all that said, I have the Philadelphia Eagles at number 5.
Oh, my gosh.
Kellen Moore, baby, he's going to come up here. He's going to drop all sorts of, deep balls to Jordan Mailata to just mock the Cowboys. This is going to get ugly. This will be Kellen wants to light up the scoreboard. Dear God, you haven't seen Kellen wants to light up the scoreboard till this weekend, Mike. So I have the Philadelphia Eagles at number 5.
Peyton?
Well, I am W.I. Peyton because I have the Philadelphia Eagles at number 5.
Good call.
And look, I've left Washington out. If we could have 6 teams in our power rankings, I'd put Washington at 6. It was back and forth, 5 and 6 with Washington and Philly. But when Philly's healthy, they're a really good team, one of the best in the NFC. And look,
one of the best.
It's Saquon Barkley. I mean, we have to admit, Howie Roseman's a genius for doing this. Everyone was trashing him early on for the pick. Oh, Saquon's washed. He's not this, not that. Saquon's been the best acquisition of the offseason for the NFL.
More than Derrick Henry?
Okay.
You know what's going to happen to Philadelphia, though. You know this is going to happen. Like, in a year, when he's not having a great year because he's a running back, he gets hurt or whatever, they're going to say this was a terrible signing. That's just the way Philadelphia sports fans are.
Although they all love Howie. So what was your 1 through 5?
Kansas City, Detroit, Buffalo, Baltimore, Washington.
I got Detroit, Baltimore, Washington, Buffalo, Philly.
Detroit, Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly.
All right. Let's. Bobby has a problem with the NBA. Let's talk about how we spent our night because it was late. It was very late. I am super stunned at some of the developments from yesterday, and part of that is the College Football Playoff Committee selection. That also was part of the night. It's all coming up next year at 105.3. The fans get you over to Zero's, get that carpet clean, Cleanway, Greenway, Zero's Way. It is the RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's an amazing offer for you. It's 3 rooms, pre-treated, cleaned, and sanitized for $99, then $70.
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton Russell, Caitlin alongside, as this is a post-election day edition of Sean and RJ. Sean's out today. A little sick, a little under the weather. He hit us up. It wasn't late last night. It was like noon.
No, he hit us up when things were still trending a certain direction. So, you guys don't have to worry about anything like that.
So a lot of talk is that
I would actually say I think Sean misses days like these.
I
don't think Sean wants to be out for days like these.
I agree. There's always talk that Election Day should be a national holiday. I think the day after Election Day should be a national holiday. I think everyone that I'm talking to, I've talked to people who were happy with the results and very unhappy. They're dragging today.
They all want the day off. They want to either celebrate or they want to mourn.
I was up till 2 a.m.
Yeah. What time did you wake up?
4:45.
Man, you didn't even get 2 full REM sleep cycles. I mean, you got disrupted in the second one.
I drove into work today, and I'm not joking about this, and I probably shouldn't say this because it's dangerous, but I was so tired. I was alternating. I put my hand over one eye to let that eye sleep.
Ooh.
While I'm driving through the other one, and then I switch, and I go, oh, okay, well, let's do this one.
You know what I'll do in those instances when I'm that sleepy? As I'm driving, I will start biting the inside of my cheek or my lip or just like something to like wake me up.
Yeah. I mean, I know what you're really supposed to do. Cold water is an amazing thing for that. Cold water is an amazing tool. Like if you're starting to fall asleep at the wheel, pull over, grab a cold towel or something, just put it on your face. That will give you a rush of blood and energy, and that's tremendous. And I never think to do it. I should have done it this morning. I was so tired because you can't go to bed. This is a Super Bowl event, right? Everyone's up to watching it. I didn't know anybody that was asleep.
You can get some alertness too. Well, if you like induce a little bit of controlled hyperventilation. So if you do one of these like, and just do that a few times, like you start getting a little bit of. Like you start getting an overdose of oxygen, basically, it'll make you alert. Andrew Huberman, you know who he is? We've talked about him before. He's that neuroscientist, the podcaster. He says that one of the things to do if you're losing your alertness or whatever else, he says double inhale and then exhale. So,
have you ever tried the Navy SEAL sleep technique where you can fall asleep in like 2 minutes?
I've heard it. Which one? It's the one where you elevate your legs, or is it the breathing technique?
It's the breathing technique. You breathe in for like 4 seconds,
breathe
hold
in,
for
hold.
7.
It's 4, 7, 8.
4, 7. I've tried it before. Like it works, man. It's crazy. How
it does
works.
relax you because it is like it's a parasympathetic nervous system.
I just can't hold my breath for 7 seconds. That's my biggest issue. Peyton, how did you? What time did you go to bed? When did you turn this thing off?
I probably turned it off around 10. Took a shower, and then I was in bed by 10:30. Out before 11.
So you didn't know who won, or did you know who won?
I mean, I had a feeling. I think we all had a feeling. I was looking at all the betting markets and stuff. I mean, Trump, golly, 9 o'clock, 9:30 was minus 300. I was like, okay, usually Vegas isn't wrong when it comes to this stuff. So that's when I knew, and then I woke up and saw the news.
Do you remember what's like had they called Carolina by then or Georgia?
Oh, they didn't call Carolina by 10.
That was after midnight, right?
That was after
close?
11. North Carolina was the first one that went, and then Georgia was called. So North Carolina was called like 10:30, I think, and then Georgia was called at 11:30.
California was in the 9 o'clock hour, I think.
Oh, California's called before there's even a vote.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They do it every year. And, like, I was thought, like Florida was called as soon as the polls closed. And I said this earlier, like, again, if you were alive and voting in 2000, when that thing took a month, to have Florida, A, have their you-know-what together to be able to call an election early, and B, like, there's no more hanging chads. Like, it's all done electronically or whatever. And also, for it to not be a battleground.
Oh, yeah. No,
Florida to be that much of a not battleground is stunning after, again, if you lived through, 20 of the last 30 years.
Demographics shift.
Yeah.
I mean, Michigan, like Pennsylvania wasn't much of a battleground in recent years. Wisconsin wasn't a battleground.
Right.
Like, those are the battlegrounds now. Ohio's not one anymore. Ohio's pretty solidly to one side. Florida's the same way.
We kind of are now too. Like Texas, there was a lot of people that were thinking like Texas was going to be up for grabs late, and I mean, I didn't see the final tally.
It was last I saw it was 57-42. It was pretty wide.
A lot. That's a lot. But
I think Cruz won by more than people thought.
Yeah, I think he did. I thought that was going to be closer. I think than it actually.
Because I think the
turned out
final polls said it was like a 2-point spread or something.
Yeah.
And that one ended up being 53-44.
Yeah, we get fooled by polls a lot. That's just the way it is. And everybody does. There's nobody knows how to actually poll these things anymore. When did you turn it off?
So when I saw where things were at with Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, when that was at like 90%, I was like, all right, Georgia's been called, North Carolina's been called. One of these is probably going to him, and that's all he needs. He needs one. And so that told me what the result was going to be. And I went, okay, all right, time to go to bed. So I laid down and woke up this morning and glad I didn't wait for it to be called, because if I would have waited for it to be called, I would have stayed up till 4:30 in the morning before Wisconsin was called by the AP.
Oh, is that when it was?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Wisconsin was called by the AP at like 4:30.
Did like all the people on the networks, like the CNNs and the Fox News, were they up at 4:30 with this thing, or do they shut it down?
I think they typically stay on. They rotate people out, but they stay on and live and covering everything.
Huh? Because I know like,
but Fox called it early. I think Fox called it like 2.
I think they called before then.
Well, they called Pennsylvania. They called Pennsylvania early.
But they had him at like 270 something before he went on and spoke. Because when he spoke, he said he had already won Wisconsin, and like when they flip it off, and like CNN's like, I don't know, he hasn't won Wisconsin yet. Like ABC was like, he hasn't won Wisconsin yet, but he had already talked about in the past tense, like, I've already won Wisconsin.
It was a little weird. Chris Wallace was on he's on CNN now, and he's like referencing back controversial things like, well, when I was over at Fox and we called in 2016, we called Pennsylvania early, and everybody thought that was too strong, and it ended up being right. And I'm like, it's a little weird. You're on CNN now, and you're like, you're spiking what you did with Fox 8 years ago.
I did notice that. That was
like, I felt like Dana Bash was like, shut the hell up. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about let's talk about these women voters, right? How'd that break? Like, it felt like she was trying to shift away pretty quick.
Let's see. From the 972, I was awake at 12:50, and Fox called it at 12:58. From the 325, it was 1:35 a.m. by Fox, and the rest of the media waited an extra 3 hours. You had a problem with the NBA.
Look, maybe this is too much for me, Chop, but you'll notice we're not coming back with any NBA calls this morning.
Well, we are not. No,
we're not. We're not coming back with any highlights.
You can't watch the Mavs.
Why aren't we coming back? I can. Why aren't we coming back with any? We should be coming back with. We come back Cowboys games. Why aren't we coming back with like Jake Tapper making a state call or something like that? Like, oh, we can now project. Yeah, we can project this. Like, we should have come back with that. But no, this is the third time now that on election day the NBA is not playing games because they started in 2022. and on Election Day, they don't play games. And they say that they take this day off in order to promote nonpartisan civic engagement through various initiatives, including this year's Get in the Game initiative. Election Day is one of the few days on the calendar on which no NBA games will be played, barring any scheduled changes. And here's my issue with it, Chop. You're not that important. Play your basketball games. CFP selection show went ahead as planned. NFL said, we're still having our trade deadline. We're not worried about it. The NBA, this just seems like this seems a little self-important. An attempt to be like, let's use our critical influence. You know, people want to know who Cade Cunningham. That Cade Cunningham thinks it's okay to vote. Shut up. They're gonna vote anyway. Just play basketball. I would have liked something else to watch last night. I would have enjoyed if there was some NBA.
Would you have watched?
Yes. Hockey was on.
Huh?
Hockey was on. The hockey hamster.
I would have enjoyed watching NBA last night. Like I would have liked it. That would have been good to me if I would have had a like if Phoenix was playing last night. It doesn't even have to be a Mavericks game. If there was a TNT or an ESPN game on last night, I would have been watching it. I would have been following the election on the my laptop or whatever. But I would have watched basketball. That would have given me something to watch. I didn't like that I didn't have anything else to watch last night.
I gotta be honest. I don't have a problem with them doing this. I mean, I get why they do it. I understand why they do it. They want to have like the players view this as important to them, or maybe they don't. But I'm not watching like last night, for example. I am a mega college football fan.
Mm-hmm.
If that selection show was at 8:00 versus 6:00, I probably wouldn't have watched a second of it. 6:00, there's only like 2 states that have closed. It's like Indiana and Kentucky, and we know where they were going to go. There was no drama. If this was at 8:00, I don't know that I would have watched the college selection show last night.
See, to me, it's...
And I certainly wouldn't have gone to the game.
It feels a little bit like look at me behavior from Adam Silver. That even by taking off and going, we want to make it all about election day, it feels like phony humility almost. And just like, man, this is about bigger than basketball. This is about bigger than our sport. Play your games. That's not different. Now, you mentioned today should be a national holiday. We talk about things taking off. Is it a problem to you that, for instance, where we're at, our kids are in Louisville ISD. Louisville ISD shut down their schools yesterday.
You know, my kids were out of school Monday and Tuesday, but that was like an in-service day.
Tuesday they were out of school because I guess not that the school wasn't a polling location, but there were enough of them in Louisville ISD that were polling locations.
Yeah.
That's
fine.
They just universally shut it down, which I get.
You got to do what you got to do, right?
Kristen's whole argument was like, I guess she said that, you know, she remembers being at school and like people coming in to vote while they're at school.
I did too.
And she was like, it's weird to have just random people walking into a school with all the security measures that need to be taken.
I remember that. My high school was a polling location when I was a kid. There's no way in hell, as a parent, I'd have been cool with that yesterday.
Yeah, especially in this day and age.
Not a chance. Not a chance with what's gone on. There's not a chance I would have been okay with that. I mean, you would have to have absolute armed guards and metal detectors everywhere.
Yeah, especially with how intense this one and the last few have been.
So I'm totally cool with them doing that. I think today should be. I think everyone I'm talking to, is dragging today. The traffic doesn't look like it's anything special this morning. It looks
that's also because the blinds are closed.
That's fair. That's fair. But I did take a peek earlier, Bob.
I was looking over there too, like, oh well, yeah. I just see gray pavement out there. Oh no, those are the blinds.
Yeah, those are the blinds. Yeah. So hey, what's coming up in Smartass? Below the belt.
Let's take a look at the hot seat rankings. Not for coaches. Let's see which Cowboys players' jobs are on the line. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Coming up on that next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
We've talked about coaches on the hot seat, but what about the players?
Players on the hot seat.
Players. Let's get into it. This is Below the Belt. Thank you to A#1 Air for presenting it. Let's look at which players' jobs for 2025 and beyond are on the line here in this final stretch of games. So I've got some names, how hot I think their seat is, and I'm going to ask you for your thoughts here on this chop. And over on the fan text, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053. So let's talk about how critical you think these final several games are for their potential future here in Dallas. Got 5 names for you here, Chop. You ready?
All right.
All right. Number 1, Rico Dowdle. So Dowdle is
I'm going to need his age.
Dowdle is in the final year of his contract, has been injury prone for a lot of it. Overall, would you say that for all the issues with the running game, have you been like I have fairly impressed with how he's run the ball this season when he's been given opportunities? I think he's been solid.
I've been fine with Rico.
I just think opportunities haven't been there for him consistently. He turned 26 in June, so he'll be 27 next year. But not a lot of tread on the tires. He has started 6 games in his career. He's been in the league since 2020. This is his 5th year. He missed all of 21, most of 22. Played in 23, but he only has 167 carries.
All right, let me ask you this, because I don't believe that. So I know some people believe, like, you know, if you don't play a year because you got hurt or whatever, or you just didn't play because you didn't get the touches, that you're not really 28, you're really 27 because your body didn't go through that.
You don't believe that? I don't believe it with corner or receiver or anything else.
And I'm asking, I agree. I think I know where you're going here. I think we're going to the same spot. Does it matter with running backs?
Running back, I think that does, because running back, you're getting worn down, like your body's getting abused.
Corner and wide receiver, it's an age.
Yeah,
speed
when you're 30, you're 30 and you're losing speed.
Yeah,
27 is a really early age for you to just start going through a sharp decline, and that only happens because they take a beating at the position. I think so. That matters there. Now, if it was he's 30. Well, I say no, he's about 30, and that's just you're going to start slowing down a little bit.
Like Adrian Peterson, after the ACL, right? Like it was like, all right, well, he didn't play that, but he did play.
Yeah.
Like, would you have counted that? No, because he was too old at that point.
Yeah. So at this age, though, 26 years old and has carried the ball 167 times, I think. So
what number would he get on the offseason?
Couple million, probably $2 million.
Fine.
So I think that he's somebody who is he playing for a job?
Yeah.
I think he is, but I think the Cowboys are leaning towards, we'd love to have him back as part of whatever running back room we have. So Rico Dowdle is that name on that front. Next name for you, Jalen Tolbert. And did the Jonathan Mingo trade yesterday, this kind of got brought up, is that an indictment of Tolbert, or is that just you need 3 receivers?
I think it's 3 receivers because you do. I think that we were slow. I wasn't because I'm smart. But I think the football public was slow to look at the third wide receiver no differently than you would your right defensive end.
Yeah, the one who's up against the left tackle.
You need, well, I guess that'll be the left defensive end. You need 2 defensive ends. You need 3 wide receivers. We were just slow as a football public to realize, oh, it's not just 2 wide receivers anymore, right? The third wide receiver is a position on the field that is a starter. It's a 60-play-a-game guy. It's just as important as your second defensive end. So, yeah, I think you need 3, absolutely.
But is he one of them? Is he good enough to be a starting receiver?
Tolbert?
Yes. Has he shown you anything that says, all right, coming along, it was coming along slowly, but
yeah,
he might be able to do this?
I do, because what do we really expect out of our, because he was supposed to be the third.
Here's what he's on pace for this year. And he's had to be the 2 for about half the season now.
More than that. Right?
And Ferguson is involved in that too. He's on pace this year for 17-game projection, 64 receptions, 750 yards, 6 touchdowns.
I mean, that's better than Brandon Cooks got last year, isn't it?
Yeah. Little bit better. But
that's fine.
In general, you're fine with that?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to have 2,000-yard receivers, are you? We're not the.
And he's not a big cap charge yet. He's got another year left on his deal. But is it enough to say, hey, this is your chance to tell us why we shouldn't pick a receiver in the first 3 rounds?
Well, let's see what Mingo's like this year. If he's not,
there's an
good.
investment there. You essentially used a 4th-round pick on Mingo. You just drafted him with your 4th-round pick.
You did. I would still consider using a pick on a receiver the first 3 rounds.
Next up, Mozzie Smith. Is Mozzie Smith playing for his job the rest of the way?
Oh, God, yes.
Taco Charlton was cut after his 2nd season. I think Tristan Hill was cut after his 2nd season. So right now, Mozzie has played out similarly to those 2. He got into, whoa, geez, I did not realize that. Did you know Tristan Hill got into his 4th year with Dallas?
Oh, God.
How'd that even happen? Here were Tristan Hill's game totals. Number of games played for the Cowboys. 2019, 7 games. 2020, 5. 2021, 6. 2022, 7. And then he got traded or released in 2022. But Mozzie Smith, is Mozzie Smith going to be given a longer leash because he's a 1st-round pick, or are we looking at the Taco Charlton situation again where he's a bubble guy in camp next year?
I think that I would not bring him back.
You wouldn't even bring him back as part of your rotation next year.
Just move on. Cut your losses.
Which is something that's more concerning to you when you see somebody who technically doesn't look like they're putting together, or somebody like Mozzie where it feels like their head might be broken?
I don't know. That's not a position where it's a mental position, right?
I think every position's a mental position when you're hanging your head, and he hangs his head a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think it is, but maybe.
So, is there anything he can do to reverse things for you over the final stretch of games?
Sure.
Or
play well.
How well does he have to play? Does it have to be dominant, or can it just be give me league average play at defensive tackle?
Play as well as the guys that left in the offseason.
Okay, that's fair. 469. Rico is a scammer. He's injured every year except his last year when he's trying to get a new contract. Hell no, let him go. I don't think Rico Dowdle has been faking injury. I think Rico Dowdle has wanted his opportunities for sure. Another 469. Mozzie was a terrible pick. We need to stop using these 1st-round picks on project guys that are so ridiculously raw. There's barely even a hope they will work out. We're doing hot seat rankings here for the Dallas Cowboys players the rest of the way. Terrence Steele, how hot is his seat over these final 9 games at right tackle?
In what you've evaluated, how would you grade him?
Better than last year, not as good as he was before the injury, which is average to at times a little below.
Does he look like the injury you could tell is absolutely impacted?
I don't know if the injury has impacted him. It might just be coincidental timing, but if you look at that as the line, the timeline marker, then it's been different since then. I think last year it impacted him. This year, I don't know what's going on. This past game, he played well. So hopefully he's rebounded. Mm-hmm. But Terrence Steele, especially if Tyler Guyton's struggling at left tackle and feels more comfortable at right, and you just say, well, we can move Tyler Guyton to right tackle and we can kick Tyler Smith out to left, is Terrence Steele's job on the line down the stretch, Chop?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's too important of a position to go with somebody that you can't trust. Your quarterback is getting older. You don't want him hurt. He doesn't move as well. That's okay. It happens. They're going to look, they might. Would you consider them moving Guyton to the right side next year? And
yeah,
if they get a left tackle that's on their board that's there?
Sure. Yeah, or if you like a guard, move Tyler Smith out to left tackle and Guyton to right if Guyton's more comfortable there.
Absolutely.
I know they think he does. They think Guyton does have the footwork to be able to do left side. It's just it's got to come around. He's been a defensive tackle for a lot of his career. He switched over to offensive line in the last few years. There's some rawness there. And then fifth name here, Chop. A guy that I feel like we're always waiting for him to break out. It feels like we like him, but it's like, when's the next step? And with all the investments you have to make, Osa Odigizua, who's an impending free agent, is that somebody whose job is on the line, or is that somebody that you're just kind of thinking, that's a guy. I can get that guy anywhere, and I got other things I got to spend money on. I can't be devoting money to a Tyrone Crawford.
That's a guy that... Boy, shots fired Tyrone Crawford.
You know what I'm saying? I like Tyrone Crawford, but you know what I'm saying. The Cowboys wouldn't have done the Tyrone Crawford deal over again.
Again, right. Yeah. That's a guy that, and this is a perfect example of what how the Cowboys may do things differently than other organizations. I think a lot of other organizations might say, you know what, we can find that dude. He's a good player, but you have to be in the NFL. You have to be willing to walk away from quality players.
And he's a good player.
And he's a very good.
It feels like we've been waiting for him to take another step that he hasn't taken.
You've got to be willing to walk away from good players with your window open and replace them and put faith in your drafting and your player development. You got to be able to do that. You have to be willing to do that. Otherwise, you'll never manage the cap. So I'd be okay with him leaving.
Look, and when we're looking at these hot seat rankings and we're talking about getting the most out of players, a guy who's gotten the most out of his players this year is Brian Flores in Minnesota. He's done a great job. That's somebody who a lot of people are really high on. Yeah. Would like to see him get another shot here in the NFL.
I thought you meant here.
Or here as a head coach. And you know what? Dallas is potentially going to have a job opening. We played earlier today the political attack ad from Bill Belichick on Ben Johnson. We had the political attack ad from Mike McCarthy on Bill Belichick. There was another one that was out this week for the growing sentiment for Brian Flores to get another crack. There was some pushback against the idea of Brian Flores potentially being the head coach here in Dallas.
Brian Flores doesn't want you to remember how things ended in Miami. Luckily, that's one of the few things Tua Tagovailoa does remember.
If you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right.
It doesn't matter that Flores' evaluation of Tua was correct.
Sometimes I draw back and sometimes I just practice backflipping and throwing, you know?
What matters is one question. Does Brian Flores have the temperament to deal with Mike Leslie? Vote no on Brian Flores and no on controversy. Paid for by John Gruden's campaign to get back in the NFL.
So, look, a lot of powerful money doesn't want Brian Flores to get the job here in Dallas.
Boy, these are great. These are great. We need to do this for every election cycle. We got to do this. All right, there's a little bit of B-Lo.
B-Belt.
All right, here on 105.3 The Fan. Did the Rangers find their next manager?
What?
And a little bit of Nathan Eovaldi news coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan in the 9 o'clock hour on Sean and
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. It is fist pump time. This is at 9 o'clock hour. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. He is Peyton Russell. And she is Caitlin. And it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick Eatman will join us coming up at 9:20. And then, of course, the KMC masterpiece at 9:40. Sean is out today, out sick. Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. Don't know. But as of now, we're just going to finish out the show without him today.
Yeah. He's going to have to he's going to have to, spend some time recovering from last night. Very upset about Vandy.
Yes, he is. Vandy being left out of the college football playoff. SMU showing up right on the doorstep at number 13. Great job by Rhett Lashley and company. A&M at 14 and Texas at number 5.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Sean. So he needed the day after those results came in, and he needed some recovery. So we'll see if he's back here tomorrow, or if this is just a 2-day recovery for him. But I'm sure he's actually bummed out he didn't get to be here for post NFL trade deadline talk. CFP talk. I mean, whatever else we could have been talking about, I'm sure he would have waited.
Wasn't anything else going on last night.
So,
all right. So, the Rangers have a new skipper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second.
Well, they potentially have a new skipper.
Right, no, they do.
Yes, they do.
It's a tease, Bobby. It's a tease.
Yes.
But anyway, they do have this, and this is the contract projections of all of the free agents, the top 50 free agents in Major League Baseball. And the Rangers do have 4 guys that are going to be on this list of the top 50.
Mm-hmm.
And what might they get? And I want you to just give me a yes or no on this one. Or you can give me, dive into it a little bit more as well.
I got you.
Nathan Eovaldi. Opening day roster age of 35 in 2025. The projected contract is 2 years, $45 million.
It's not the look. If that money, devoting that money, prevents you from committing to a potential top 2 starter, then probably no. But as long as you're telling me there's still flexibility behind it, sure. $23 million seems fine. 22.5, $23 million. That seems fine to go that route. So I guess I'll say yes, I would pay that. How about you?
I absolutely would have. I absolutely pay that because I mean, he was on the hook for $20 million anyway. This would be 22.5. Absolutely. I mean, he is a legitimate frontline starter.
Yeah.
In the postseason. Legitimate.
I mean, even so, if you get what he's at the last 2 years, his field and independent pitching is what 3.8. Like, I'll take that. Those are good peripherals. I'd take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he's like, this is exactly the kind of guy that I want on my roster. He has shown he's ranked in the top 40 in both pitcher WAR and innings pitched over the last 2 years. Reliable into his 30s, and better postseason numbers than regular season numbers. So I am all in. Andrew Heaney, opening day age of 33. The projected contract is 3 years, $28 million, so $9 a year.
No. The Andrew Heaney experience is just it's too much of a roller coaster for me. I know he pitched really well at times last year. He wasn't getting any run support at times, but no. Yeah, I need more consistency for $9 million.
I need more consistency. I'll tell you this. You're not going to be able to find somebody who's going to eat as many innings as he does for $9 million. Most years, right?
Yeah.
Isn't like a fifth starter still getting way over 10?
Yeah.
They're a free agent.
A lot of times. But I mean, like, for this team, with all the questions they've had about their finances and stuff, I don't want to commit $9 million.
I don't necessarily either. You got to find ways to make that money up somewhere. I think it's a good spot to do it. Put a kid up there, let them go. But he does eat up innings, and that's big for your bullpen. But I'm with you. It's a tough decision you're going to make. I would say no to Andrew Heaney. Kirby Yates. He'll be 38 years old on opening day.
Woo!
The projected contract is 2 years, $24 million, 12 a year.
Man, he was really good for most of the year. The problem is that's such an outlier in terms of some of the stuff he did peripherally.
Yeah.
No. I'm going to say no. Not at that age.
It'd be you would triple his salary. He only made $4 million this year.
Worth every bit of it.
Yes. And look, if you're not going to be a competitor, you don't need a closer. I do think they're going to be a competitor. I think this was an outlier year for them. So I would still say no on Kirby Yates. Max Scherzer. He'll be 40. The projected deal is 1 year, $13.5 million.
No. Nope.
No.
Probably no amount of money.
Nope.
He's cooked.
He is cooked.
And I mean, I respect so much of what he's been as a pitcher. Look, I remember there was a time, 2011, when Scherzer was the guy you were praying for in the rotation to come around in a playoff series against Texas. When Texas was in the ALCS, it's like, I'd prefer to face Scherzer over three other guys in that rotation. And the way he just became one of the most dominant and, biggest bulldog competitors as a starting pitcher. And I loved having him here for the brief time whenever he was healthy. But the injuries are starting to pile up, and I think you saw last year, it's cooked.
I agree. They actually do have one more. I miscounted. David Robertson. Now, he'll be 39 on opening day. He played this year for $11.5 million, and that is the exact deal they say for next year, a 1 year, $11.5 million deal. Boy, I'll tell you, I went look. He has had a phenomenal career.
Yeah, he's been really good.
If he played any other position, if he was a hitter, you'd be talking about he would have compiled enough numbers to make the Hall of Fame. Like, he is, obviously as a reliever, you're not. But if you take a guy who's been as good as he has been as a reliever, as a hitter, at 39 years old, they're going to have all the metrics you would need to make the Hall.
Yeah,
counting numbers.
He has been, we talked about fielding independent pitching earlier. He's had like 8 seasons under 3.
He's just so steady.
And I mean, that's going from age 25 up to 39 last year. He's still a good reliever. How much was that again?
11.5. It's high. That's high for a relief pitcher, but if you stink, you can offload him too.
1 year. He's had 1 year under 3.67 on his fielding independent pitching. Yeah, I'll pay it.
I will too. He's one of the few links in the league in the pitching department still linked to Rivera, because that's how he learned to throw that cutter. He learned it from him. It's I love David Robertson.
That's still my favorite interaction I've ever had with a player. was when he first came up, like his first year he was here, and I didn't know anything about him, and I had season tickets in the bleachers, and I was out there at batting practice, and I used to chirp at all the opposing players during batting practice. I was a pain in the ass.
So this is like 09,
yeah,
2010, something like that?
09. And he was there, and he was in the outfield, and I was just, barking at him and saying stuff, and I'd said something about him being, for some reason, he was throwing left-handed in the outfield. Like he was just goofing around, I guess. But he was new, so I didn't know anything about David Robertson. He was a relatively new pitcher, so I didn't know if he was lefty or righty. And I had made some comment to him about, you're the most awkward-looking lefty I've ever seen, or something like that. And he turns back and he goes, I'm not even left-handed, idiot. And then I was like, I guess that's where the ineffective part comes in. You're out here practicing left-handed. I'm the idiot, though. You're the one out here practicing left-handed. And he comes walking over to me, like makes a beeline. I'm like, oh, crap, he's going to confront me. And then when he gets to the edge of the wall, he tosses a ball up to me and he goes, that was pretty good. And then he walked off.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about him is I think he's an Alabama fan. He's from Birmingham.
Well, he is Southern.
Yeah,
he is Southern.
But love the high socks. I love any player that wears high socks. I'm absolutely in on. So there's your those are some of the projected contracts. And one guy that's on this list as well, not a Ranger, but it's Roki Sasaki, the Japanese pitcher, 23 years old. He's expected to be posted. And all the talk absolutely is that the Dodgers are going to be the ones to go get him. He's 23, like I said. The projected contract, it just says $5 million, and which is a signing bonus in a minor league deal. But that's, I guess, part of the international bonus pool money. So it's not the same as it used to be, where you just post somebody and here's $50 million up front, whatever.
Yeah.
So he's a guy to get. I would love to get him. Everything I've seen is, he looks.
They've done homework on him.
Yeah.
Chris Young went overseas and watched him, and they've done work. So, but they obviously are financially a little. Mm-hmm. They've had their financial questions that they've had to work.
Would he choose to go there?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
As opposed to the Dodgers or just pick a team.
Yeah, what are the Dodgers going to do? They're going to add Soto. They're going to sign this guy. It's going to be, they'll just continue to load up. The rich get richer.
They're talking about Willie Adames. It's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, at some point, don't you get bored being that good? Don't you just say let's challenge ourselves a little bit. Let's not just sign everybody.
Yep. Hey, speaking of the Dodgers, this is Joe Kelly. Now, Joe Kelly is a world-class trash talker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big dump button risk every time he goes on with KNC.
Absolutely. But he is a world-class trash talker. I love the kissy face that he threw at, was it at George Springer or Correa? I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
But so he says he was letting it go. He was talking trash about the Yankees, and when you beat him a team in 5 games, you can talk all the smoke you want, and he did on the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast.
We were saying every single game, just let them throw the ball to the infield. They can't make a play. You saw Shohei got an extra base going to third on sloppy Glaber play. It's well known. We all knew. We're the Dodgers. We know every little detail. But past that, it was a fun series. They almost snagged a couple wins. You know what I mean? But if it was like the NCAA, like basketball, baseball, hockey, or football, it was just a mismatch from the get-go. We had a playoff re-ranking. They might be ranked 8th or 9th best playoff team. You know what I mean? You're putting the Padres ahead of them. You're putting the Phillies ahead of them. You're putting the Mets ahead of them. You're putting the Braves ahead of them, and the Braves just got unlucky because they had to play that doubleheader. You're putting, the Guardians played like crap, but the Guardians played better baseball around. It was just a complete mismatch, and it's kind of the same feeling from 2018 when we had to go play the Dodgers. The Red Sox were just a way better team. So all we knew is that we just had to play regular Dodger baseball. We didn't have to play out of our butts. We didn't have to do anything crazy, and we were going to win the World Series. It's facts. Just look at the team, look at the talent. Re-rank the teams, and they're ranked 8th.
Did he say we didn't have to play out of our butts?
Yeah.
He is a trash talker.
He is, man. He is an epic trash talker. And he's right about the fact that that team just makes mistakes. They're not
we had to play out of our butts.
They're not a great defensive team by any stretch. I don't know if surely they believe in defense. I'm sure they believe in it, but they just didn't play very well. And it was still a very entertaining, competitive 5-game series. That was the fun part about it. What is this manager in waiting?
Boy, the Rangers appear to have the Bruce Bochy replacement. That's according to Jim Bowden. Jim Bowden had tweeted yesterday when this news came out. The Rangers made a hire yesterday. They hired Skip Schumacher, the former Marlins manager. He was hired as a senior advisor to the president of baseball operations, Chris Young. It's like, all right, well, there's a front office guy. Why is that a big deal? Well, Skip was one of the most sought after or most attractive managerial candidates that was out there after he'd stepped down from the Marlins this past season. NL Manager of the Year in 2023. And this hire, according to Jim Bowden, is the heir apparent. He's going to sit there as basically they've got him reserved, held down in the building, and that he'll be working with Chris Young. But that the thought is that when Bruce Bochy eventually retires, whenever that day comes, that this is your next manager of the Texas Rangers. And if we know anything, Chop, it's that the Miami Marlins are really good at identifying a good manager and then letting them walk out of the door pretty quickly.
Are they?
Joe Girardi, Freddie Gonzalez.
Oh, yeah. Freddie Gonzalez. Forgot about Freddie.
Joe, Freddie. They let NL managers of the year. Yeah, they just let him walk out the building after a year or two. And so this may be the next one, but 44 years old, young guy, got his very first start. Former player, got his first at bat. Pinch hitting for Chris Carpenter, striking out against David Wells. But has been a really highly sought after manager and somebody who, like I said, won NL Manager of the Year in 2023 and is apparently the next in line to take over for the Rangers, according to Jim Bowden, as soon as Bruce Bochy retires.
I'm out.
Why?
He's a good-looking guy. I can't.
Good-looking guy with a half sleeve.
He's too good. He's a good-looking guy. Sarah's going to want to watch all these games for untoward reasons.
Gosh, could you imagine if Troy Aikman was calling a game that he was managing?
I mean, I have no chance.
And what's his name? Parker McCollum singing the anthem for that game.
Oh my God! Now listen to Parker McCollum. I'm attracted to
Parker. Get a mop and a bucket.
Holy cow! My goodness. Yeah. No, Skip. I like Skip. I thought he was a good manager. Miami was a dreadful place to be the manager.
No organization sabotages their staff more than the Miami.
Yeah,
Marlins.
they did a terrible job with what they did with Kim Ng. I had a huge problem with that. She made the playoffs. She was really good at her job. So screw Miami. Like I'm happy for Skip, and he'll be good when he gets his next gig. He will be good. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com reacts to his Arkansas Razorbacks not being in the playoff ranking. Yeah, we knew that. But also to the trade deadline. It's all coming up next year on 105 through the 3.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. The K&C Masterpiece crosstalk coming up at 9:40. They got in. They dragged themselves in a little bit late today. A little late night for us all. But we are now joined by Nick Eatman at DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, I know you were up last night worrying about the results. I know it probably didn't go the way you had hoped for, but what'd you think of Arkansas not making the college football top 25?
A little bit more surprised by the election than that one. But yeah, if I did look at it and go, wow, if Arkansas had beaten Ole Miss, they probably would have been there. But you can't say if when you lose like 63-30 or something like that. So I think Lane Kiffin is still like going for two and scoring touchdowns on them.
I disagree. I don't think you can't say if. It feels like the Cowboys have been saying if all year. Nick, like, well, you know what? If we had 5 extra minutes, we would have come back against Baltimore. We would have come back against San Francisco. So I think if is completely
Did anyone
fair.
say that, Bobby? Has anyone said that word? Has anyone said if there was 5 more minutes?
Not if, not really. I'm being facetious.
Derrick Henry would have scored again. Okay, like when they really wanted to score, they would have. Like that's what I took from that game. Atlanta, kind of the same way, I guess. I think the Atlanta game, you could say maybe like if they little bit more time on the clock or whatever, and didn't have the onside kick, would have gotten interesting. But I mean, they didn't do enough to win the game. I mean, we know that they weren't better on offense, defense, or special teams, so usually you don't win those games like that.
What did you think about the trade for Jonathan Mingo, and what does that mean, do you think, from the Cowboys' perspective in terms of this year and into the future?
Yeah. Like, I'll be honest, I didn't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. Like, it was just, it's a move. I think, it's getting criticized a lot, and I think it's more because of the timing. I don't think it's a bad move just in general, and Stephen Jones says it all the time about 365 days to, years when you acquire players and all that. I just think it just piggybacked on what Jerry said and what maybe everyone's hopes of they were going to get someone to really come in and help this year. Overall, I don't hate the concept of the move, getting a player that is young and has got skills that they liked, that they thought, had second round talent or whatever it is, and getting them young and, knowing that next year you're going to have to address the position in the draft. And I think this is their way of saying we're going to get a head start on it. But, we'll see. We'll see what happens. He hasn't done anything yet. He hasn't done anything with Carolina. Who would, in that situation? So I think that's kind of, I think it's fine. I was looking at his stats. I mean, at his highlights from Ole Miss. That's all I have to go off of right now. And just to see what they liked then. And it's like, okay, I see it, but I mean, he's got to develop for sure.
If they were to have sold, what route do you think they would have taken? Like a lot of little pieces, obviously.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I thought we just said if. I thought we weren't dealing with that.
If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Right.
I'll never forget Dennis Scott, former Maverick, and Orlando Magic point guard. He said, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. So that's what I like. But I don't know. I mean,
philosophically.
But where?
Right.
I just don't know who would want. I mean, you're talking about big players here because the role players are the ones. I mean, they're not playing well either. So we're talking about the big guns, right? Micah and those guys, those trades. I mean, I just don't see who else on the team that you would be like has a ton of value. I maybe a Brandon Cooks or something like that if he was healthy. I don't know. I don't know where they would have gone. I mean, and maybe they looked into that. But I think we all thought it was going to be, hey, we're going for it this year, and that's what Jerry said. We're going for it. This wasn't really a go for it move. This was like a let's get a head start on next year. And he's impressive. He's an impressive looking player. Don't know what happened in Carolina, but I think I think he'd be a guy that he needs to develop. Just think about where we thought of Tolbert after his first 2 years, and then where he kind of is now. I don't think he's the answer necessarily at number 2. I think he's a good solid player, and maybe Mingo can kind of make that jump too.
Do you think this year is more of a blip, or more of the start of a kind of a downward turn?
Well, I think because
I guess that would play into the philosophy.
Yeah,
stuff, right?
I mean, I don't think it's. I think you could argue both ways because you could say blip because of all of the injuries. I mean, the injuries are just catastrophic because you could tell in the offseason their depth was they lost their depth. They lost a lot of their depth and they were relying on young players. Some of those young players got hurt. Some of those young players haven't developed. And then your big guns, especially on defense, have all been hurt. And so it's just a really terrible time for them to try to dip into their depth because it got lost. So you could say that, but you could also say this is the start of that because the start of a downward trend because they went this route. And so far, it hasn't panned out. Like, relying on there was 10 to 15 young players that they were like, this is their year. Maybe that was maybe it's more like 8 to 10 players. And those guys really haven't developed yet. One of them, I would say, in that group, like they really need this guy Overshown. He has, and he's going to be good. But some of the others that you were like, okay, this is your year. Jake Ferguson, and he's been good. Tolbert's been okay, but not to that leap that you wanted to see, the Deron Bland leap. We haven't seen that.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com.
We haven't seen Deron Bland.
Yeah, at all. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joined us here on 105.3 Fan. Nick, 2020, when Dak got hurt, everything after that just felt like it fell apart. Like it felt like culture fell apart. You had that big issue of Andy Dalton taking the hit in Washington and the coaching staff kind of having to, talk to the players about, you guys got to stick up for your quarterback more. It just, everything felt messy and they kind of gathered it together by December and it cleaned some of it up. Do you think that McCarthy and the staff right now, especially where things are at the season, they're having to guard for. We got to make sure that doesn't happen again. That things don't just fall apart psychologically with the quarterback out for the next probably month plus.
Yeah, I think based off the way McCarthy answered the question the other day, I think he dismisses 2020 altogether. Just how unique and it was and different from everything that the challenges that COVID brought. And so I think, I don't think they look at it the way you're looking at it, like it can't be that again. But I think you can't blame it all on COVID either. It was a young team that didn't have a lot of they didn't have a lot of leadership there at all. Dalton was here, but I'm trying to think, like the offensive line. I think was that the year that it was just. I mean, this is pretty bad too, but like I think they shuffled it like 12 to 15 times or something like that.
That was the year Lyle was out for the whole season. Tyron got shut down after week 2. It was yeah.
Steele was a rookie and he was playing all over the place, and and I get it. He's not playing that great right now either. I mean, he's a guy that I think we all kind of thought would be playing a little bit better. That's the problem about this O-line is that. The guys that you really are like, okay, they're going to have issues at center and left tackle, and they're going to have to deal with that. At least they've got Zach. At least they've got Steele, who's healthy again, and Tyler Smith looks to be great. He'll help both sides. And they've all had their issues of struggling. And I think when all of the offensive linemen have a little issue here and there, that the whole line has a major issue, and that's why they can't run, can't block, can't keep the quarterbacks upright and all that. So. But I don't know if I answered your question. I don't know if they see it the same way, but I do think that they are going to have to figure out, somebody's going to have to piece this thing together. And I think Cooper Rush, as weird as it is to say, I think he's a better fit than what they had with Andy Dalton. And I know that Dalton's way more accomplished, but maybe I'm wrong in thinking that. But I just think the whole situation, I think Cooper can step in maybe better than Andy did.
Nick, when you look at where Detroit game a couple weeks ago, we all were like, Dan Campbell's coming in here to call petty plays, and he wants revenge, and they're out for blood. Does that factor exist at all, do you think, this weekend for Kellen Moore coming in here?
Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, I don't think he's the same. He's never, I don't think, bitten a kneecap. I don't think he's the same as Dan Campbell like that. But sure, I mean, I think he, if he has that in him, if he's got that, I mean, he's always been smiling and had that kind of same look on his face. Now his head coach does, and I think he's got that. I think he walks around with that kind of personality or whatever. But it's Eagles and Dallas, and then the next. Well, first of all, nobody is going to feel sorry for the Cowboys. But when you think about the next 3 opponents here, I mean, Philadelphia. With Kellen Moore and Sirianni, they're gonna want to pile it on. Houston, come on. I mean, their whole city is jealous of the Cowboys in Dallas, and then you've got Washington of Dan Quinn and their 17 former Cowboys over there that they're gonna So the Cowboys better. I mean, they're going to be dealing with this for the next month, if not the rest of the year.
Thank you, Nicholas. Talk to you Friday.
All right. See you guys. Bye.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Crosstalk, the K&C Masterpiece is coming up next on 105.3 The
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Qualified 3, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Man, I don't know how you guys, I was on the edge of my seat last night the entire time, just trying to figure out
if A&M and SMU would make
where
it
A&M was going to land for you, Kevin Hagelin.
Look, they were actually a little bit higher than I thought they would be. And the path is there if you can win out, which I don't necessarily know if I would predict that, but they're better off than I thought.
You really got to run it up in some of these smaller games and
against Auburn.
Create your margins.
Yeah. But SMU's right there. That's pretty neat.
It kind of makes you wonder, though, if the margins are too wide given the amount of games you have left. Like, are there enough points to score?
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
I mean, do we have too many? Do
I need to check quarter by quarter, player by player, zoom in on the map?
I see what's happening. We have too many games in the math. It's just a math game now.
I mean, you got to compare it to how other teams performed last year, too. Like, look, how did other teams in the same situation perform? Were you performing ahead of them or are you behind them?
You got to go back in time.
I told Chop, I was like, we don't have any sports calls to come back with. We should have just been coming back with like Jake Tapper calling states last night.
None of them? Have y'all talked much politics this morning?
We've talked about it in a very objective manner, just like what happened.
Okay.
Are you guys...
I mean, I don't have a political segment scheduled.
Let's ask the schedule maker here. What do we have coming up with the show?
do we have a president at 10 o'clock?
That is a small part of a different topic.
We do in Arlington at 10:45. Chris Young has hired Andy Reid and Sean McVay. This is freaking amazing how great he is at getting people to give you the best chance to win.
I think that's what we should talk
Except
about
Andrew
for the rest of Crosstalk, honestly. Because at 10:20, Kevin said everybody should move to Finland, is what I'm seeing here.
That'd be fun.
If you want to be a Stars fan.
Because he's Finnish.
Oh, yeah, that could be. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. It's a little cold in Finland.
I don't know.
Prefer the warmer temperature, do you?
I do. But I do want to see.
You like seeing the map looking a little more red than blue.
Oh my God.
I do like the red spikes when they come because that's the warmer temperature.
Yeah.
But I do want to see the Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, that would be neat.
That's what I really want.
Sounds hot.
I got so upset because I could not see it because I know it happened here, a month or two ago. I couldn't see it and we were right on like the cusp line. Like, I know.
Do you think that's like the bootleg one or the real one?
That's a bootleg one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the real one. That's definitely that's definitely the bootleg one. But I did want to see that. I really did.
To your point, Mike, we were just talking about that. The McVay and Andy Reid hires that were made yesterday. Is that, as was suggested by Jim Bowden yesterday, is that your Bruce Bochy manager in waiting?
I think so, but you literally hired the hottest, best, youngest manager in all of baseball, and he decided to take a front office job for, I don't know, a year. The thing is he's so good at managing. He's such a great coach, is that I don't know after this season is over, is if, let's just say Bochy wants to manage one more year. I don't know if he would stick around again for another year because I think that you literally have Sean McVay now just sitting with Chris Young, and Bochy loves it, but you have two of the best managers in all of baseball, one managing your team, one being now somewhat part of the front office and ready to step in if Bochy decides he doesn't want to do it again. And they could flip jobs. You could say, after 2025 season, Bochy could be like, I don't want to leave baseball completely. I wasn't crazy about leaving baseball completely. I'll now go in the front office. Skip comes down to be the manager, and you have this unbelievable situation. I can't believe how great Chris Young is at getting the best people to give yourself an opportunity to win.
I think the other thing, too, Mike, is like a full year of him getting the opportunity to work with Chris Young and build that relationship, but also have his fingerprints all over what the team's doing too. He can make those decisions with Chris Young while going, this is going to help me if I take the job over. Like, he'll have he won't be a new manager walking into a situation having to build trust with the whole club because he'll already have it.
Will he? Okay, so like Bochy, let's say Bochy moves on and decides to flip roles in 2 years. Is that a role that he could do I think he still has a house in Nashville, right? Like, is that?
Yeah.
Are we talking like an advisor role, or is like Skip going to be here every single day?
No,
on the team
like you're saying when Bochy isn't the manager anymore. If he were part of the front office, no. Like John Daniels is part of Tampa Bay's front office, kind of. He lives here,
right?
So yeah, you don't have to live in the city when you're a special advisor, or you know what I'm saying. Like Bochy wouldn't be making what you'd be considering major decisions. He's a sounding board for Chris Young to say, hey, I'm thinking about this guy. And Boch can say, yeah, I agree with that. Or, hey, I'm not crazy about him because of this.
Does manager in waiting, probably not with somebody like Bochy who's got so many skins on the wall, but does manager in waiting ever undermine current manager?
Not at all in this situation. If you have Jerry Jones as the general manager, president, owner, 100%. Like, we know that. We saw Jason Garrett. It was not comfortable for Wade Phillips. Wade Phillips didn't like that at all. Wade Phillips didn't want that. Let me ask you this question, Mac. Do you think Chris Young would put Bruce Bochy in that situation? Like, hey, because you only won 78 games, I've hired Skip Shoemaker, and he's going to sit with me, and we're going to go over all the things that you're doing wrong. And then as soon as he can convince me, I'm going to fire you and hire Skip Shoemaker as the next manager. Like, that's not the case here. Everybody's on the same page. This is unbelievable. And I am surprised that Skip took this job when I did see Corey and Alec text me this. I was like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And then when you read into it, and I know Chris Young personally, I know Skip personally too. We played together on Team USA.
Well,
I'm like, this is unbelievable. And then getting to know Bochy this year, being in the job that I had, it is unbelievable that those three people, and they do have three different personalities, but they all want to work together and they all want to create this great organization that not only wins, and I know they didn't win this year, and hopefully that changes, but to create an environment, a culture, a winning attitude that they want to just seep in every possible way that changes what the Rangers have been in a way since about 2017. And they did change it. They won the championship, but this year they lost again. And so Chris Young isn't just going all in by doing absolutely nothing. He does have a limited budget to work with this offseason, which we'll talk about all offseason.
They want to get under the tax.
100%. And they will be under the tax. 100% they will be under the tax when the season starts.
Evaldi back?
I do think so. There's going to be ways they get under the tax and be just fine and have a very competitive team. But I was watching Skip Shoemaker talk with Eric Hosmer and a couple guys this morning for about 45 minutes. I'm not completely done with it. So I haven't really got to be with Skip or know Skip since 2006 when we were teammates for a month or so together for Team USA. But I'm telling you, from what I hear about people, I got to go on the trip to Miami. He was the manager of Miami this year. The things people say about him without even knowing he was going to be part of the Rangers organization. And he didn't know that back then either in May. You just hired, I would compare him to Sean McVay. You just hired Sean McVay to just be in the waiting. And it doesn't mean he'll be the next manager. I don't know that because he might do this for a year, learn more under Bochy, learn more, I guess, under Chris Young in front office stuff. And there could be 7 teams next year that offer him a 5-year, $30 million contract, and Bochy wants to manage another year. And you're like, well, we're not getting rid of Bochy. Let's just say you won 90 games again.
Right.
You might just lose him, but you did have him in your organization for a year, and that's an unbelievable job. I do feel like, in a way, the Cowboys and the Rangers, we both have them here at the Fan, they are at a 180 with the way they're running their franchises right now. Total ends of the spectrum.
Oh, for sure.
Well, when you talk about he's McVay, so like everybody always talks about Bochy, like one of the big things, like the bullpen management and stuff like that. What's the McVay like? That's the trait that he has. That like is it his player development? Is it the way he manages the game? Is it the bullpen? What is it about Skip that makes you feel that way?
I would say he's more aggressive on the bases than Bochy. Like there are differences between him and Bochy on managing a game. He came up in the Cardinal way. Now I can't explain that in 1 minute. The Cardinal way.
Oh, I can.
But
act like you invented the game.
Okay. Yeah, but he grew up under the Cardinals organization. He's gone around. He knows how to relate to these players. He talked about in this podcast that it is very important for him to know his weaknesses and for people to point out his weaknesses. And he knew one of his weaknesses was he doesn't speak Spanish. This doesn't come up in football at all. Just think about the difficulty of managing a team when half of your team doesn't speak the language you speak, like literally the language. And so he's like, I wanted to make sure that I had a great bench coach with me or a great coach that understood my message, could relate to the Latin players and make sure that my message was there, that he was going to have to speak it. I can't speak this to half of my team because half of my team doesn't understand what I'm saying.
That's a great point.
So he's like, there's certain nuances that you have to put together a staff that has different traits but are all on the same page and can say the message, your message, in a way that it's your message, but said in different ways to make sure that different players understand it. He talks about analytics. He's like, some players don't understand analytics and it's too much for them. You got to understand that and not force it on them.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was just like going through this interview. I was just like, does that explain McVay at all? The way I'm explaining it? Like a younger guy who's 44, I believe.
Yes.
Who is like, yeah, I'm closer to the age of these players than Bruce Bochy is. I'm still from another era of playing. The game has changed. I understand that, but I can relate to players. I can be aggressive. And here's the thing. In 2023, you got manager of the year managing a team that, I don't know, had a $80 million player budget.
And they won like 80 games.
Yeah,
84 games.
And they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So he took a team that was like, hey, we have to work on a small budget here. And you got to figure out how to take these young players or these veteran players that teams didn't really love, and you got to figure out how to win. And he did. And once he figured that out, the ownership said, we're going to take away your general manager. We're going to trade good players that still are under favorable contracts. And that kind of pushed him away from the Miami Marlins.
All right, so a lot of election talk coming up here.
None of that was election talk.
Do you think Mike Elko made a mistake by not going on Rogan? Do you think that would have helped them yesterday?
Yes, it appears as though going on Rogan helps you out for sure.
What time did you go to bed?
1 o'clock.
Corey?
10:45.
Oh, early.
Yeah.
12:20.
I was around 2.
Yeah, I woke back up at 3 and stayed up for another hour.
When they gave him, I can't remember, Pennsylvania, that's when I was like, okay, it's over unless I'm shocked. Like when CNN or Fox News, whichever one went first, I think it was CNN on Pennsylvania, when they declared that he's won Pennsylvania and he got to 267.
And
I was like,
he was
okay,
gonna take Alaska. Yeah.
It's over. I can go to bed.
Just like how you said you can tell who somebody voted for by their I voted sticker, I think we can tell who you voted for by what time you said you went to bed last night.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, that is interesting.
That's very interesting. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I think we know who Peyton voted for. I think we know what time he went to bed.
You don't know. You don't know anything. Don't throw me under the bus
Who
here.
knows? Who knows? All right, it is the KC Masterpiece coming up next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. We are going to scout the Eagles. I also want to, maybe we can help people out. You can do it in the Twitch and the YouTube if you want, but other people might respond. If you just need to celebrate or vent politically, you can feel free to text us at 877-881-1053, and you won't have all the other texters seeing what you wrote. You can just hey, I need to get this off my chest. Either you're super sad, you're super happy, maybe you're totally indifferent, and you just want to talk sports. Let's do that. If you can go ahead and play cut number 1, because this guy changing teams feels like it has been huge this season.
Hurts with time. Now looking end zone for Barkley. Got it! Touchdown! And there it is. The first points in the first quarter this year for Philadelphia.
So good for Philadelphia for finally scoring any points in the first quarter. But I feel like I know there's more to the Eagles than Saquon Barkley, but I look at him, and not just because of the reverse jump, which was amazing, but because of what he can do in the receiving game, because of what he has done in the rushing game. I look immediately at Saquon Barkley and think, how is that matchup going to work? Poorly.
120 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's just rushing.
Oh, my God.
So that's how I would say. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, because once the Cowboys,
probably not wrong.
once they make the decision to say, you know what, it's time for me to really just buckle down and try and stop this run, then you got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And Jalen Hurts' protection right now is really nice. So once that happens, yeah, it just turns the whole game is which one do you want? Which one do you want to try and stop? And the Cowboys have been had a very difficult time trying to stop either one of those so far. So it's not gonna. I don't think this is gonna look nice at all by any means.
Are you going to tag on any more scores receiving, or can we just leave it at those 2?
98 yards for Devontae Smith and a touchdown.
Oh, I just meant for Saquon.
Oh yeah. Hold on,
my God.
Hold on, yeah. 125 yards for A.J. Brown, and that's on 2 catches. But Saquon Barkley, I think, you know what? We'll just go 6 receptions for 68 yards.
Okay, so
yeah, man. Listen,
sounds like it's gonna be a long day.
The linebacker injuries could pop up in this game. This is going to be a very difficult game defensively for a coordinator who's looking to make his impression on the team that he once was working with.
Micah's back.
I hope so.
That's what Jerry said.
Well, that's true. Every now and again, though, Mike, sometimes Jerry says things and they're not totally accurate. So
what's your point?
What's your point?
We'll see. From the
Have some faith, Corey. The Cowboys are playing at home. Before this season started, the Cowboys were good at AT&T Stadium.
What's their record this year at home?
Don't worry about that. It's really bad.
This year doesn't matter.
How many Eagles fans do you think have purchased tickets from Cowboys season ticket holders?
Concerning amount.
I hope a lot. If you're a Cowboys
Why do you
fan,
hope a lot?
Because you have to pay that PSL thing that puts you back 7 figures.
Not just to buy a single game ticket.
You hope they're making their money back.
Yeah,
this is
for Cowboy fans, dude, make your money back.
Yeah.
Let's face it. You pay way too much money to go to those games. Make a time and a half or 2 times the amount of your money. Sell the tickets the rest of this year so you can get some of your money back for hopefully a better season next year.
Interesting. All right.
I do think it's interesting, though, what the decision of Kellen Moore is going to be. Does he come in here and he's like, I'm just going to air it out against this team? Because he does know the team pretty well.
Sure.
Whether or not he knows Mike Zimmer's defense is different, but is he going to say, I'm going to take advantage of what I've seen they're poor at, and that is stopping the run, and I'm going to set up everything else from there? Or is he going to say, I wanted to go in and try and air it out? I don't think that's the best option to start. I think the best option to attack this Cowboys defense is say, we're going to attack you at the running game, And then whenever you've decided to make the, hey, we're putting 6 on the line, that's when you go ahead and say, now it's time to strike downfield.
From the 469, I think 120 rushing yards is being generous. I fear it might be closer to 180. From the 512, the Eagles are going to win by at least 35 points. My goodness. And from the 314, he's going to run wild. 143.5 yards is the over-under. Here's my concern about the Eagles. Besides the fact that at this point you're concerned to play all teams if you're the Cowboys. Since they hit the bye. So Philadelphia has been a totally different team since they rolled into the bye at 2-2. Since then, they've won 4 straight games. And you've seen improvement across the board. But that defense has been terrifying in the last 4 weeks. The Eagles, since week 6, since they had their bye, got back into it, rank first in the NFL in total defense and passing defense.
All right.
And rushing defense.
What are you getting at
and
here?
Defensive points allowed.
What are you trying to say?
And most sacks.
Right.
So my point is, they don't just lead in total defense. They lead in both subcategories of yardage for total defense. They lead in the subcategory of how many points did you actually give up, and they're the best at getting to the quarterback. You just faced the worst at getting to the quarterback, and it feels like Dak was being harassed for most of the time he was in there. Now you're going to face the best at getting to the quarterback.
I guess that's the
now we're going to be good.
The disheartening.
Heck yeah, man. This is
No, I
getting
think
close to the meat, I think.
that's the disheartening part of all of that too.
Yes.
Terrence Steele didn't have a bad game. Your all-pro guards did.
Yeah.
And so this is that, like, I put in my notes on Sunday. It seems like every time you make progress, there's something that kills it. And it's not just like every time in a series. It's every down.
Yeah.
Something happens in every down. And so if you think that Cooper Rush can calm that noise, because maybe Dak just was feeling too much pressure from everything else. Maybe all the new life changes that he's going through have just affected him so much that he couldn't calm all the noise. Maybe Cooper Rush can really calm all of that down, but it's just like, okay, now my receiver ran the wrong route. Now my running back didn't pick up this blitz. Now my other receiver wasn't even lined up correctly. Those are the things offensively that have been a problem. Terrence Steele was good. And then the pressure with all those stunts, everything was coming back around, and it was catching Cooper Beebe off guard a little bit. So I don't know what's going to fail them on any given down to say that I trust. Because as Mark Schlereth had said, find the thing that you're really good at. The Cowboys don't know what they're really good at right now.
Penalties.
Yeah.
Not lining up
But
correctly.
we're not good at positive things then, right?
Positive for the other team. Positive for the refs. They get to do something. I mean, the refs are looking for something wrong, and they're like, man, the Cowboys do so many things wrong that it gives us a job to do.
I guess that is
just think if you're a ref and the team was just kept lining up correctly and didn't hold and didn't false start, and gosh, what do? You just watch the game as a ref?
Somebody asked, by the way, a nonpartisan question. As the political show of record, what was the turnout? Because they want to know if nobody else cared, just like they didn't care. All right, I don't know how many people we've added to the country in the last 4 years, but it looks like there's going to be about 23 more million votes cast this election than last election.
How did that happen?
And last election had a huge uptick in voter participation. So it feels like there will be some uptick.
So more of the country cares, is what you're saying?
I guess.
Than ever before?
Yeah, I guess that is probably accurate.
Kevin from the 512. Guys, don't worry. We have Jonathan Mingo now. I'm dead serious about this.
And Mingo was his name.
As I was driving home, Chiafalo threw out hey, look, he's really good at curls and slants. Like that's what his body is. That's what he's best at.
And
that's
who
what
are
he was
curls
best
for?
at. Guys with big biceps?
The girls.
Oh, all right. You're right. Curls are for the girls. So he's really good at the routes that Mike McCarthy likes to call the most. These are the things that he's really good at. So that should be easy for him to get involved in this offense immediately. So we should see him and Cooper Rush immediately start to click.
Slants are for the ants.
It might take away from
Like your
CeeDee's
aunt. I have an Aunt
numbers.
Susan. Aunt
I promise
Becky.
I was listening to your legitimate points, Corey. Alec, just real quick, help me out. It's 10:11. Just tell me I'm going to make it through this show. We're not even done with the first segment. Just tell me I'm going to make it.
Alec, say it.
I think you need to take a load off, Kevin.
It's a little early.
It's never too early.
By the way, I hope you weren't watching the fan cam. I might have definitely mouthed out. You might need to put a blur over my mouth, that I might have just mouthed out something inappropriate.
Hey, question 24.
Okay, no. We have more to talk about with the Eagles. You'll have your time.
Well, have the Eagles made trades?
They actually sat mostly pat.
Okay, well, question 24 is, when you take a load off and relaxes, what's the best trade you've made in your lifetime? See how you just now you just
Lamar
start thinking
Jackson.
and laughing and relaxing?
Yeah, I got Lamar Jackson. My fantasy
look,
team's turned
that's
around
the best
completely.
trade he's ever made, and it was this year.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
It was
Corey.
awesome.
All right, by the way, I've already had multiple people congratulate me and say sorry to me for the election last night. So
good for that.
Okay, thanks. And it's okay. I don't totally know.
It's all going to be okay.
What the appropriate response is. All right.
Guess what? We're all back at work today. Look at that.
Except for Sean.
Yeah,
except for Sean. Yeah,
quit.
crap. Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you more potentially concerning statistics about the Eagles? If your answer is no, we might go to break early because most of the statistical matchups don't look great.
What's the next segment? What
Hold on, Kevin. I really appreciate whatever that question was, but I was reading something from Jamit23 on the Twitter. Hold on, Kevin. You got to hear this.
Let's enjoy today.
Colin, you got to blame yourself for today. You didn't bring coloring pages, so that is on you, bro.
I lost.
You know how to keep us.
I didn't color the states correctly.
You know how to keep us focused.
Could you reprint the coloring map and then we'll give them an opportunity to color it
I'm
as it
out
is?
on the coloring map
It's
now.
over.
Yeah, I need something new.
Give you a map of Italy.
Yeah, give me. What's the? Is there another world election happening?
Give Mike a map of Italy.
Yeah.
That'll help.
He'll just draw in little
That's a
spaghetti.
great idea.
I think you vote in Italy.
I don't know. I've never been
think
to
you
Italy,
do.
but I assume that is
I think
the
it's
case.
a democracy.
From the 903.
What was your question
I
again?
think they have mafia there, though.
I thought it was really important.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles, they're better than the Cowboys.
Yes.
There's a stat.
Do you want to know
For
why
now.
that is offensively or defensively?
Yeah.
Let's go
Sure.
offensively.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited.
Saquon.
He's gonna cuss today.
We already. It is the first freaking segment, man.
Don't worry, we got Skip Shoemaker talk at 10:40.
Yes, I am excited about that.
That's actually the thing I'm most excited about.
Okay, let's talk about A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Now, I know there is some concern about the knee issue, and we will see how that plays out as the week goes along for the Eagles. But A.J. Brown ranks third in the NFL in receiving yards per game, and then Devontae Smith has had 75-plus receiving yards in 5 games this season, including the last 2 games. He looked a lot better. So if you're just curious about the run game, the pass game is ready to go as well. And we've talked about this a lot in the last week and a half or so. Jalen Hurts has done worlds better at not turning the ball over.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make an admission. I thought Devontae Smith would be a very good receiver in the NFL. I also thought he would get pushed around a little bit. He doesn't.
Yeah.
And the more I watch him, the more I'm just like, dude, he plays 3 times bigger than he is. He'll go up and get the football, long arms, the ability to do that. He makes catches that I'm like, that's what a Jefferson should do. And he makes those types of catches too. So just as much, even when it's just him out on the field, he's that much of a threat on whoever your best cornerback is. And at the moment, I don't have a cornerback that I trust on him or anybody else on the field.
And that's where
that stinks, because we felt like we felt like whenever Diggs was signed to that big contract, you're like, that's a lockdown thing for a while.
No, and then Deron Bland, we were all super pumped about going into the season. Maybe he's back. We've talked about the optimism for Bland and for Micah. He hasn't played this year. our expectations, my expectations, might be too high if you think he's going to come in and just be like, yep, we're good to go. We're going to take away at least one of those wide receivers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully, but that feels like a really high bar.
And then the other thing, too, is when you really get, drill into it a little more, the only reason you got to see Deron Bland was because Diggs was out last year.
Yes.
Otherwise, if Diggs wasn't out last year, you don't get to see that. And he's a nickel corner. He maybe doesn't even play that much. Although they wanted to put him on the outside. A lot of people were pushing for that. But man, what a world we're in right now with the secondary and defensive front we have.
From the 406, in all seriousness, you guys are great. I like the tone you always take, and I'm always in a good mood listening to you. Boom!
Boom. Heck yeah.
Glad we can help.
If there's anything I can do today, it's going to be to help you take a load off and relax.
That's all we need.
And get excited about the winter meetings and the Texas Rangers.
I am excited about those things.
The winter meetings might be the greatest time to listen to this show ever.
You could
I'm
hang
not
out
lying
with
about
us.
this. Yeah.
Maybe at the winter meeting.
Yeah. I'm dead serious about this.
And it might be 75 at the winter meetings.
Yeah.
What a faux pas. That's what you guys said yesterday.
That is not how that word. Never mind.
I don't know what he meant.
We're the
I think
KNC.
it's anticlimactic because you're talking about the climate. When you're talking about the
that
winter
makes
meetings.
more sense now that you explain it.
Like
Thanks, Mike.
climate change, and you're at the winter meetings because it's not the summer meetings.
Kevin, I need to ask you a question in the break, so let's go ahead and.
Hey, you should go to break. We're about a minute and 40 seconds.
Whose fault is that, Mike?
Yours.
We're the KNC.
That's five more seconds you wasted.
He's gonna cuss.
We're the KNC Shut the hell up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Stars' biggest concern a month into the season. Plus, more from Finland, which I know I'm going to regret with this moron over here. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Harley on the left wing side for Heiskanen shot. Stopped, scored on the rebound by Duchesne. The Stars quickly strike back-to-back.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to talk about the Stars here. However, I got this text from the 972. I'm counting the minutes until Kevin totally loses it. I actually canceled an appointment so I could specifically Tolo your show today. All right.
Yes.
I am very glad to everyone who's listening just to hear me potentially break is not as much my favorite, but I did want to talk about the Dallas Stars.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
I have a lot of jokes that I wanted to shoot off real quick, but
Okay.
I'm going to hold off because you want to talk serious stuff. So
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, the biggest concern for the Stars about a month into the season, I know it's a staggered start to the season, so it's not exactly a month, but about a month into the season, and I'm going to throw this out there. Doesn't mean it's like going to be really bad the rest of the season or anything like that, but right now, Wyatt Johnston's lack of scoring. Okay? So the Stars are off to a good start. Jake Ottinger is off to a really good start. By the way, in fact, Jake Ottinger's odds over the last month to win the Vezina for best goalie have dropped from 11-1 to 5-1. And so that's third best. No, that's good. That's third best.
Oh, sorry. I just looked at something and that's bad.
So that's third best in the NHL. So you feel like you got a good start from Ottinger. That's moving in the right direction. All right. What is it that you saw that led you to the I don't like that face?
Oh, Wyatt Johnston's last 5 games. I see goals and I see zeros in all 5 of them.
Yes.
And then I see assists and I see 1. And that was in the November 2nd game.
Yes.
And therefore he has 1 point in the last 5 games. And for this team to be at its best, he's got to be at his best. Now, Kevin, the last few years now, we've seen Wyatt Johnston has just kind of continued to rocket, you know?
Yes.
And are we seeing a little bit of a plateau for him? Maybe he's hitting that, you know, that I've gotten to the age of 21 and I'm gonna be here for a little while. Or maybe it's just part of the season, you know, and then he'll ramp it back up. We don't know exactly what he goes through when he goes through down periods because we haven't seen that.
I was going to say, that's a good point mentally. I think we can explain some of the downturn.
And he also isn't living with Pavelski anymore. So I'm dead serious.
I did not
the
think
mental
about
part
that.
of that.
I
He always had
swear I
somebody
did
to
not
go
think
have
about
dinner,
that.
you know, go eat dinner at home and have a conversation with.
So you just brought up something that I think is really interesting. The Pavelski thing for sure. But right before that, it's kind of all relative because the Stars are still doing well. But this is supposed to be the year. Not to say that it won't be. But this is supposed to be the year that Wyatt Johnston takes that next step into superstardom. Like, we've talked about this quite a bit, Mike. At the Dallas Card Show, hockey is not always the big player. But there's been a time where you've definitely seen a spike up in Stars cards, specifically Wyatt Johnston cards, because the anticipation was this will be the season that he takes that next step. Early on, it doesn't look like that is the case. But on the flip side, Logan Stankoven has kind of taken that spot and moved to the top line. And do you just want to say old Stanky or something like that, I'm guessing?
Is Duchesne on the same line?
We're not doing this, Mike. I see the direction that this is going, and I want to stay away from that. So while maybe Wyatt Johnston has underperformed, then you can argue that Stankoven has overperformed. But outside of just the points, you look at Wyatt Johnston, he has the worst possession numbers on the team, and you're going to need that to get better. Like, very likely you're going to need that to get better throughout the season. Not that you want to sacrifice the production of Stankoven.
You said a word, though, that I don't know if you said it and it's kind of I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay.
He's not there yet. He's not a superstar.
True.
And most of the people that I trust in the hockey world have said they don't believe he is and will be. It's going to be like an effort. He's a Dallas star.
Yeah.
Like he's a star for us. He's, one of your top line
star.
He's one of your top line players. And that's where my wonder of has he hit that ceiling for himself? Like where you've seen this and that's just too much to ask him to do that all the time over the last couple of years. And because he's not going to be an Ovechkin. He's not going to be a McDavid type of guy. But he's going to be a very good quality player on what the Stars do so well, and that's be a good team. Like, they're a good team together, but all the parts have to be functioning.
And they have been a good team thus far. That is, again, reflected on, I told you that Ottinger had improved his odds to win best goalie. The Stars have also improved their odds, and this is really ironic to me. The Stars were behind the Florida Panthers, and that is now flipped in the betting odds, where the Stars are now ahead of the Florida Panthers, which is somewhat confusing given the actual outcomes of the games in Finland. Now, speaking of Finland, if you can go ahead and give me cut number 4, it was a big deal for this player in particular.
Duchesne, left circle, over to Lindell, and save Bobrovsky. Back for Lindell, he scores! Esa Lindell here in Finland.
So one of the really cool things that I thought the NHL did was they had Esa Lindell on the Global Series blog because, obviously he's Finnish and
he's done?
No.
I know.
Okay. Not that it wasn't important to everybody, but it seemed like it was really important to him. And I want to just read you a couple things from that blog because I thought they were really touching. He said, "Today, the Finnish national anthem was one of those moments. The crowd singing while the violin played with all of us Finnish players standing on the ice before opening faceoff. It was beautiful. It was a really proud moment." And then he expressed disappointment about the loss, but you don't have too much time to totally comprehend all of that process. Thank you. After the game, we had a visit from the president and the prime minister in the locker room. That was really cool. This is my favorite part. I'd never met either one of them before, so this was a first. After we won the World Championship with Finland in 2022 in this building, the president came to visit us, but it was a different president. So I like that he's like, I'd met the old president. I'm glad that I got to meet the new president and the prime minister. And I can just imagine, I know Stars fans are disappointed and they'll get back on the ice tomorrow after, several days off to deal with the travel back. But you can tell how special a time this was for some of these Stars players.
Yeah, and you don't get anything like that unless you're in national play, right? Like that, you don't get those types of experiences, and you got to do it with your teammates who aren't on those teams with you whenever you're in an international type of play.
That is true.
And so that is a really cool experience, but I think kind of getting back into the rhythm is probably what DeBoer's most excited about. He's like, look, that was a great experience for us, something we can lean on. Maybe we did some team building while we did it along the way, and maybe we have something that we can grow in the future, but I like getting back to what our typical structure is.
From the 561, Pavelski was my favorite Star. I'm sad he's gone, but his playoff performance or lack thereof showed me his time was up.
He knew. He knew. Otherwise, he'd be playing for somebody else.
Yes.
But he was like, my time in this game is done.
I would agree with that. Do we have just a minute to talk about one other thing, if you guys don't mind? Please.
Just do it.
Okay.
Stop asking us. You know we're going to screw around. I don't get this. I don't get why you ask us something that you know there's a good chance I'm going to just screw around and mess your head up.
That is a fair point. Thank you very much for that, Mike.
Mike, thanks for keeping us in line.
Yes,
I really
absolutely.
appreciate that.
Just do it. Nike, man.
A Michael Jordan. Actually, that kind of,
I didn't even
believe it or
know.
not, that actually does sync up pretty well. A Michael Jordan jersey from the 96-97 season, which I believe was the 5th of their championships, sold over the weekend at Sotheby's for $4.68 million. Michael Jordan wore this jersey in at least 17 games, including the game where then rookie Allen Iverson crossed Jordan over.
Oh, really?
And yes. And so,
As a carry.
Okay.
No, I'm just sticking
Well,
up
definitely
for it.
not in today's NBA.
No, he could have held it for 3 more seconds.
It is the 4th highest jersey fourth highest price ever paid for an NBA jersey. It is behind Wilt Chamberlain's jersey that he wore during the LA Lakers' first NBA title run. And then second was Kobe Bryant's jersey that he wore during his lone MVP season of 07 and 08. And then those all pale in comparison to $10.1 million, if you remember going a little ways back, is what somebody paid for the Jordan jersey that was from the last season. The Last Dance season. I know he came back and everything, but from his last season with the Bulls. But yeah, $4.68 million for a jersey, and it's only fourth on the list of most expensive NBA jerseys.
Is that the kind of jersey you want, Mike?
That's an interesting question. I guess if I could only have one basketball jersey, a memorable Michael Jordan jersey makes the most sense.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
But for me personally, if I could have the jersey, let's say where Dirk made the and one against the Spurs when Ginobili fouled him.
That means something to you.
Yeah, or if you could have the Game 6 jersey of Dirk winning the championship in 11. Right, so I get Jordan. He's the greatest, arguably. But to me, Dirk will be my favorite athlete of all time, and I don't think there's any way possible at almost 47 years old that anybody could ever take that. Because he's the same age as I am, so from approximately age 19 to 40, I got to watch every bit of it. And as you get older, nothing against players now, I see them more as young adults or kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
also, whenever you're young, you're more emotionally attached and impressionable. And when you get old, you get jaded. And
nothing against Evan Carter. Evan Carter feels more like a son to me. Not that I'm his father, but you just see athletes different when you get to be in your 40s or close to 50 years old than you do when you are a teenager or a child and you're seeing these guys play.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
I can't believe the Rangers got the hottest manager on the market. Next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, in this segment, we will have a Cowboys-Eagles ticket giveaway, and we will have a Cowboys-Eagles ticket giveaway in the noon hour as well. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
So I thought Corey and Alec were is a group text, and I see it as I'm driving to Bishop Lynch to pick up my kid. So it's around 5 o'clock, maybe a little bit before 5 o'clock.
Were you just leaving Twin Peaks or something when you did that?
Oh, man. Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I wasn't. I didn't have time.
Because you had kid stuff to do. I got you.
To pick up kids and stuff like that. And so I'm like, why are they talking about Skip Shoemaker? Like, he's the number one manager on the market. Like, everybody knows the dude managed in 23 the Miami Marlins his first year and then got him to the playoffs. And he was manager of the year. And then they fired his general manager. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting already. And Gavin Spittle just came in and gave me her name. But they fired.
Was it Kim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he now is like, wait, what just happened? The general manager you hired got a team that has one of the 5 lowest payrolls in baseball to the playoffs. She hired me to manage the team, and you're getting rid of her? And now you're telling me the new general manager, in a way, I'm kind of not saying what Skip Schumacher said, but probably what he's thinking, and the reason he left the Marlins is like, and you're now getting rid of the players that help us got there, and you want me to manage a different way, and you want to change the whole style and philosophy and go through a rebuilding process where we just built something that won 84 games in the playoffs. And so Skip leaves the Miami Marlins. I've been watching this podcast. I tweeted it out. Sorry, I haven't tweeted it out. I sent it out to like Jared Sandler and stuff, and I am not done watching it. It's an over-hour interview with Skip Shoemaker. Now, he's been hired as now a front office guy to Chris Young. So I want to make this clear.
Okay.
He's not hired as the manager of the Rangers. Bruce Bochy's still the manager of the Rangers. I was hoping when I saw this that Skip was taking over Will Venable's job and would be right next to Bochy. And I was like, oh my gosh, we have 2 unbelievable managers. I guarantee you, knowing Chris Young, he is working his tail off. He has a budget. He's working his tail off. And for him, for his first job ever, to go out and get Bruce Bochy would be like going out and getting, let's say, Bill Belichick or Andy Reid and saying, here's the deal. We're not winning. If you're a football fan and you don't know who I'm talking about, I can relate it to football. Hey, we're not winning. We're coming up short year after year. In fact, we're coming up way short year after year.
Yeah.
And I need you to change the culture, the leadership, the management of this team. I need it to change. And we interview Colby Lewis. Derek Holland was with us. We interview him the first day. Everybody's there for the Texas Rangers in 2023. And Colby Lewis is like, I've never wanted to play baseball again after retiring, but I do after that speech. And I'm not saying that speech was the reason they won. They went 40-20.
But how many people told us that speech was unbelievable?
And so a lot of people did. Derek Holland was lucky enough to play for Bruce Bochy in San Francisco. And so you get that culture change. You get now winning, and now you get a different attitude. Now, they didn't have a great year this year. The Rangers fell way short of expectations. Chris Young came on the station and said, I am embarrassed as the now president, I guess.
Yes.
I am not happy with the way our guys played. I'm disappointed with the way that they played. I think we should be embarrassed as an organization that we won the championship and only won, at the time they hadn't finished the season, but didn't finish above 500, didn't make the playoffs to try to defend the title. He was very clear with how disappointed he was with this season. And I didn't know what changes were going to be made. And we know that Bochy's going to stay, and we know that Maddox is going to stay and stuff like that. I would have never guessed in a million years you would have got the hottest manager on the market. The best way I can do this for you, Cowboy fans that aren't baseball fans. He went out and hired Andy Reid / Bill Belichick. You immediately win the championship, the Super Bowl of baseball, the World Series. Then you have a little bit of a disappointing year. And then with the blessing of Bruce Bochy / Andy Reid / Bill Belichick, he goes, what if I go out and get Sean McVay? He's willing to come into the front office and help us out and learn underneath you even more. And we do know you're at an age where, hey, you might manage a year. You might manage 3 more years. I don't know if Skip's going to stick around if it's 3 more years of Bruce Bochy, and I'm happy that Bruce Bochy's here. Don't get me wrong here, but
yes,
what an amazing job. You are hiring the best. There's no salary cap in football for coaches. There's no salary cap in baseball for coaches or front office people. And I feel like Chris Young is trying his best, and people could be upset that I'm throwing this out. Don't get this as my opinion. But people are upset. I'll give you the floor here, Kevin, that maybe Kip Fagg is still here, that he hasn't done the best job for his
I am one
time
of those people.
as a major scout.
I will admit that.
The guy who kind of runs the draft, that you've been disappointed with where they've gone with draft picks and how they've been developed and all kinds of things like that. That's fair. I'm not arguing that. And he's kept them, and he believes in Kip Fagg. Chris Young, as far as I know, really believes in Kip Fagg and the job that he has done and is going to do. You can disagree with that, and I'm not going to argue that. But for him to go out and get Bruce Bochy, and then to go get Mike Maddox, and I know that's Bruce Bochy doing it too, and then to go get Skip Shoemaker, the hottest manager on the market, to be part of your organization. This is freaking amazing.
So I'm hoping you can help some people out here, because I've already seen this. This is the minority. But I've already seen some people say, why was his team so bad last year? So I'm hoping that you can walk, because they were 62 and 100 last year.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping you can walk people through why that was.
All right. 1, Yuri Perez. This dude is a Cy Young candidate. He's 19 years old in 2023. It was like, oh my gosh. I don't have his numbers pulled up, but it was spectacular. But he got hurt. So they lost their up-and-coming phenom.
Yep.
They don't have money, so they don't have players that are considered all-star caliber year-in and year-out players. They did have one, but he doesn't fit analytics to some people, and that's Luis Ariz.
Yes.
And so they get a new general manager, and one of the guys that he could count on at the top of the lineup, getting on base, playing the game the way that Skip likes, maybe having a guy at the top of the lineup play the game, they immediately get rid of. And they start getting rid of other pieces. So Skip was talking about in this podcast on, like, you have to have a core of players. So when new players join the team or young players come up, there's this core of guys where you have this set in. Everybody knows the clubhouse, somewhat pecking order. I'm paraphrasing what Skip said in this podcast with Eric Hosmer and stuff. When you start taking all that out, I get rid of Luis Ariz, I get rid of other veteran guys. I have a new general manager who sees the game totally different after we were successful. He's doing the best he can with what he has, if that makes sense. Because they went on a total rebuild after making the players like, well, let's totally rebuild it again. With a totally, the owner was like, and let's do it with a totally different general manager. And the general manager, the lady who was unbelievable at it, was like, now, wait a second. I've done some things after Jeter. Derek Jeter was kind of part owner, not majority owner, but I've done some things now. We are now a competitive team. We're now over 500. We snuck into the playoffs. What are we doing here? I have the manager of the year. We're not going to add to the team. I get it, because nobody wants to go watch baseball in Miami, which is a weird deal because you have a whole bunch of people who like baseball. They just don't go to the baseball games. So we have a limited budget, but you're going to strip that away from me and we're going to have to start all over again? And so that's where you have a 62 and 100 season, and you're in a very competitive division in the National League East with the Braves, the Phillies, the Mets. The Nationals are now an up-and-coming team that have more money than you.
I just wanted to set that in case people were curious.
I'm not, Skip might not be the best manager in the world when he gets his job again, but I'm going to tell you, there's going to be at least 5 teams. I really believe this. As this 25 season progresses and teams disappoint and teams are thinking about going in different leadership directions, I believe one of the first calls they're going to make is to Skip Shoemaker's agent, and I believe it's Scott Boras, and say, we want to interview him. We believe he could be our next manager and lead us into the promised land. And I'm just hoping that the Rangers are able to somehow keep him, because I cannot believe they got him. I get it. I'd rather have Juan Soto. You make me choose between Juan Soto and Skip Shoemaker. Corbin Burns and Skip Shoemaker in the free agent market. I want Corbin Burns, okay? But for the manager of the 2023 Manager of the Year in his first year ever to manage, a young guy who most people, I don't know everybody, but most people in baseball think this is one of the next guys. When you talk about, hey, who are the guys that are unbelievable or going to be unbelievable at managing? Skip was part of the conversation last year, and a lot of people just felt bad what Miami did to him and knew. I was there in late May with the Rangers. So many positive things said about him. By that point in late May, everybody knew Skip's not staying here.
Yeah.
I even remember that. They've screwed him over enough that he's not staying here after this season's over. But it didn't mean he wasn't trying to do a great job. He just had to deal with what he had to deal with. And then he's like, all right, I'm done with the Marlins. And then he talked about on the podcast, I don't want to go to a situation where me and the general manager aren't on the same page. He's like, I've just seen it too many times in baseball. And I think he was even talking about other sports. If the general manager and the manager or the head coach are not on the same page and they are on different paths and they see the game different and they cannot see the game in the same way and they want different players and the coach wants different players and they can't mix, it's like it doesn't work. It always ends up bad for both people. And so he's like, I want to find that great marriage again. I'm using paraphrasing that he had with his general manager in 2023 with the Marlins, where they saw how to build a team, how to build culture, how to build talent, how to run a minor league system. They saw it the same, and then that was ripped away from him.
Yeah.
So my thinking is Skip Shoemaker and Chris Young see things similar. Bruce Bochy and Skip Shoemaker see things similar. And so all you're doing is acquiring as much talent as you can with the budget that you have. And so Chris Young went out and got Bruce freaking Bochy, and you win the world championship. And then after a tough year, he goes, I have an availability. Can I go get the hottest young manager in the market, but I don't have the managerial job open, and he got it done. That's running an organization.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like it's about that time.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
You can do it momentarily or now.
Will win a pair of party passes to see the Cowboys play the Eagles this Sunday at AT&T Stadium. Those tickets are courtesy of Miller Lite. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. And coming up next, Gridiron Gravy. Let's power rank those quarterbacks next on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Harley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on the Cowboys ticket giveaway we just did in the noon o'clock hour, we will have another one, and this will be for a pair of seated tickets to the game against the Eagles. But right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. All right, do you guys want to start by power ranking the quarterbacks? All right.
Heck yeah.
Of course.
You keep asking us questions. Mistake
I'm
number
sorry.
one.
You're right, and you told me that earlier. I will try to adjust. Now, there's been some changes, obviously some injuries. I want to see if you think this is fair. The bottom three quarterbacks on the list, Bryce Young, Cooper Rush, and Mason Rudolph. Do you think it's fair to put Cooper Rush behind Mason Rudolph and Desmond Ridder, who is 29?
Mason Rudolph has started this year?
Yes.
So
In place of Will Levis.
I feel like they kind of do that with the backups. They put them at
That's
the bottom
fair.
too, unless
Make them
it's Bryce
earn their
Young.
way up.
Except for Bryce Young.
Bryce Young just ends up at the bottom.
I would say he's better than Daniel Jones.
Okay.
Like, I know that you didn't name him.
Daniel Jones is 28 on the list, and Cooper Rush is 31.
Yeah, I think that he's in the bottom 5 to bottom 7. I get it. He's a backup quarterback. I think he's a really good backup quarterback. I could be wrong about that, but I think he's a really good backup quarterback. After you get past about 32 starters and a few young guys that are kind of waiting for their turn, I think he falls into the category of quarterback about number 40 to 50 in the NFL.
Yeah.
Maybe higher than 50, obviously, because I'd put him at the bottom part of backup quarterback. So 40-ish is where I would put him in quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh, okay. I like that. Now, are there any other not very good quarterbacks you want to know about before we move up to the top of the list?
Jameis. Did he rock up the
Jameis
charts?
is 27.
Okay.
And Sunshine is 21.
Drake May.
Drake May is 23
Whoa.
on the list. He's ahead of Caleb Williams.
Really?
Which, man, I know that last game went
Your
poorly
face, Mike.
for them, but that feels a bit
What
harsh.
do you know about UNC now?
I know it's a basketball school.
It's not like you moved
For
up.
the record, he's still 23.
He didn't like you moved up to 1.
Yeah. All right.
And Caleb Williams played like Harold Miner.
Who?
This last game. Baby Jordan.
Baby Jordan. Who would you guys have at the top of the quarterback list?
I'm going to be honest. I'd put Patrick Mahomes there. Screw everybody's list of who's doing better. I just saw Patrick Mahomes on Monday Night Football score a touchdown when they were down by 7 in the fourth quarter, score a touchdown when it was tied late in the game, score a touchdown in overtime to win the game. He was a perfect 3 for 3 on drives when he needed to go 3 for 3.
I feel like I'm going Josh Allen.
That's who I would say, too. Josh Allen is actually second on this list. So I'll get back to Mahomes in a second.
I'm sure.
Oh, Burrow's back at the top again?
Joe Burrow's third.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is number 1.
That makes sense, too.
So Lamar Jackson is 1, Josh Allen 2, Burrow 3, and then the rest of the top 5, Jaden Daniels and Jared Goff. So they're 4 and 5.
That's fine. Those are all great quarterbacks. I just, at this point, you just can't tell me there's anybody on that list you want the ball in their hands with the game on the line
I agree.
over Patrick Mahomes.
Absolutely, I agree with you about that. He is 9th on the list. In case you were curious, then they put Herbert, Hurts, Purdy, and Mahomes is number 9.
Come on.
Look, it's not my list.
Where would you put Mahomes on? If you just named 8 guys ahead of him, where would you put him on the list?
Was that Mahomes' best game this year?
Yes.
To finish, for sure.
I would put him...
He was,
and probably overall best game.
Numbers-wise, 291 yards. The only other one was 331 against the Saints, and he had 1 interception, no touchdowns. He had 3
I think
touchdowns.
this is the best one.
A 116 rating.
Right now, and I'll get to your other point, I would put him 6.
Okay.
Like, I like the grouping of especially Jackson, Allen, Daniels, and Goff. I understand with Burrow. I would put him 6 just based on, like, everything we've seen this season. However, if you told me this is a power ranking going into the playoffs, he would be 1, and there would be the biggest gap imaginable before you got to who was second or 100th or whoever. I'm with you 1,000,000% on that. If the game's on the line, I'm going Patrick Mahomes every time. Just in the construct of like, how have they looked this season and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I think 6 is probably, give or take, pretty reasonable. All right, let's go from that to Mike. You said something yesterday, and I didn't totally understand what you were saying until I saw it somewhere else. And I was like, now I get what you're saying. You were talking about how no one's traded their first round pick.
Yes, like all 32 teams have their pick.
So I will readily admit, I did not understand what you were saying in that moment because I was like, I don't know what's going to happen on draft day.
And he didn't believe you either. He was like, what
no, I felt really dumb.
Degree from UTA.
I felt really dumb.
Hey, be nice.
Yeah.
That's where I got my degree from.
So did I.
Hell yeah. But now I understand better what you were saying in the historical perspective of it. Now that we've passed the trade deadline, Mike was right. No team has traded their first round pick yet. How long do you think it's been since that's happened? Post-trade deadline.
I'm going to guess like 30 years. I don't know. It just always feels like when I look at a mock draft, and I get that would be maybe later on, but somebody's already traded their first round pick, and there's trades from years ago where you're just like, oh, they owe a first round pick from the Matthew Stafford trade, or they owe a first round pick from the Herschel Walker trade, or whatever. So
26 years.
Woo, that is close. The correct answer is 23 years. The last time this happened was at the 2001 trade deadline going into the 2002 NFL draft. So good call yesterday, Mike. Sorry I did not totally get what you were saying there, but yeah, it's been 23 years since that happened.
It's okay. I love you no matter what you hear from my mouth and no matter who you voted for.
What an interesting man.
I appreciate that, Mike.
We're friends.
That's true.
Almost no matter what.
Oh, no. That's okay.
What would shatter
like
that?
if he killed one of my kids, like I wouldn't be friends with him
fair.
anymore.
Makes sense. I probably would
If
have
he killed
to
me,
think
I
about my
obviously
friendship
wouldn't be
too.
friends with him anymore. I'd
Because
be
you're dead,
yeah.
Yeah.
That was Michael
fair.
Vick was the number 1 pick in that draft.
Okay.
Leonard Davis, LaDainian Tomlinson,
so
and Richard
trades were made
Seymour.
because San Diego had the first pick.
Just not at the moment.
Yeah.
Or like
But
not before the
Drew Brees went in the second round in that.
Yeah.
This is an
back in the
interesting
good old
study
days where
because
height mattered in quarterbacking.
I'd like to go
Had
look
it
at
right.
that because I feel like there were a couple of big misses and people just didn't want to make moves. You know, I want to go back and look at 2099 before that too.
I think, sorry, and we can. You're just a couple years off on that. Since 2001 and 2002.
Whatever.
Is the last. Okay. But we can still investigate that draft.
I'm still
for
your
sure.
friend, Corey.
Thanks,
no matter
Mike.
how
I
he-
appreciate
no
it.
matter how much he berates you on the microphone.
Was that a berating?
Kevin,
How do you feel about yourself right now, Corey? Like where
I
were
feel
you
like
at?
a coworker, kinda.
Yeah.
You know, almost.
Like an employee?
Yeah.
You guys are not my employees.
It's not the title; it's the way you make me feel.
Yeah.
Corey,
When do
I'm
you go to
sorry.
the talking doctor again to talk
You know
about
what?
how
Actually, I've been on a bit of a talking doctor sabbatical, and my wife thinks that's a bad
hiatus.
thing.
Yeah.
So I need to get back to that.
and look what's happening.
Yes, that is a great point. All right.
But you were about to apologize, though?
Yes, Corey, I'm sorry. Your feelings are valid.
I appreciate that. You can make it up to me with money, though.
Okay, we'll look
My
into
feelings
that.
don't matter. My pocketbook does.
All right, for the Rams,
He's the NIL guy.
they have activated. You're the Tate Martell of this
I would
show.
just like to say,
With an
you tried to
obscure
cover your
reference.
ears by having the biggest headphones
I know.
made to mankind by having them over your ears. Were you just trying to hear the show better?
I just covered my earphones. All right. The Rams activated Joseph Noteboom, or Joe Noteboom. You might know he played at Plano Senior and TCU.
Yeah,
So-
TCU is a good school, man.
Yes, it is a good school.
So is Plano.
Yeah,
I
they used to be really good at football.
Oh, I'm just talking about the school.
It's still Plano.
My kid's enjoying the school. Yeah.
Okay,
He
good.
loves it.
Good. Now, let's talk about the quarterbacks again. We'll go back to Lamar Jackson. This is a weird statistic to me. You know how we've talked about how a lot of places have kind of phased out passer rating and looked more at QBR
Yeah.
as we've gone along?
Is there a specific reason? Is there like a specific stat that is included?
This is probably not going to answer your question
more
correctly.
Of a whole number.
I was going to say they think it better reflects the modern football game, whereas passer rating was kind of antiquated, I guess.
I wonder what it leaves out. I'll go look. I'll go figure out what it leaves out.
Well, here's a great example of maybe why some people moved away from it. Lamar Jackson now has 4 career games with a perfect 158.3 passer rating. First of all, that's stupid for that to be the perfect rating. Like, give me 150 something. Like, that's absurd. All right. He's done it 4 times. That's the most in football history. He surpassed Ben Roethlisberger, Kurt Warner, Tom Brady, and Peyton Manning, who all had 3 games like that.
Oh, wow.
I like Lamar Jackson a lot.
He's the best, huh?
But to say that you had a perfect passer rating more than Peyton Manning or Tom Brady or Kurt Warner or Steve DeBerg, actually, I could see ahead of Steve DeBerg. But the rest, sorry, Steve, I have a harder time believing that.
Can I throw a couple just for
please.
The QBR considers other factors like rushing, fumbles, situational factors, such as down, distance of each play, and on top of that, the strength and ranking of opposing defenses. So, like, I don't know exactly what they use there, but it does add more to the algorithm.
And we talked about
Equation,
actually, I think that was the correct usage of that, believe it or not.
In your face.
We talked earlier about the Chargers. You kind of scoffed at the notion of Justin Herbert. I'm with you on that.
Over
Patrick Mahomes.
Over Patrick Mahomes.
I'm with you on that. Now, let's talk about that Chiefs defense, though. A couple of weeks ago, I asked if the Chiefs' defensive success was a product, the Chargers. The Chargers' defensive success was a product of a soft schedule. Well, the Chargers became the 6th team since 1990 to allow 20 or fewer points in each of their first 8 games. Think about that. They have not given up more than 20 points in any game this season. The team with the longest run during that time is the 1990 New York Giants, who did it 10 straight games to start the season.
Lawrence Taylor.
Yes, that's a hell of a group.
Rodney Hampton.
That is a hell of a group to be part of. And so, as much as I understand Justin Herbert getting praise, that defense has been astonishingly good this year.
And you knew that Greg Roman, offensive coordinator, was going to come in and put in a running style offense that helps them with their ball control, and they've been a lot better at that. That's definitely helped out. Harbaugh, though, was going to be like, look, we want to be a tough, hard-nosed defense. That's what he was in San Francisco. Jesse Minter's done a fantastic job putting that together. They got a lot of dudes, though, Kevin, that played at a high level as on their coach. Navarro Bowman's their linebackers coach. Like, they have guys that understand the game, much like we talk about Al Harris and how he connects with them. They have guys that understand what playing is like, but also what you need to do to be at the top of your game. So I think Harbaugh's influence on that team, you've seen what he does. He goes and builds good winners. He's like that Indiana coach,
I like what you just said, though, about the way he teaches toughness. It wasn't like he needed to go get 14 brand new guys that were just hard-nosed, tough players. I'm not saying that he didn't look for that in the draft, but it feels like, and I don't want to do this, as in blaming the coaching staff. Like, there's nothing else wrong with the Cowboys except if you just got a new head coach and a new coordinator, you'd win the championship. I think you need to have your head checked if that's what you think. But I will say this. Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy, to me, don't instill toughness in a team. It doesn't mean they're bad coaches. I'm not a big fan of Jason Garrett as a coach. But I just think that
I know what you're saying.
There are certain guys that when they step into the room, if I'm not going to play this game as a man, I'm not going to play this game on this team.
Yeah.
And I think when you're with Jim Harbaugh, you might be a softie. But if you're going to play that way for him, you're not going to play much longer for him.
Exactly.
And so whoever the next head coach of the Cowboys is, I don't know who it is. I feel like if Jerry was going to do the job the best he could, he would make sure that there is a fear from the players on the team now that would be on the team in 25 of that if I don't play this game a certain way, very tough and hard-nosed, that coach isn't going to play me anymore, and he could kind of, in a way, end my career by benching me, and then I'm a crap free agent on the market.
That's part of the culture we talk about,
Yes.
right? Like when
Yes.
you walk into Baltimore's doors, you're like, I know what I have to do.
Now, one more quick note for you. Bo Nix became the third starting rookie quarterback to record a touchdown reception since 1960. What? He joined Marcus Mariota in 2015.
Bart Starr.
And that is a good guess.
Joey Namath.
It is decidedly more recent than that.
Oh, they said 1960.
No, since 1960. It hadn't been done from 60 to 2015.
Who did it in 60?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll have to go back and check on that.
That's why I was guessing Bart Starr.
I'm sorry. That is a fair point.
They were running load right or something. I don't know. Sweep left.
And David Blau, who
David
played
Blau,
at Carrollton Creekview
Oh,
in
yeah.
2019. He's a local guy.
Blowy.
Oh, Blowy.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm
Coming
glad you brought the local elements to the show.
Heck yeah,
though,
man.
That
I
was
remember
good.
him on that football team.
Really seems like I was rewarded for
Note
that.
Boom and
Oh,
Blau.
David.
Yeah.
Coming up next.
Old Nody.
It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or maybe today other? Let us know. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Jonathan finds Lillard. Lillard will take the two here. No, he won't. As Allen with the rejection. A haymaker of a block as Jared Allen has sealed the deal.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to My Buddy's an Idiot in just a second. But first, I'm going to take you to Corey for him to decide whether he wants to give us a Cowboys update or a snarky comment about the election.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I don't want to. I don't want to offend
that
anybody.
Snarky
dude.
comment feels like it would offend a lot of people.
I'm not into doing that right now.
It was pretty funny.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy press conference highlights from Nick Harris. Kevin, he worked for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
Hey. It's important to give credit.
Micah Parsons will return to practice today on a limited basis. That is positive news. DeMarcus Lawrence and Brandon Cooks progressing, not ready to open the 21-day window. No decision has been made on Dak to the IR. And
What
evidently,
about Ron Bland? Do they say anything about
I don't see anything on Bland yet. So
Okay.
I don't. Now that doesn't mean that was just a little highlight section.
Do you think
So
that's Nick Harris's fault that you don't see
probably
anything there?
maybe so, or maybe they just didn't talk about it.
That's possible too.
The other thing though was, Kevin, I know you asked about this
snarky election thing.
No, God, I told you I'm not doing that. DeVron Bland's will still be in the rehab group. That's from 105.3 The Fans Twitter.
Yes.
On Wednesday. It's the
Asthma Fields over there, Bland.
Golly.
The tablet situation.
That was what the Cowboys were
Did
doing.
we get any answer on
We
that?
did not get any more answers on this, but he
Steven
did.
was so mad.
Jane Slater did say that he started with a joke about it and then said he didn't want to make light of it and how embarrassed he was that he did it. So I'm with Mike, though. I think the two-hand jam is always the best way to go with things. I always like Jackson Jeffcoat did a
Dominique
two-hand jam
style.
over people at
Yes.
Plano West, and I was like, I love. Who was the announcer that would go, "And the two-hand jam"? Was it Marv Albert? I always loved that.
I think
Yeah.
that was Marv Albert.
Yeah, so I'm good
Yes!
with the two-hand throwdown of the tablet.
Are you guys ready for? Nope, I'm not asking. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. If you want to get involved in the conversation, 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Now, once again, we are going to offer an either or here. I actually have two of them. Do you want to go with Dabo Swinney versus big voting, or do you want to go back to Joel Embiid?
Let's go with Dabo first.
This is a nonpartisan political discussion. So Dabo Swinney said that he had trouble voting because his name is William Sweeney, and he went to go vote, and the people there said, "You've already voted."
Uh-oh.
At which point he responded, "Who voted?"
The hell I have.
Yes, probably. And he goes, "No, that was my oldest son who is named Will and not him." I could see how potentially Somebody on the voter roll could get confused looking at Will Sweeney versus William Sweeney, maybe think they're the same person. And he said, they done voted me out of state. We're 6-2 and 5-1 in the ACC, man. They done shipped me off.
Yeah,
that's an actual quote, I promise.
With a P.
Didn't Bargatze, didn't he have a bit where he's like, they
About
said
the airport?
Nathaniel Bargatze, and he's like, no, I'm Nate. I just go by Nate. You can see how that's my picture.
Yeah.
Like, it always seems that, but because you're bad, they voted. They were like, nope, we're done. You can't even be part of this anymore.
The
That's
good news
funny.
is his vote didn't matter.
I guess that is true. Here's the weird thing.
You'd have to only win a state by 1.
Okay, now think about this. If that was the case, consider this. Dabo said he had to complete a paper ballot and was told there will be a hearing on Friday to resolve the issue.
Does he have to go to the hearing?
I think you should call him up and be like, it doesn't
Never
matter.
mind. But can you imagine?
Everybody won by more than 1
Yes.
vote.
But can you imagine if that whole state was tied and like the election pivoted on that and like the eyes of the world are now on Dabo Sweeney and his hearing.
It's all I want in 4 years. That's all I want to see is that situation exactly play out. Where Dabo Sweeney, who is either hated or loved in the state that he's coaching based on the record.
Yes.
And he's just like, I don't know which way to go with this because I don't know who I need behind me the most here. Would it go on recruiting? He's like, all right, recruits are like, look, I'll come to your school.
Yeah, I would. I'd be like, I'm about to decide who's the president. Like, I would absolutely. From the 682. My buddy's an idiot. He still thinks the Cowboys have a chance. I feel like this next one is directed at me.
They do have to play the rest of the games.
Mike's right.
They called the NFL
They
up,
could win.
and they said you do have to play because
They
said
did not ask.
the worst things about owning a team is you have to play the games, and so the NFL said after Tuesday's trade deadline, Jerry, you still have to play all the games.
It's bleak. It doesn't look like an easy path at all.
It does
But
not.
Mike is right. They still have to finish the games, and nobody knows the true outcomes of those yet. We can just only assume the worst.
Now,
we don't have to assume the worst, but we are.
I think people have mixed feelings about this, and I definitely don't think like the columnist is free and clear of any of this. But did you see that Joel Embiid got suspended 3 games for shoving the columnist? And we've talked about it. The columnist made reference to work ethic and his dead brother, Embiid's dead brother, and his son, and talking about like lack of work ethic. And there's no question that's what led up to the dust up. I did hear an interesting Sports Minute when they were like, who decided to put those two together? And I was like, that is an interesting point. But
Jerry told us the other day, you never know what a dude's going through.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
like that. Like I know they're athletes and everything, and you feel like you can say whatever you want, but they might just turn around and grab your phone and smash it on the ground.
Do you think that, yes, do you think that 3 games is too much for this, given the substance of it? Or do you think the NBA kind of has a protocol where they're like,
is the columnist allowed to be there?
That is a good question.
Because I think both of them should
don't know.
be separated from each other for a bit.
I'll check on that. That is a really
But the
good
columnist
question.
also still needs to be able to do his job as well, unless the newspaper says, hey, we do think that you need to take a little bit of a break here.
Now, let's go to Oklahoma State.
Somebody said from the 469, if you want to punish Embiid, make him play 3 games in a row.
I have seen some people who think that.
I mean, the thing you can do, and I know it's fictional, but also reality, is you can do like that. What's the fake soccer show? The
Ted Lasso?
That, remember when the former player hated the reporter and he's like, nobody talks to that person?
Yes.
Joel Embiid could be like, hey, I get it. Like, we can't kick him out. Maybe you can, but if you don't, you're just like, nobody ever talked to him. So after games, as long as he's in the fray of like, hey, they're trying to interview Tyrese Maxey and he's there with the 7 other reporters, like, I'm not talking as long as he's right here. So
that's true. That is an interesting
and now
point.
all of a sudden you turn the media against that media member because you're like, I can't do my job if you're in this room.
Now, for Oklahoma State, I want you to get your tissues ready because we're going to get really emotional in just a second. Mike Gundy is frustrated because his team is not good this year. And after the game, he said this is why he doesn't, watch TV or listen to critics. He said, quote, in most cases, the people that are negative and voicing their opinion are the same ones that can't even pay their own bills. They're not taking care of themselves. They're not taking care of their own family. They're not taking care of their own job. Wow.
I'm a Man, I'm 40 was viral.
That's true.
That was a long time ago.
Tell me if you think this apology is going to go viral, because it is from the heart.
All right.
I will read it verbatim in the way I believe it was written. I apologize to those who my comments during Monday's media call offended. My intent was not to offend any of our fans who have supported us and the program through the years. Sorry, I kind of got teared up with how insightful.
Did you just squirt Visine in your eye to act like it was a teardrop?
That's part of the speech. The thing you just did, it said snort your nose.
You all right, buddy?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
It's going to be all right.
I'm fine.
I just want to tell everybody it's going to be all right.
What a half-assed apology that is. Like, I still, to this day, and I know this is not how the world works, I would much prefer he put out a tweet that said, yeah, I said what I said, deal with it. I realize that would be problematic for him, but does anybody read this and is like, okay, I accept?
And what do you call it if he would have done it that way? Corey, do you know? A full-ass apology.
Yeah, I
nicely
think,
done.
I think he definitely was like, what's the bare minimum? He probably did ask, who am I apologizing to? Because there are times when I don't want to apologize to those people.
Yes, I'm. From the 817, are the Cowboys an idiot because Brandon Aubrey deserves better than this? Whether that means they should be better, whether that means he should be traded.
He's making tons of money.
That's true.
Like, what I'm saying is like, you keep stalling out at the 40-yard line, and he keeps making those 50-plus yard field goals. A lot of teams are going to want him.
He is pretty darn amazing.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 firsts for him.
And then you just go into the MLS, and then
MLS.
You go get another kicker, and then you show them that it doesn't even matter. We just go get soccer players to do this job.
Okay. Are the Milwaukee Bucks idiots? They are 1-6, which is tied for the worst record in the NBA with the Utah Jazz, who they will actually play tomorrow in a battle of the worsts. But there's a lot of expectation on this team. I think like a consensus top 5, if not top 3 player in the NBA. They added Dame, and this thing has been just atrocious since then. Are the Milwaukee Bucks idiots for, it feels like they didn't figure this out at all.
Still a lot of season, but we were all confused by the Doc Rivers hiring. It just didn't seem like the right guy to turn them around, and it doesn't look like he's the right guy. And I'm not saying if they fire the coach today, it's going to be the right decision, because then you'd be going another mid-season coaching change year after year. That can't be good for your organization either. I will say this. It's not bad as a Mavs fan, because I don't know, but if for some reason Giannis, with his relationship with possibly Luka or Nico or whatever, if he decides I'm not a part of this anymore, then that does put you possibly in play. And it seems like we're going down a path where it could get to the end of this year, the end of the playoffs, and Giannis goes, you know what? I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I don't know if the Mavericks could get involved, but I think he might be the next superstar to demand out of his situation.
You saying Giannis to Dallas? That already
it happened earlier this year already.
I remember that.
He visited Dallas as part of the team.
Free agent visit? Good visit.
Not a free agent visit.
The Capitol Grill is right next to inside the hotel they're at and everything.
Or Nobu. There's Nobu right there.
They don't have steaks like that in Milwaukee. They only have cheese.
From the 817.
Probably tired of grilled cheese.
Like, this cream
Jerry,
how much milk can I have in a diet?
Jerry Jones is an idiot for thinking that this team can get better and win games with what they have. And then I figure you guys would appreciate this. From the 817, I'm an electrician supervisor. I like to tell my guys sometimes I need them to go to a certain job and put another butt cheek on it because they half-assed it the first time.
Yeah, see, he gets it.
He does get it.
Let's full-ass this next segment.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, I bet you will. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola.
Yeah, let's do it.
And also, the first college football playoff poll is out. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Prescott moves under center to change the play. Now backs up into the gun. 2 receivers each way. Snap back on 2nd and goal. Good block from Guyton. And Prescott has to avoid pressure. Runs into his blocker. Runs at the 10. Flips it in the end zone. And Dowdle hung on despite contact. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations to Dylan in Fort Worth who won the Eagles-Cowboys party passes. Remember, in the next hour, we will have a pair of seats for the tickets for that game coming up. Right now,
Learn how to spell.
It's
If you're going to that
time
game, learn how to spell.
to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Oh,
Mickey, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. All right. I'm going to warn you.
Uh-oh.
Mike wanted to ask the first question, and then
Oh.
he told us what the first question was, and I vetoed that, and so he is now not going to ask you the first question.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, no. No, you know
What do you think about the results last night, Mick?
And that's even a sanitized version of the question he was going to ask.
I think he's talking about the college football playoff
Yeah,
right
I guess.
How much time?
Did
how much-
Mizzou get in?
How much time do we have?
Not enough time
not
for
enough,
that.
Mickey, yeah. Hey, what's going on with the Micah?
He's back, baby.
Looks like he's gonna practice today.
All right.
So we'll see. Obviously, how much he does. I'm sure it's limited. But again, I mean, it's 6 weeks, right? And we'll see, just what he can do. And if 2 to 3 practices get you ready to play, I'm sure he'll be out there. But I think you kind of got to wait and see, sort of like when they started Bland on his practice period, and 2 practices in, and his foot got sore, and we haven't seen him practice yet, and he won't practice today. So I don't know if he'll make it back this week.
And once he returns to practice, it kind of feels like you're setting us the same thing up with Micah Parsons. Hey, just because they're back at practice doesn't mean they're 100% ready to kick ass like the level we're used to.
Right, and it's someone asked Mike, something happened, did he get a setback? And no, he just hasn't gotten back yet. I know it's since he fractured his 5th metatarsal, it's been 2 months maybe.
Yeah.
I was out 3 months when I fractured mine.
Ouch. Yeah.
Not that there's a comparable, but
sure,
that's what it took. And and he had surgery to help facilitate the healing. And but again, you get a plate in there and a couple screws, your foot's probably not the same.
Any particular surprise, I'm guessing no, about the release of Jordan Phillips?
No, I was waiting. Why did it take so long?
Wow.
Well, he played.
I'm not disputing you.
He played 2 games, had 30, I think I went back and I just looked, 30-some snaps, and he had an assisted tackle. And too many times he was 5 yards back of the line of scrimmage. So, sometimes you got to take the eraser out and go, well, this just didn't work.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. At least they got a 7th-round pick back for it.
Hey.
Gave up a 6th, but not until 2026. So that's so far off, it's almost negligible. But, yeah, it would have been nice if he, and then he somewhat had the wrist injury that he, declined to say it was a wrist injury. And you can tell he just wasn't into it, and they started his practice period, the 21-day, and I think he practiced for 2 weeks and wasn't ready to go. So, yeah, same thing with Booth. Sometimes dead weight, just, got to move on. I mean, he got his chance to start against the Giants, and He looked in the first half like he looked in preseason, right?
Yeah.
And so, really hadn't played much after that. And it's like, okay, well, he's just kind of taken up a roster spot. Open it up and bring in somebody young that can maybe get some snaps at some point. So, yeah, I was on both of those. I was wondering what took so long.
What McCarthy or anybody else that you've talked to, what's been their explanation or emphasis on why they went and got Jonathan Mingo rather than just like being short there? What were their thoughts on him? Was it because of what they saw in the draft previously?
Yeah, and it was for the future. It wasn't like to fix this season, right? The Cowboys were never, one player away from fixing the season like a lot of other teams did.
Oh, yeah.
And signing or trading for 30-something-year-old wide receivers on the final year of their contract. So they trade for a guy that's 23. He's got this year and 2 more years left on his contract, and the next 2 years are like 1.5 cap hit and 1.6 or 7 cap hit. So it's not really from a cap standpoint a big expenditure, unlike I think it was Devontae Adams. His next 2 years our cap hits are $35 million.
Yikes.
And he's already 30, what did I have figured out? 32, I think. A lot of those trades people made for other wide receivers were basically a half-season deal. And they were old and they had to inherit a contract. So the Cowboys inherited that contract, but it's only costed them like $550,000 this year. From a contract standpoint, and he's 23 years old, so he will be the youngest guy in the wide receiver room today.
I hope this makes sense. Are you ever discouraged by a positive stat? And what I mean by that is, so the Cowboys against the Falcons, 33 carries, 100 yards, better than I probably would have guessed. So 3.33 rushing average against, second lowest allowed of the season by the Cowboys. And then they still lost. And then you're going up against somebody who I think you'd probably make an argument has been the second best running back in the league this season. And I don't know, that kind of combination of things makes me not super optimistic about this weekend.
Well, yeah, I mean, Saquon Barkley will be difficult to deal with wherever your defense is ranked or whatever your defense is giving up, especially if he can leap guys backwards, right?
That was amazing.
Amazing.
But so it was encouraging how they handled Bijan Robinson running the ball. But then I believe he picked up 57 yards receiving.
Yeah.
So his total from scrimmage was like 130 something. So there was a kind of a give and take there. Okay, I'll take that. We stopped you somewhat from running the ball, and the team, just running for. What did it end up like 100 yards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
And you're going, oh, okay, that's not bad, but. The runs and when they occurred hurt. So, and Philadelphia's pretty good, offensively and defensively, and especially these last few games. Although, it just occurred to me, they've got a 4-game winning streak, right? They've beaten 2-7, 2-7, 2-7, and 4-5. Now, I'm not trying to make an argument that the Cowboys are going to go out there and win this, but sometimes it depends on just who you're playing. And so, but again, the Cowboys helped Atlanta get to where they're at now because they came in at 5-3, and to me, that was a beatable team, even though they were 5-3. You win and they're 5-4, and you're going, well, yeah, okay, they're okay, but they made them look real good by the plays that occurred. It wasn't just consistent getting beat down. It was just you give up this play, you give up that play, and the one play that the Cowboys I know will continue to look at, and they are and probably we are too, was the third down incompletion when Ferguson didn't block Judon.
Yes.
And he gets pressure on Dak, who already has tore his hamstring and couldn't adjust to throw the ball to him when he was wide open, and he had two offensive linemen coming to lead the way against one DB. That's going to the house, right?
Yeah.
But that's what occurred. And a lot of times, if you're not really good, then you can't overcome little things like that, and then they stick out like a sore thumb.
Appreciate the insight. As always, good sir. We'll catch up with you tomorrow and talk even more Eagles.
Tell Mike if he wants, give me a call, and I'll fill him in for 30 minutes.
All right.
All right.
If
I
you
don't
catch
know,
my
I don't know
drift.
if I'm in, Nick. I'm going to be honest. I don't care too much about politics, but I get people who do. I'm not saying don't. I just,
You haven't considered suicide after that result?
No.
And that's a positive thing.
Yes.
There you go.
That is a positive thing.
Figure the train keeps going down the tracks.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Good
Let's
sir.
hope so. Okay, guys.
I know he was joking, but somebody this morning did text us and say that they were thinking about that because of the results of the election. And I responded to that person, putting politics aside. I just hate when people have that thought, whether it's because of politics,
absolutely.
whether it's because of any number of other things in your life. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what to make of these early season Mavs trends. Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if you care that they are now making a call that Trump has won Michigan. I don't know if you care or not because you have like a pool going for the final electoral college count. That would actually be super neat. But like, I feel like the decision already was made, so if you're still keeping them on states, I thought it would update you.
I heard some people calling for stop the count. So
oh my god,
they were like, no, we don't.
Oh my gosh! All right,
this is where the other team gets mad, and they're like, "You're just supposed to run out the clock and take a knee."
Yeah, dude, what are you doing here?
Stop
man,
it.
That would be amazing. I realize you can't because of the down ballot races. That would be amazing if Arizona's like, we're done. Like we're not counting anymore. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
Can I be real quick?
Yes.
How long will we be able to go where we can start making jokes and we all laugh together? Or are we past that now and it's no longer
in the world of politics?
Yeah. Was there ever a time where everybody could laugh together about politics?
Or is that like when Gerald Ford was always falling over and people are like, what's that guy doing?
Okay, all right.
Like, you know.
Other than that, it's too offensive, huh? Our identities are split like that.
I'm not kidding. I don't know if you're going to make it back to that time because some of the people will think your joke's really funny. Other people will be like, do you know what happened to my sister or whatever? And you're like, okay, never mind.
So what you're saying then is on this show, we should just not do it because we don't want to get into that because amongst us, we can crack jokes with each other, right? We all,
yes.
And Alec, we all can do that. But I don't want to lose a listener because of something like that.
Exactly. Look, I've talked about this before. My degree in college is in political science. I care about this a lot, but this isn't my political podcast. So unless somebody directly asks me, don't feel like it's particularly relevant.
If that's the case, if you don't want jokes at either side, then we'll keep it at that. The other thing, Kevin, is why don't they make pins stronger to not be able to break these tips of pins off? Because I do it too easy.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Okay. They do still have a winning record, but I wanted to go through a couple of things, and I wanted to see what you thought about this. I was reading an article in the Dallas Morning News by Brad Townsend, and one of the things he laid out at the very beginning, and I have to admit, I hadn't really thought about that, P.J. Washington out tonight against the Bulls. The last I saw, Derek Lively was questionable. Keep an eye out on that. Just keep an eye out on if that
shoulder.
Yeah, if that turns into a bigger deal. But one of the things Townsend wrote that I was like, okay, that's fair. In hindsight, the Mavericks' early inconsistencies are unsurprising given that Luka missed most of training camp. Klay Thompson, Najee Marshall, Quentin Grimes, and Spencer Dinwiddie are all new to the rotation this year. It's only 7 games. Do you accept that as a potential for the slower start, or do you look at it and still think effort more than situational issues they're running into?
Yeah, I think more effort.
Okay.
This is the same team that just played, 20 playoff games together.
Yes.
You added Klay Thompson, and I get that is an adjustment. You added Najee Marshall. That's a little bit of an adjustment. But for them to – I want to super love Luka. I want to love him the way that I loved Dirk or Rolando Blackman. And I do like him a lot. But man, does he irritate me with at times his lack of effort intentionally. It's like I get Dirk wasn't the best defender. I get at times I rooted for a team that the other team was better than. But for him to intentionally give lack of effort on a consistent basis, and you know that he's better than that.
Yeah.
It's really tough as a fan of his, as more of a fan of the Mavericks, to just be like, oh, well, let's not point to that. Let's not point to the effort given on a possession-to-possession basis. Let's point towards, well, he didn't have training camp. So what? Nobody tries in training camps anymore anyways.
Okay.
I mean, you played Milwaukee Bucks. I know they're off to a horrible start.
They are.
Yeah. I mean, Lillard and Giannis didn't play in that game here. I mean, it wasn't like they're a bad example because they're off to a horrible start. Let me go back and look at see how many minutes Phoenix was playing together. They only have one loss. Let me go look at Cleveland. I bet they weren't playing 30 minutes a night in the preseason to get ready for this 8-0 start to the season.
I just hope shots fall better. That's what I want it. I want Clay to be that version. I want, and he's been good, not great. And I'm not going to blame the season on him. I love having him around.
So I'm going to go to Luka specifically for that. Luka's ability to finish and shoot well has been off across the board.
Yeah, what is it?
He's shooting, think about this, between 3 and 10 feet from the basket. He's shooting 44%.
Is that good?
No.
Bad.
He's at career lows in shots from 10 to 16 feet, shooting about 39%, and 16 feet to the three-point distance. So the whole point is, like, all of the shots kind of broken down between your layup or dunk, between that and your three-pointer. 39% and then 29%. So if you're looking at mid to long range, Luka's at a career low in both. And then he added this. Take this for whatever it's worth. I know he's not, again, we talk about this all the time. I know he's not going to come out and be like, you're right, I'm probably done for. You should give up on the season. But this is what he said. It's just, I think it's rhythm. I'll get it. Don't worry. I've been feeling more and more improved every day. It was a tough back-to-back to lose. Got to go get some rest.
Okay.
And so when he says he's been feeling it more and more, you could argue that that's on his shooting stroke, or you could argue that maybe his leg is feeling better.
Yeah, I don't know. That's you making a point. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think you put out which one is it. I don't know. He doesn't like talking to the media.
Fair.
He's not going to engage at all with the media, and so he will say a comment, and then you don't really get follow-ups with him. I mean, when he's not going well, he'll just get really mad at Tim McMahon. And so you're just like, all right, man.
Yes.
Good. I hope you do good. I'm sorry that we saw you screaming at a ref and not getting back on defense. I guess we're just going to ignore that.
And I'm not panicking and freaking out about anything. It's just that I'm not used to seeing Luka not have that touch or be able to even find it within a game where he's just like, oh, I found it early, or I hadn't had it and then I found it all of a sudden. It's kind of inconsistent right now. And I'm just not used to seeing that from Luka.
That is very fair.
Which is obviously he set a hard standard to meet all the time. He's that good where his numbers are there and you're like, oh, it's always going to be this good.
So I can throw out a positive for you, but still something to keep an eye out on. There's been concerns that Klay Thompson joining the starting lineup would be a step backwards defensively. And we'll get to a little bit more of that in just a second. But Dallas thus far is 7th in defensive rating, 5th in defensive field goal percentage, and 5th in three-point percentage defensively. Jason Kidd said PJ Washington is having to carry too much of the defensive burden. Because I know something to watch out for is, I know it looks good now, but can Luka, Kyrie, and Klay work together long-term defensively? Because the early numbers say yes, but then Jason Kidd steps out and says, it's because PJ is doing all kinds of stuff. I think tonight might be an interesting game to kind of see what it looks like without him. Do you think those three can work together long-term defensively, or has it just been, so far so good, but wait?
I agree with Kidd on the front of if PJ and Derek Lively are doing their jobs together.
Yes.
But what we saw against Indiana is the offense couldn't keep up with its end of the bargain whenever they had to be out there defensively. And when they're out there together, you're hoping, you're anticipating that they're putting the ball in at an efficient rate. And that's going to be the thing that overwhelms an opponent.
That is true.
Yeah, so that's the reason I say no.
Like, I'm okay with the first 5 minutes, those three guys being out. it's not helping you at all offensively. That's the tough part. You get to 6 minutes left, and you've scored 10 points through the first 6 minutes of the game. Well, now you're on a pace to only score 20 for the first quarter. Now, I know that they're doing a little bit better than that, but that's the weird thing to me. Can they survive? Yeah. If you have the best offensive unit on the court to the opposing team, and you should. If you're looking at Luka and Kyrie and Clay, and I get you're with PJ Washington and Gafford, if those are your two other starters tonight, one of them will be out. But you're like, all right, that group should score close to 20 points in the first 6 minutes of the game. And then we start making our rotations, and they don't have to all three play together a lot. But it's really weird. They are really bad together offensively. You could argue which one is worse. Are they worse together offensively, or are they worse together defensively?
Okay, so to that point, thus far, the offense has been all kinds of mediocre in pretty much every category that you can think of. Their offensive rating, 15th. Scoring average, 17th. Assist averages, 17th. Field goal percentage, 18th, which I'm not going to lie, is actually higher than I would have guessed. They're 11th in three-point percentage, again, higher than I would have guessed, and 23rd in free throw percentage. So there's nothing right now offensively that this team is excelling at. And you were talking about the starters. I don't disagree with that at all. Another issue early on has been the bench. So going into that Pacers game, Rick Carlisle talked about the Mavericks' depth. They've actually been outscored off the bench by 42 points this season. And what concerns me even more is I know he's not just a pure scoring threat or anything like that, but you've seen heavy Derek Lively minutes off the bench that you would think would hopefully help you kind of mitigate that. But their bench has not been scoring. They outscored Indiana in that game, and that was the second game all season. The bench outscored the opposing bench. This was supposed to be, and
I still like the
7
depth
games,
of this team.
and definitely still can be, but just early, if you're frustrated, not only the starters, but the bench has not carried its weight either.
I think they're trying to figure out who's going to be the one to kind of lead that group still. You know, like Dinwiddie, I was very happy with him driving to the basket and trying to force points in the game against Indiana, and there were some games that he hasn't even played in. So I think they're still trying to figure out. I agree with Mike.
Yeah, Hardy's now
like
sitting the bench and just watching basketball games.
I think the kid's just trying to figure out which potion to put together, which one works, which one's function, and that comes from just more games and them looking at their numbers to go, oh, these are the efficient ones.
And once again, Kleba destroys you because he can't play basketball at an NBA level healthy. It's too physical for his body to take. He plays his butt off when he's on the court. I'm not taking a shot at how hard he plays. I'm not taking a shot at that he is a player you want on your team. The issue is he's never available. So as we've gone to this small ball thing, which got you back into a blowout game, and then you saw it gave up 132 points. Not just that, but you played a lot of small ball. One of the issues is the guy who you kind of want to play small ball with if you need to for 5 minutes is Maxi Kleba. He's only going to play in 50% of your games because of health. True. And then out of those 50% of the games he plays in, 25% of the games, he's not even going to be healthy. He's going to be playing through a major injury that's bugging him, and you get to the playoffs, and you're always dealing with, well, he's hurt, but he's going to try to play. And so I do think that Nico, it's only 7 games. I'm going to let this thing play out more. I do like some things I'm seeing. I'm not quitting on this team at all. I still think it has a great chance to go to the Western Conference Finals again. But I do think you have to start looking at the reliability of Maxi Kleba. And if I'm going to have a young Derek Lively who's going to miss time while he's growing into his body to try to become a man, and I do like his game, but he's still in a child's body trying to become a man, and it just takes time. He's only 20, 21 years old. I can't have Maxi Kleba as a reliable player because he's just not reliable. He's proven over a 10-year career he will not be reliable in his health. So I need to look at maybe another 6'9" to 6'10" guy that maybe isn't a center, but can play kind of that small ball position that I need if I want to go in a different direction with, let's say, PJ Washington and that guy on the court, where I'm going to be a different five spread out, a guy who can kind of shoot and stuff like that. We know, Dwight Powell can't shoot, so he doesn't fall into that category. So I look at this team and I go, okay, it stinks that we're already seeing flaws 7 games into the season, and we're seeing Doesn't Luka, does he have 2 or 3 technicals already? Like, I mean,
I'm not positive.
Wait, I know he already has 2. He might have 3. And you're just like, already, dude?
Yeah.
Like, this attitude hasn't changed at all. And I just think I have to accept that he's going to be a person that I can't love. I'm just going to have to like a lot and deal with his attitude.
Yeah. And we were all hoping what Cooperstein said with, I believe, Sean and RJ at the beginning of the season, that you will see a less complaining, more mature Luka. We were all like, yes, please, please, please.
And Corey just looked it up.
It's 3.
Already 3 in 7 games.
No ejections.
Yeah, I know, but like what happens is you get to game 62 and you're like, all right, man, 2 more technicals and he's suspended for a game. You know, I mean, that's just who he is. He's not going to change. I don't think he's going to change the rest of his life in that. And so I look at this team. I like this team. I want to make sure people understand I do like this team. I think Kyrie has had some really great moments. He still has a really great game. He can get cold on you. That's going to happen. But if you're going to rely on defense and you're not going to have Derek Lively out there consistently because of he's still growing up body-wise, and then Maxi Kleba is going to miss half the season on you again because he's part of your defensive weaponry off the bench. Dinwiddie is a bad shooter, in my opinion, for the position he plays, but then Hardy is an undersized guy in the position that he plays. Quentin Grimes is right now not fitting in on this team. We'll see if it gets better. Those are things that Jason Kidd and Nico are going to have to see how it plays out. I think Dinwiddie, Hardy, and Grimes, who's the one guy that steps out of those 3 and shows that they should be a consistent guy on the team. And then the big guy rotation, if Maxi Kleba's a part of it, how can you ever rely on that dude? All it takes is a game of basketball for him to just go into the ice bath.
Unfortunately, injuries have been an issue there for sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, in this hour, we'll have another Cowboys-Eagles ticket giveaway. Coming up next, also got NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Are you
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Only beer, the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Looking for the wheel route. Got a step. Got a catch. Jonathan Mingo inside the 10. 56-yard gain.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for NFL Overreaction or Reality. We also have Mike Likes It as part of the Expressway. And at some point in this super segment, we will be having a giveaway for a pair of Cowboys-Eagles tickets. I almost said seats, but you get the idea. All right, overreaction or reality. This is going to be tough. I'm going to give it a shot. Jonathan Mingo will be better than Jalen Tolbert the rest of this season.
It's not a high bar to cross. It's kind of like just stepping over something on the ground.
He has.
I think Jalen Tolbert stinks. By the way, I'll make it official.
I was going to say
I get he had a touchdown catch. I think he stinks. I think that he will not get a second contract in the NFL.
3 touchdowns,
30 catches.
He's got more yards and more touchdowns than he had last year, but not enough.
I guess there's improvement.
Not enough to be productive.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, yeah, and that's over a 17. He had 6 games started last year. That's over a 17 games. So he will have better stats for him by the end of the year. Thank you very much, Jerry. I appreciate you chiming in on this show.
Corey, I think what will be tough is the first 4 games at least will be with a backup quarterback. I don't think Cooper Rush plays all 4 games.
I mean, the text told me yesterday that he's better than Dak.
Oh, dear.
I think Jerry creates the storyline of Trey Lance going into Thanksgiving or before Thanksgiving to give us another story to talk about. So that means
I think they would wait 2 games until you're really like, oh, we're.
And I think Cooper Rush is good too, but I think for Mingo, he starts off his Cowboys career working with backup quarterbacks, which makes it very tough for him to match or go over Tolbert's numbers where he was working with Dak.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the way, and I'm going to talk a little more about this in C Block, the way they build their identity with him and with the players that they have and what they want to look like in the future.
NFL overreaction or reality. I know we've talked about this to a certain extent in the power rankings, but I just really want to know just y'all's opinions. Overreaction or reality? The Lions are the best team in the NFL.
Yes. I mean, it's not overreaction, but it's also not reality to me. Because I think I still think the Chiefs are. Because they're not beaten. You can't beat them. But I love the way the Lions play football. So I don't think it's an overreaction because I think they're damn good. I also don't think it's reality because the Chiefs are unbeaten.
I think you just brought up the two teams that we're considering.
Fair.
So I think that's great. I think right now Baltimore is a very scary team, I'm sure.
If they wouldn't have lost that game and they would be in the midst of having won 6 or 7 straight, I might think Baltimore was the best.
The Lions did beat the Chiefs 24-23 in the preseason, though. So
I'm not counting that.
They beat them a game 1 last year.
Yeah, that was
on
the thing.
opening night,
and then they didn't get a chance to play them in the Super Bowl. So maybe that listen. I think
because Dan Campbell had too many people reporting as wide receivers.
Yeah, I do think Kevin that these are going to probably be the two teams that we're looking at.
Okay, this one is
We'll find out who's the best.
Okay.
I guess
I guess somebody has to win.
Somebody has to win, yeah. Sometimes the best team doesn't win.
That is true. Now, this is the craziest stat I can tell you about the Lions. They're the only team since at least 1940, and then they just quit researching, in a 6-game span has more touchdowns than incompletions. Think about that. In 6 games, Jared Goff had 24 incompletions, and the team scored 28 touchdowns. That is bananas.
Who put together Dan Campbell's staff? Did Dan Campbell do it?
I would assume.
Him and his GM worked very closely together to build this thing, and they both had the same vision. Like that's the reality of what they've done is they came together and they had the exact same vision for what they wanted to accomplish.
Okay.
But yes, he had a lot of say in who he brought in because he played with Aaron Glenn when he was here in Dallas. And he knows Aaron Glenn's one of those smart minds that played for Parcells, so he had a lot of respect for him, and he's done Aaron Glenn's gotten better since he's added talent. Every time they draft and add talent, he gets better as a defensive play caller. Now Ben Johnson, I'm not quite sure. I don't know how that came about.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Packers are the most overrated team in the NFL. Now, here's the reason why I want to throw this out there. Just quick hit. Tell me if this is a marquee game or not. Eagles? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Colts?
Okay.
They're solid.
Yes or no?
Yes.
You think
No.
Okay. Titans?
No.
Vikings?
Yes.
Rams?
Yes. Well, when did they play the Rams?
4 weeks ago.
Nope.
Okay. Cardinals?
No.
They're 5-4.
That is true. They're getting better.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. All right. That actually might change this dynamic. Texans?
Yes.
Okay. Jags and Lions.
No.
Yes.
All right.
No, and then yes.
So for those marquee games, they played the Eagles, lost. Vikings, lost. Lions, lost. Now, they did beat the Texans. And then, if you want to include the Cardinals, that's 2 really good back-to-back wins there. So that might change.
I wouldn't say great, but they are 5-4. Now, maybe they end the season 7-10, but right now,
and that was my curiosity. So the Packers are 6-3, but they went up against the Lions. And look, I know the Packers shot themselves in the foot, but they got worked in that game. It was 24-3, late in the third quarter. So do you think the Packers could be the most overrated team in the NFL?
I don't.
Okay.
They are a passing team though.
True.
And that was a bad rain passing game. That was doo-doo. But man, at the same time, you those things happen. That's elements in the game.
Now, Jordan Love, since you brought it up, he's an interception in 7 straight games.
Yeah.
He
throws the ball a lot.
Who do you think holds the record for most consecutive?
Matt Schaub.
Quincy Carter.
Dak Prescott.
I'm sorry, with the Packers.
Oh, with the Packers.
Brett Favre.
Yes, Brett Favre.
Aaron Rodgers.
This is the longest. No.
He loved throwing the ball.
This is the longest interception run in consecutive games.
He was going against. No wonder.
Doesn't matter.
What's a dime defense?
Who cares? How can I subvert money to
Guess
the
they're on
volleyball
drugs
arena?
or something. I don't know.
NFL overreaction or reality? Anthony Richards' son will get Anthony Richards' son.
Oh, Anthony Richards
will get unbenched in the next couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, unbenched.
That's the phrase I'm going to go with. He's going to be unbenched. They're going to be like, we saw it. We gave it a shot. Never mind.
Yeah.
Richardson, you're back in.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Bills, Jets, Lions. That's what's going on for them in the next 3 games. And I think the Bills can make him look bad, Flacco look bad. The Jets defense can make him look bad too. And then the Lions can as well. And they'll just go, you know what? We need to let this guy grow.
NFL overreaction or reality. Doug Peterson will be the next head coach fired during the season.
I don't think another coach gets fired during the season unless you're talking about the last 2 weeks of the season.
Okay.
Just to get a head start on the teams that are going to fire. Like Mike McCarthy's getting fired. We all know it. Jerry's not going to say it. We all know it.
It does appear that way.
Or not brought back. His contract wasn't renewed.
Does Antonio Pierce get another run at this thing? I mean, it's 1 year, but the Raiders are a weird organization.
Yeah, I think you run into
a good point.
If you believe he's Dan Campbell-ish, I don't know if he is or not. Didn't Dan Campbell start off pathetic and be like, this guy's a moron?
I always think you should get more than a year, but when he said the Raiders are a weird franchise, I was like, that's a fair point.
I felt like they didn't really even want him, but Max Crosby was like, do it or I'm out of here.
Yeah.
The other thing is, Stefanski just gave up play calling duties. Are the people in Cleveland blaming Deshaun Watson for all their woes? Or are they like, come on, dude? I know he just gave up play calling duties, and usually that's kind of the trajectory is you give up play calling duties and then you're on your way out if things don't get better. So I don't know, man.
All right, you'll think this question is more positive then.
Fine.
Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson will be the next head coach of the Cowboys. Now, the reason why I bring that up is I was looking at the betting odds. He's second on the list behind
Belichick.
Not Belichick. Belichick's actually third now, believe it or not, behind Mike Vrabel. So it goes Mike Vrabel, Ben Johnson, Bill Belichick.
They love Mike Vrabel.
By the way, Cliff Kingsbury is fifth on that list.
Yeah, don't do that.
I want it to be John Stephen Jones.
You know, Kevin, there was a time.
Let's Jones it up. Let's just all Jones it.
There was a time when Colin Quinn.
I like Colin Quinn.
Had a little clip up of the Postman and Kevin Costner, and he said, "Acty, no directy," and that's what I say for Cliff Kingsbury. Callie, no coachy. All right, call plays, don't coach.
Okay.
But Ben Johnson, I don't know what his entire vision is. I just know that offensively, he has the pieces to do what he wants to do.
Very yellow eyes in the Olympics in '88. I'll tell you that much.
This is different Ben Johnson. I believe he was Canadian.
Jansen? Oh.
No, he's talking about a different Ben Johnson.
Yeah, but I mean, he was all in winning. He couldn't have done anything more.
Steroids give you yellow eyes?
I don't know. I'm just saying Ben Johnson in the '88 Olympics tested positive for steroids.
He beat Carl Lewis. Hey.
Up? Or like in a race?
Maybe. Well, he did beat him in the race. Then Carl Lewis got the gold medal because he finished second, so they gave him the gold.
You feel like fighting a sprinter is kind of difficult because they can just run off.
That's true.
They're like, I
but
can
then
run
again,
faster.
You can't run away. They're like, I'll just catch
I'm a sprinter too, yeah.
Yeah.
Steroids.
All right, we're not doing that right now.
Yellow.
NFL overreaction or reality. Despite a couple of losses, Sam Darnold is still the biggest surprise in the NFL this season.
Sure.
Have you soured on the Sam Darnold story?
It's coming to a close.
So Mike gives a hesitant.
I don't want to watch the Vikings play, just to be honest. Like, I get Justin Jefferson's awesome, and then I see Sammy D out there, and I'm like, oh, he's turning back into Sammy D.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I don't think that's I think that's reality.
Okay.
That Baker Mayfield's a big surprise, but I think Darnold's record right now shows that he's probably the bigger surprise. And by the way, Kevin, somebody wanted to make sure Mike understands this. McCarthy's not getting fired. He's not getting rehired.
I know. That's the thing. That's
he's
what
not getting
do.
rehired. That'll be the
yeah. I just always wonder. You know what? This time I'm gonna remember to ask. Do you think people care about that distinguishment? Because I know Steven's like, well, we didn't fire him. We just didn't renew his contract. And I this time I want to be like, do you think anybody cares or notices what the difference is?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, maybe
that's all about optics, baby. It's all about optics.
Okay,
the
Mike,
way things
I
look.
know so much.
Typed in, do steroids give you yellow eyes? That's a real thing he typed.
And what was the answer?
Was the answer?
I didn't see the answer.
Look at blue.
Okay.
Look at what I know.
Yes, anabolic steroids can cause yellow eyes. This is due to jaundice. Huh.
So
It also
now that
give you
brings
fever.
Sirianni into the mix.
Oh.
God.
Okay, just for that NFL overreaction to reality, do you believe Nick Sirianni was ever on anabolic steroids?
I don't want to
They
make
don't
any
test for it
accusations
if
like
you're
that,
a coach. What does it
Nor
matter?
should they. Who cares?
Yeah, I
you need to
don't-
coach better because you're on steroids?
I bet you can.
Maybe you could.
You run into the locker room, you start
Yeah.
lifting weights. Everybody's like, I got to.
You tell me he hasn't had
listen to that
roid
guy.
rage on the sideline when
Yeah.
he's yelling at fans.
Yeah, he throws a tablet on the ground. It disintegrates.
Yeah. He eats that tablet for breakfast.
And the players are just like, if I don't get in
Probably
line,
swallow tablets for breakfast if you're on like drugs to help you out instead of eating them.
he might
All right,
rip out my
Alec,
aorta.
I'm really going to hope for your help here. Will you go ahead and play the mystery clip of the day?
Heck yeah!
I know full well this might actually make things worse, though.
No, I think we needed a mood change here.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Go
good
get
sir.
Rangers.
Okay. All right, go get Rangers. We'll see
All
y'all.
right.
Yes!
No.
Yes! I love it. That's my manager right there. That's my manager.
What an
That is
embarrassing
my
moment that was.
Texas Rangers World Series champion Ranger right there. Rangers manager.
I
love
remember
it.
even before that when he goes, that's funny.
Yeah. Now, maybe next year, Kevin, you'll come up with something else like that. It's embarrassing to you, but it's great
Yeah.
for us. We're not making fun of you. We were just trying to get the team to rally.
It'll be the thing you're remembered for.
Yeah.
Oh, great. I mean, I guess it's better than something horrible.
Like what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Had a kid out of wedlock. We're the
That's
Cancy
not
masterpiece.
Yeah, that's not horrible.
No, he's a good
Okay,
kid. That's
yes.
a good
They
kid.
don't call you the bastard, Dad.
Come
I don't think that's a fair name for the child. Right. Like
Yeah, that's why we called him Brandon and not that. Thanks, Mike. We got.
Hey, who came up with that name? That's a tough one for the kid.
It sounds bad. Yeah.
We got Mike
he didn't do anything wrong.
He's just a kid.
Yeah, you're the one that had the, out of wedlock and everything. Like,
Yes, I know, Mike.
but then they put the name on the kid.
Mm-hmm. It does seem unfair, doesn't it?
What is the dad called?
We got it. Mike likes it coming up in just a second. But before that,
Let's give something away.
The biological, I think.
877-881-1053. Make sure you bother and call right now to win a pair of tickets to see the Cowboys play the Eagles at AT&T Stadium on Sunday. These tickets, love them, courtesy of Miller Lite. They're also a big part of our Buffalo Wild Wings Friday football feast. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. And now, Mike likes it.
Corey.
Yes, Mike.
Alec.
Yes,
Alec needs to answer the phone.
Oh, yeah, the 10th caller. They get to go to a great game.
He's got to focus.
Come on, Mike.
Well, they have to go. If they called, they have to go.
They're excited if they call.
Yeah. And good for them.
Or they're like, man, I could sell these.
They didn't have anything to do on Sunday. They get to do something now.
Once again, a promotional effort that I feel like is a slam dunk that you decided.
You get to go for free.
Okay.
That is cool.
Is parking included?
Just get on with your segment.
Okay. All right. So I feel like there's a lot of tension in the air right now.
Just in this room or
Yeah.
just okay?
God, no.
Are you suggesting to ease the tension?
I want to take the tension off.
Everybody in this room.
I want to take that tension and throw it out the window.
Kevin, he just wants you to sit back, close your eyes, take your shirt off, and
What part of this
Enjoy
makes
this
you
rub
think
down.
it's going to help me take a load off? This segment actively pisses me off.
If you took off all your clothes right now, okay? I'm just trying to, picture you taking all your clothes off. And then
No thanks.
put on the wildest outfit you've ever worn again.
oh yeah, what is the
What's
wildest
the
outfit?
wildest outfit you've ever worn? Do
Okay.
you want me to go first or do you know?
No,
one?
I have an answer.
All right, let's get wild.
When I got thin for a bit,
Uh-huh.
then it backfired. Me and Brandon wore Christmas suits, and I think I wore the Christmas tree, like all green suit, and he wore the all blue snowman suit, and we wore it to our family Christmas Eve gathering. People loved it.
That is awesome. Yeah, that is a wild looking
That's
outfit.
a wild outfit, Kevin. How do you feel right now? Does you hear that relaxing tone right there? You hear him just let the breath out? I feel like I'm a therapist right now.
How do you think you would do as a therapist?
Beautifully.
There's no way.
Because he doesn't have to think about it. He's just trying to help you take a load
You're
off.
laughing. I got you to laugh. You haven't been laughing this whole show.
Yeah,
you
dude.
keep thinking about the Cowboys and Mingo and Cooper Rush and the Cowboys and the Mavericks 4-3. Look where we're at now. We're
Wyatt
laughing and
Johnston
having a
not
good time.
living up to.
Yeah, Wyatt Johnston.
Yeah.
What's his deal?
Yeah.
He probably just needs to take a load off.
Yeah, they were
my
4-0
God.
and you jinxed the crap out of them. All right. Corey, is there anything that you wore that was wild? After you took off all your clothes, you put on something wild?
It was not as. I didn't put on much clothes. But
All right, this is good.
Have you ever seen Borat?
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Did you
High
do
five?
that?
You ever see where he puts the,
Oh,
the thing up over his shoulder, the Speedo, and he pulls it all the way up? And I walked out and probably terrified the kids just a little bit.
Oh, my gosh. And you didn't have anything on underneath that?
What was I supposed to wear underneath that, Kevin?
He doesn't wear things underneath regular clothes.
Yeah, why would
That was a good point.
why would I do that?
I mean, right now, those jeans are touching skin.
Okay, you know what? Underneath it, I did have a pair of cowboy boots on. If that was underneath the Speedo, so not like connected to the body, but on my feet.
All right. So, Kevin, just
This
so you
show's
can
so
relax
terrible.
a little bit more, when I was with the Cleveland Indians, we had our trip where we had to dress up. Well, and we didn't get to pick our stuff. We get back to our locker after the game's over. We're traveling to Minnesota, and I don't have any clothes in my locker. And then they hand you an outfit. And I had to wear a woman's suit. So,
Like a pantsuit or
pantsuit,
all right.
but it was old school. They had to go to a thrift shop or something. So it was tealish was the color.
Shoulder pads.
I don't remember, but I remember the blouse, which was kind of pearl or creamish color.
Yeah.
It didn't really fit me. So my whole chest and belly button was exposed because it couldn't get to the button part. And then I put on the teal pants, and it was kind of itchy. And then I put on the teal jacket, and I don't think they made like a 44 long or regular for me in a woman's thing. So it was very tight. So I wore a tight-fitting woman's suit with a blouse. It was kind of silky. It did that at least felt good on my body.
Did you feel
just
powerful?
didn't fit.
You feel powerful as
And then I had to wear a beehive wig that was kind of pinkish.
And what does that mean? Your hair went really high?
Yeah.
like Marge Simpson.
Like the Bart Simpson show.
Her name's Marge.
Margie.
Nope.
Margish.
I don't know if he's ever called her Margie.
Margarine.
I think that's what it's short for, Michael.
Hey,
Yeah.
I would just want to tell everybody
Uh-huh.
thank you so much for listening to this show and making it super popular. I don't always understand why you do, but
All
I
right.
appreciate
Because
that you
it helps
listen.
everybody take
Yeah.
a load off.
Everybody's talking about crazy things today because of last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm just trying
It makes
to,
people
like,
smile.
let me ask you this, Kevin.
He wanted to say it, but he stopped short of saying it.
Are you in a job right now where you get to ask questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ask too many questions.
Huh.
Let me ask the questions. Because I need you to take a load off.
Mr. Spittle, Mr. Collins, I want to let you know I'm doing my best.
Here's a question for you, Kevin. I'm going to change the roles around. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
All right, here's the question. What's a silly question? You'd ask someone famous. If you ever had a job where you got to interview somebody famous, Kevin,
We interview people that are famous all the time.
what would be a silly question you'd ask? Like how many tablets are on a football team?
You did ask Steven.
That's not even funny. That's not even funny.
You asked Stephen Jones that. He's
They'd
famous.
say, you know what, Kevin?
Are you embarrassed?
You're a pill. Get it?
Oh.
Tablets, pills, similar.
I would ask them if they have any job openings. That's honestly what I would ask them at this point. I would beg the Rangers to take me.
How are you feeling, Kevin? What's the silliest
Whatever
question
gets
you've
us
ever
away
asked?
from this is
From the
my answer.
903, my load has been taken off because of this segment.
Thank you. That's
from
our
the
job today.
817,
There's no basketball. They intentionally quit basketball last night.
That was yesterday, yeah.
The 817.
Yeah, I know. We can't talk basketball in this segment. They took a load off last night.
The world is a better place today. You guys helped.
So,
Mike's doing.
If you don't want to answer, Kevin, if
service.
it's too hard to think right now because you didn't get good sleep, Corey,
I did stay up really
what's the
late.
silliest question you've ever asked someone famous?
Hit the drop again.
Are you embarrassed? That's not the silliest one. That was serious.
There's a little crackage in your voice there.
That's just how I talk.
I think, were you like right as you were saying embarrassed, there's a little bit of nerves? It's okay. I get nervous.
No, I really wanted to say it a certain way. I wanted this real serious, like, sit down CBS 60 Minutes moment, and it just didn't turn out that way.
What's your point?
The silliest question though is the diagonal cut hamburger question. I think that one we asked to a lot of people. John Daniels was one of them.
Yes.
And he goes, "Hold on, you mean like a circle?" And I was like, "Yes." And I was dead serious. And he eventually, I think John Blake liked it even more though. I think he thought it was really funny. So I always go to that one. Have you thought of a serious or a silly question?
You want
Kevin?
me to go now? Are you still thinking?
No, why don't you go, Mike?
Hey, first question.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm asking another question before
You
I
guys,
answer.
Alec, he's
really,
off the phone
I
now.
feel like my funniest question I asked, but it was also serious, was I asked Patrick Mahomes at the Super Bowl as he's getting ready for the draft, do you guys practice defense at Texas Tech?
No. Your funniest question then was another Chiefs-based question when you asked the owner of the Chiefs, Clark Hunt, hey, do you ever kind of wish maybe something would happen so Shane Buechele could get into the game? That's a real question he asked.
He got really mad.
By the way, thank you very much to the Hunt family for providing us with an autographed Patrick Mahomes jersey. I have it. It looks nice.
I just noticed this on you, Kevin. You're wearing a bracelet.
That's true.
What is this bracelet for?
Okay.
Looks like beads.
I feel like Mike likes it as just Marconi-ish.
Yeah.
That's what we get here, right?
Mm-hmm. It's an open area.
I always feel like that's some sort of really nice soft cheese.
Mm-hmm. So,
mascarpone?
Kind of, yeah.
This bracelet.
I want a Marconi. All right, well, we'll go get it. It's next to the cheddar. To make you feel better.
It's on the other side of the Gouda.
I'm just doing Kevin jokes. I'm just trying to make you feel better after last night.
Yeah.
This bracelet, my wife bought one for me, one for her, and one for Brandon. No, I didn't get one. And so it's got
You need to eat it.
It's got an elephant on here. And so essentially when you not politically
Where's the
motivated,
donkey?
when you buy one of these, it tracks and helps sponsor like an animal out in the wild. And so like you can track where your elephant goes every day on the website and stuff.
So you
and
can eventually capture them and put them in a zoo so other people can see them.
Keep them in your backyard.
So you can give them food and shelter and water. Out in the wild, they might get eaten by lions.
Yeah.
I don't
Or another elephant.
think that. I was also going to mention that Derek Lively has been downgraded to doubtful.
That's it. See?
And we need to have a conversation at some point for how long he might be out. But yes, so that's the bracelet. So me, Brandon, and my wife all have a different animal that you can track through the safari.
Wait,
and
hold on,
stuff.
Mike. But when I wanted to buy a star for the show, there was questions raised about why it made sense, why it didn't make sense, the logistics of it. But Kevin has an elephant.
Yeah, I know. I was totally with you.
I
Alex.
didn't buy this bracelet.
There's Kevin just shooting down your ideas, and he was like,
And somebody's following this elephant 24/7 so you can watch it?
They have like a tracker on the elephant, and I think my wife or Brandon has a rhino, and maybe the other one has a bear.
From the 214, when Corey asked that player if he gets disappointed that Sean Lee gets hurt.
Oh my gosh.
Justin Durant.
Justin Durant. So Sean Lee had just gotten hurt, like that day or the day before? And he looks at Justin Durant is in the tent with us in training camp, and he goes, "Do you ever you see Sean Lee got hurt? He's getting taken off the field, and you're like, stay healthy,
come on,
or
dude."
something like that." And Justin Durant goes, he looks right at me, and he goes, "Man, what's wrong with this dude?"
I think he said that after I invited him to the bathtub at the beach house. Yeah, I think that's what that was.
Well, Kevin, my time is up.
Thank
Hopefully,
God.
I've taken your load off if you're listening.
Please don't say it like that.
And you're relaxed and you're laughing. And I'd like for you to grade this on a scale of 1 to 10. Kevin, you shut your mouth. I would like for you to grade this on a scale of 1 to 10. What you thought of Mike Likes It on YouTube and on Twitch as I'm on there. If you want to do the fan text thing, there's a number you can do it there too.
877-881-1053.
And congratulations to the guy or girl who won those Cowboys tickets. I hope you have a blast.
I believe that the winner was Oscar in Farmers Branch. that won.
That's a long drive. I hope you make it there on time.
Congratulations,
Congratulations,
fast
Oscar.
drive.
You
Yeah,
get to
dude.
go see the Dallas Cowboys.
I was just going to say Oscar could just put on all the Mike Takes a Load Off podcasts, and
so far,
Dude, Oscar's going to be fun. You need to stop
Bigfoot
being
Mullet
such a grouch.
has voted a 10. Ginger Beard, 10. I got 2 10s. I feel like Dominique in Chicago in the 88 slam dunk competition.
well, that means he lost. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm not wrong. Coming up next,
He did lose.
it's time
That's a
for the
bad
C
example.
Block starring Corey
Oh,
Majors.
no. I got 2 more 10s. Who's going to screw me over?
We'll let Mike give a better example on the
This
other
dude
side.
gave me a 69.
But
That's not even on the board.
The Cowboys have no identity. What kind of team do you want them to be? We'll try and figure that out next.
Our Friday football feed.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate it. By the way, wanted to congratulate Jaime T _23. I'm sorry.
Just say they.
They won the Cavender's gift card, and they got a felt hat with it.
Oh, cool.
So there you go. Congratulations. It pays to Tolo, is all I'm saying. Sometimes you can win Cowboys tickets that you might love.
Here's the thing I'm very conflicted about, because you could potentially win Cowboys swag and Cowboys tickets.
Heck yeah.
off of Hewlin in Fort Worth at Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday. But part of me wants to tell people not to show up because they all clap for Mike Likes It, and it just crushes my soul even more.
Mike, your thoughts? Show up more?
I don't know what to do about my popularity.
Yeah. Him, by the way. For
Definitely Spittle thinks that too.
Yeah, I think that Mike, like you just show up and do your job, and whether or not the people show up and clap for you is not really you don't even ask them to.
I'm just generating the vibes, man. I'm just all about the vibes. Oh my God. I can't help it if it's good vibrations when it's time for Mike Likes It.
Yeah. If he was to be the person who gave a rating for all the vibes,
yeah, I asked people,
what would he be called, Kevin?
Rate it. Stop it if you don't like it.
I'm not. I know what you're saying.
And they tend me.
I'm not going to do that.
Mike?
Yeah.
Do not answer this question because he won't think it through.
Re-ask.
Do not. That's fine, but don't answer this question.
If you were,
I'm serious.
If you were the person in charge of rating the vibes, what would your title be?
You shut up, Mike.
A vibe
No.
I'm rating
Stop
the vibes.
it. Stop it.
He told you not to answer.
Yeah,
it.
the thing is you don't want to give that rating a B. Get it?
I'm sorry.
I have nothing left to contribute. Hopefully we'll do Fan Phenom again soon. You'll find somebody to take my spot. Maybe it'll just be Alec who takes my spot instead.
That's it. I didn't even think of that, man. Those two words together
You're
almost get
so
you in
stupid.
trouble.
All right. Let's get serious here because we're going to try and fix the Cowboys together.
Oh, yeah. Good luck.
We are going to do our version of it. All right. And I think that's important because no matter what we say, the Cowboys aren't going to listen to us. Kevin, I sent over the piece last night or the shot of, and Alec had a really good conversation about this last night of the way the Cowboys looked at the Mingo trade.
Yes.
And they look at it as, I think that the word is they had a 3rd round grade on Mingo. So, hey, man, we had a 3rd round. We got him for a 4th.
Or
That's
maybe even a
better.
2nd, yeah.
Yeah, so that he got taken in the 2nd. I know that. And so they look at it and think, hey, we got a 2nd round pick for a 4th round, and we still have years on the contract. So we're paying less.
Yeah.
I don't know if I completely agree with the philosophy when the player hasn't done a lot in the league. But if you think that you can do better with that player, that's a different philosophy. And you do have to stick to your philosophy, right? You have to stick to what you believe in and follow through with those plans. You set the plan, follow through with it. It just hasn't worked out for the Cowboys completely. And that's been the thing that's been the frustrating part is why are those plans not working? But that is an interesting take on what teams are doing around the league in trading for cheaper players, using future assets to trade for something they liked in the past. But I was kind of looking at the identity of this team because the identity was CeeDee and Dak.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like once Dan Quinn left, the pass rush was no longer the identity. I felt like the last few years, hasn't that been the identity, is pass rush?
That is fair.
So I started kind of ranking some of the best teams and what I feel their identities are. And I wanted to ask you guys if who y'all think, which teams fit into these categories.
Okay.
They just win.
Chiefs. I feel like the Ravens to a certain extent.
That's what I was thinking about. Baltimore.
Okay, I have
in
them
a
in a
way,
different category.
I guess if I'm going to put Baltimore there, I will put San Francisco in that category.
I get that.
Okay.
But ultimately, win it all, the Chiefs.
I think that, and you might find some of these other ones, you might go, oh, I actually feel like that team belongs there.
I gotcha.
I have the Chiefs and the Bills whenever it comes to identity. I think the Bills just figure out ways to win right now. Their opponents are different, and they find ways to beat them offensively, but they've also had really good defensive efforts as well.
True.
They run the damn ball.
The Raven. That's the Ravens.
That's what I put
for sure.
That's what I put the Ravens in as well.
It feels like the Titans for some reason in my brain, but it's like I'm watching them play.
Okay.
I mean,
like the Titans just feel like, and I guess where Derrick Henry came from.
Yep.
Like it just feels like Eddie George, or is it Chris Johnson who was there for a while?
Yes.
Like it just
Linda
feels
White.
like their franchise is just like, that's a running franchise.
Yeah, now Tony Pollard's there, and he's, been the most efficient in breaking tackles.
Do you think we could have used that here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we could.
Okay.
It wouldn't have mattered.
Defense
You might be
first.
right.
Defense first.
The Steelers.
Okay, Steelers are the first team that comes to mind.
Of.
Absolutely.
Well, in a way, you just talked about it. It's just his team right now, but it feels like that's Harbaugh's philosophy in L.A. or
Good job,
just
Mike.
when he was with San Francisco or whatever.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, the Chargers were the third
quarterback who cares a lot about defense.
The Chargers were the third team I thought of in this situation.
Okay.
The second team was Denver because
Ooh, that's a good answer too.
But then they just got blown out by, was it the Ravens? They got blown out. But that doesn't mean that their defense hasn't been exceptional this season. But I do put them in that category. Defense first, Pittsburgh, Denver, and the Chargers. Y'all did a fantastic job there. Wide receiver heavy.
I think about, this might not be fair. I immediately think about the Eagles just because they have top end receivers.
They do.
But that might not necessarily mean depth-wise as well.
Here's the last two, just so you can kind of. The last two are wide receiver heavy and well balanced, and I think the Eagles are well balanced.
Okay,
so wide receiver heavy and well balanced are the last two. In the wide receiver heavy group, I have Cincinnati, I have Miami.
Yes, Miami.
Cincinnati and Miami are good answers.
The Packers.
I could see that.
The Packers defense has been really good this year, but I felt like it. And that being said, Josh Jacobs has been very good for this team this year. But I do feel like it's Jordan Love. Like it is focused around them. The Seahawks, it's actually more interesting looking at their numbers and how they lead the league in yards, passing yards. Like that is, the Seahawks have become.
Yeah.
Even with DK Metcalf out, you just saw what happened with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yes, he's played phenomenally.
And then I kind of threw the Buccaneers in there, but I was like, oh yeah, they lost all their wide receivers. But even still, they were relying on Baker Mayfield a lot in that game. Him and Sterling Shepard at the end of the game, it was all about those two in that combination. So that's where and then whenever we go to well-balanced, I put San Francisco in the well-balanced because they can run the ball, they can throw the ball, they play great defense. So I feel like they're an all-around team. I also didn't put Detroit in the they just run the damn ball group because I feel they're well-balanced.
I agree with that.
The Falcons, I also kind of have in the well-balanced category. I don't think their defense stands up.
No, I think they are in the well-balanced category. I also think I don't think they should be. I think
agree.
their goal should be to not be in the well-balanced category. But then again, maybe Kirk Cousins is just playing better than anticipated, and they're like, we'd be foolish to get away from this.
Yeah. And then the Eagles I have there, and Washington. Now, Washington's interesting because they're developing their identity right now. That you don't have anything you can really just say, yeah, that's what they are. They're Jaden Daniels, but they also have a group of running backs that are leading the league in rushing. Like they're second, I think, in rushing as a team. They have a defense that is doing. They just added Marshawn Lattimore because they knew we have a hole here we need to fix, and that's not completely fixed on their secondary. It's not completely done, but that's a huge move in the right direction for that team. So whenever we went through those names, do you agree kind of with the San Francisco, Detroit?
I do.
Okay, they're the well-balanced team. What do you want to be? With the Cowboys, whenever you're thinking about what you want, because this is a chance to you're gonna not rehire your coach probably.
I agree.
You're gonna finish this season out, probably not rehire him, probably move on from some of the running backs, probably look at some of the other contracts on this team and say, do I really want to bring Mozzie back? Do I really want to bring Terrence Steele? Do I want to continue forward with this as I'm trying to build the new part of my team? And what helps me get to the identity that I really want to be. So, and for Cowboys fans out there, what kind of football do you want to watch?
I feel like a lot of people will say, and this is what jumped into my mind immediately, I want to be the team that just wins, like just figures out a way to win. Because I felt that way in 2014 and then 2016, and it didn't end up making a difference in terms of moving on. Like, we've talked about this. There was a couple of game stretch, I think it's Green Bay and Pittsburgh in 2016, where you're just like, this team's going to figure it out. Like, if there's any time left on the clock and we get the ball, the Cowboys are going to figure out a way to win it. So I like that, but we've had that team, and they didn't win at all.
Right, yeah.
I know you gave a lot of categories, but
Yeah,
I would
can
say
rerun them if you want me to.
No. I'd say like my category is what you'd love to have is we got the guy. So I feel like when you're talking about Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson's a different type of guy, but I think that the Ravens, they're hoping to have that confidence in the playoffs. They see in the regular season how we have the guy who's going to get us 12 plus wins every year. I would love to say, no matter what you have on the team, we have the guy.
So I did all this work to create all these different categories, Mike, and then you created a whole new category.
Well, I'd like to say the just win. That sounds fun.
There you go.
The
Thank you,
winning
Mike.
thing
Thanks for
sounds
participating.
fun.
Now I know, Kevin. God, now I see what it's like.
It's frustrating.
That was awesome. I really appreciate that, Mike.
Hey,
I agree with you.
I want to say this,
but
thanks for complimenting me so much on me going a little bit off the rails, but getting back on track with you. You know, we're on the same cycle.
We can be on the same cycle and have different approaches.
Yeah.
We don't have to have the same beliefs and philosophies on everything, but we can still work together to make things work. Yeah.
I agree.
Thanks a lot,
I don't know
Corey.
if everyone's feeling that message today.
The Jets and Texans, a couple people started texting in about the Jets they think are wide receiver heavy. Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson, man, has really taken the stage now as he and Aaron Rodgers. The Devontae Adams trade, I feel like, clicked something for Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
Because I think that Aaron Rodgers kept saying, I'm trying to get the best version of you. I'm trying to get the best version of you to come out. And I think whenever Devontae Adams got there, he was like, oh, crap, I gotta get on the same page with this guy. But I agree with all the receivers they have in that bunch. And then I'm trying to figure out, because the team that we went into the season going, watch out for them, the Texans.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what category they fit in right now, because I guess I want to put them in well-balanced because they have all the things.
I could see that.
They have a good running back in Joe Mixon. I don't think they're wide receiver heavy because all their receivers keep getting hurt. Like Diggs got hurt. Was it Nico Collins got hurt?
Collins has been hurt
there. So I'm trying to figure out, but I have a lot of, the category Mike put there. I think everybody believes that CJ Stroud's the guy. Everybody looks at him and they're like, that's the guy.
I think so.
So I am trying to, I love what the Ravens are doing, but you have to kind of completely redo your team. But again, this is an opportunity. So whenever Jerry and Steven and Will sit back together, and it's going to come down to who their coach is, obviously, because their coach is going to kind of predicate what the vision of this team is going to be. If you go with a Ben Johnson, it's going to be a well-balanced offense. He wants to run the ball just as much as he wants to throw the ball, but you don't have the personnel to do that right now. That's the investment of your personnel has to be, we need 2 running backs.
Yeah.
And 2 good running backs that have different qualities that can be something really good. You know what? We're also going to need to make sure that our defense can stop people. And that's what the Lions are. So I would want to be mostly in that well-balanced bunch because I think it does give you that chance. And I think the Cowboys have been there for a while where it's been not just defense first, but well-balanced amongst Dak Prescott and his offense and what the defense do. I want to get back to that, but it's going to take some personnel changes.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers appear to have found their manager in waiting. So let's start trying to figure out other ways to get them back to the promised land. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes Brown. And that ball was hit high and deep down the right field line. Tucker looking. It is gone! Inside the right field foul pole. An opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. The home run streak stretches to 4. The Rangers lead 4-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan.
How long was that commercial break?
Man,
for you personally.
If you were wondering, is Mike talking even through the audio up till the last second? The answer is yes.
Let's do it.
We talked earlier in the show about picking up Skip Schumacher as a senior advisor to the president of baseball operations, Chris Young. He's only 44, and we all feel like he is the manager in waiting.
I think so.
Okay. Now, that doesn't mean that maybe Bochy wants to stick around longer and he doesn't end up going somewhere else next year, but it feels like that. So I wanted to take a look at a couple of other things that either we or other folks think need to be fixed with this Rangers team. First, I'm going to throw out the World Series odds for next year. Probably won't surprise you to know the Dodgers are number one. What might surprise you, though, the Texas Rangers are 9th on that list at 22-1. And
it's not horrible.
No, not at all. That's actually a little bit better than I would have guessed. For a team, you're the 4th team in the American League. For a team that didn't make the playoffs this past year, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, and I think they have to look at it in who you have coming back, but then also being 9th is they look at it and go, hey, from what they understand, what we understand, and we're telling you what we've heard is, look, the spending is going to be very limited this offseason. They might have to move some pieces around to make sure that Eovaldi comes back and Tyler Yates comes back. But besides that, you're not really going to add. I'd love to add Anthony Santander. Perfect for this offense. Ain't happening. He's going to be making $25 to $30 million a year. They don't have that. As far as I understand, they don't.
Okay. Now, you've talked about this pitcher a lot, and I just wanted to throw out a note that I saw from Evan Grant. Roki Sasaki, the pitcher that apparently the Rangers covet, he's not 25 yet. So if he's posted and signs after January 15th, no team would have to pay more than its international bonus pool pot. For the Rangers, that's $6.26 million.
Okay.
And so, like, for the potential that he has, that would be an incredible steal. I could see why the posting would take place quicker, and they would be like, you have to get this done before then, so we can negotiate a different deal.
Here's what I don't know. Can you just use all of that money and go, we're just not signing any other free, like we're not signing any Dominicans, Venezuelans?
I believe that is correct.
We are going to go a year without signing any, let's say, Latin Americans.
Yes.
Because we want him so bad. And I'm not saying that's a bad decision. It does limit you in your depth and development. But if you need to win this, and I do think the Rangers have him number one on the board for, he's not a free agent, but in that kind of category of he's available to all teams. I think that's their number one guy that wasn't on the Rangers last year.
Okay, then would number two, and he would fit into this first category, obviously, re-signing Nathan Eovaldi.
Yes.
What are the financial parameters that you feel good about? I say, I'm going to just throw this out there, 3 for $55.
Okay, I was going to say 2 for $40.
Okay. Do you accept either of those deals?
4 for $75.
I would get scared about a 4-year deal, to be honest.
I would say no to that, probably.
I bet he'd say yes.
I'm pretty sure. If we offer him 2 for 40, 3 for 55, or 4 for 75, I have a pretty good feeling he's taking your offer, Corey.
Yes.
Yep, I win.
I would
You
also.
suckers don't have a pitcher now.
Okay, but
even if we upped our offer by $1 million, we probably still lose.
Would you be in on 3 for 55?
Yeah. I actually like Mike's deal more.
Oh, I do too.
Okay, yes.
I'm just saying, if he's looking for a 3-year deal, are you willing to make that jump from 2 for 40 to 3
have
for
him
55?
around.
Which I realize is a lower annual value, but you do eat that third year.
Look, he's a great pitcher whenever it's big time.
Yeah.
So, and if I plan on being in those big situations, I want that guy on the mound.
And if I have to go to a third year, if I'm looking at it and maybe I'm assuming, this might be a wrong assumption, I'm not going to get anything out of the third year. If I have to, it makes it difficult, but spreading it to a third year might help. I'd have to look at my finances. This is where obviously you sit down with kind of your budget guys.
Yes.
Hey, can you give me an idea? And I don't know if Chris Young gets this or not. Can you give me an idea what my budget would be in 2027?
Yeah.
Because this would give me a better idea on what I want to go with lengthwise on a Nathan Eovaldi, or if there was another free agent that they needed to go in on a 3 or 4 year deal, it gives you a better idea of what my budget could be. I get it could change, but are we going to be a spender above the tax in 2026 or 27? If you're saying, I believe we can be a spender at this level, then it gives me a better idea on how to spend my money and the future money.
Now, we didn't get a chance to bring this up at the beginning of the week. Again, this is something that Evan Grant threw out as a potential idea. What about trading Marcus Semien? Now, I know there's a lot to unpack here, but one of the reasons I wanted to throw that out there is we have talked a lot about, Corey looks very concerned. We've talked a lot about the financial flexibility that this team has. You're paying for premium years right now, and it kind of feels like maybe you're not going to get them anymore. I could be off about that, but they've already discussed wanting to move him off of leadoff and give him more days off. So clearly they feel comfortable with scaling it down a little bit. What do you think? What do you think about the concept, I guess, of trading Marcus Semien?
Mike, you're around it. Do all the guys in that clubhouse just adore Marcus Semien?
Yeah, this answer for me is absolutely no if you're around the team.
Okay.
Right. I'm not saying Evan Grant didn't put out a quality article. I didn't
By the
read
way,
it.
he said, I think 8 or 10% he thinks that will happen.
And so I would just look at it, and just watching this morning, Skip Schumacher talk about culture and what you want around. Corey Seager is only a leader with how he plays, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Marcus Semien is more of a leader, being on the field, doing the early work, working double plays with Ezekiel Duran and Josh Smith if they need a little bit of extra work. Nothing against Corey Seager. And if you go early, you'd see this. Corey's not out there doing a lot of the teamwork.
Yeah.
He has his own individual plan to get him ready for the 7:00 game. And the Rangers are fine with that. They know what Corey needs to do, what he believes he needs to do to be the best player for the Texas Rangers at 7 p.m. first pitch.
And Boch had Barry Bonds. He knew how to handle that guy.
But Marcus Semien is your veteran leader by far. It's not close for the position players. Evaldi's your leader from your veteran pitching standpoint. So I think that those two guys are very valuable to have. And I do think Marcus Semien, I think he would tell you he had a down year or a bad year. I don't know what word he would use. I don't think he's going to have that bad or down of a year this upcoming season. And I do think I would put Wyatt Langford as my leadoff hitter. That's what I would do. And I'd have Corey Seager batting second. And then I have to make a decision, where does Marcus Semien now fit in my lineup? Third, fourth, fifth, or sixth. That's where I would have him hitting. I don't know which one. It also is determined on how well is Evan Carter doing? Is the matchup right? I can't have Evan Carter batting third. I do not want a left-handed pitcher coming in late in the game when the game's on the line and have Corey Seager and Evan Carter batting back-to-back. That makes zero sense. So I have to worry about where Evan Carter bats around my other left-handed hitters. Marcus Semien, do you feel like he still has enough power, pop, RBI capabilities to bat third in your lineup? Do you feel like Josh Young, without playing much, can take a step into batting third for you? I don't know.
Do you assume that Robertson and Chafin are definitely gone? So Robertson turned down his option, and then the Rangers turned down Chafin's option for next year.
I'm pretty sure Chafin, they'll move on from him. He just didn't work out here. He just, sometimes pitchers can be hot and cold as bullpen guys. He was cold here. So I think they're going to move on from Chafin. I think Robertson they have interest in. I just don't know if he's going to play baseball anymore.
Oh, I didn't know that. I had not heard that.
I think that there's a possibility of him just retiring.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know the answer. I think that Chafin they're going to move on from, I believe. I could be wrong. And then I think Robertson they'd have interest in, but then I don't know if he's even going to play baseball next year.
Yeah, but when it comes to bullpens, they're a moving door, a revolving door.
Yes.
It just seems like you're constantly, if they had a good year, man, congratulations, you got them on a good year. The next year, who knows if they'll ever be able to rematch that. And you want
that is very
you
true.
Want to be able to say, look, I got Jeff Nelson and Mariano Rivera in the bullpen for the next 3 years. You don't know if that's going to happen. So I feel like they just got to keep working that.
So one of the things that Jim Bowden threw out there, because he's making some predictions for some of these teams off season, 3 years, $33 million for Carlos Estevez, and the Rangers will make that signing. He was with the Angels, and then obviously he also played for Philadelphia.
Charlie Sheen's brother.
I don't know that to be the case, but that is a good call. 26 saves last year, ERA about 2.5-ish.
Sounds like a great sign.
Yeah.
If you can. I don't know if the Rangers have the budget to sign a $11 million free agent relief pitcher.
Yeah.
They might have to make some moves here and there to open up that money.
That is actually going to lead me into my next question. All right, so kind of think of this as an either or. Now, so that's about $11 million per year. The numbers aren't exactly the same, but they're pretty close. Adolis is at $9.25 million next year. Nate Lowe could be around $9-10 million arbitration-ish. I say you can swap in Estevez for one of those players. I realize it doesn't work exactly like that, but would you want to do that? And if so, who are you moving on from?
No to Garcia. I get what year he had. I can't. 9 point. How am I supposed to replace his bad year? Was 25 home runs and 80 something RBIs,
something like that. Yeah.
Can I replace that for $9 million? Even on that year, like I'm expecting him not to have that rough of a year that he had. I know his batting average was way down, but I need 25 homers and 80 RBIs. Somebody to bat in the middle of the lineup. He's a flaw. He's flawed. He's not perfect.
He's a gamer.
But if he was a free agent, I think that he would get $15 million.
Okay.
Even based off of having a down year, I think he would be looking at like a 3-year, $45 million contract on the open market.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but does it not seem like at least some Rangers fans like Mitch Moreland in the past have been trying to get away from Nate Lowe for a couple of years?
And he's not terrible. He's not bad.
No,
He's
not
good.
at all.
He's good. The position itself is down.
Very.
And so trying to figure out how to get an advantage at that position is kind of what you're looking for. And I think Rangers fans, we've been very lucky at first base a lot of times where we've had some pretty, standout first basemen in the history of this. Even Lee Stevens stands out as one of those of like, good God, he was awesome for that year. So I guess I see what you're saying, Kevin, but I don't know, man. If he can hit a fastball, I'd love to have Nate Lowe back.
I guess the thing is you already know the number Adolis is going to make.
Correct.
You don't know in arbitration what Lowe's going to get. The issue is he does have a silver slug. He does have a gold glove.
That's why I think it'll be 10.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, you obviously could trade him. It was a very little sample size. I don't think Justin Foscue did anything close to enough to feel comfortable moving him to first base and saying, well, I'm going to get production out of that position. The Rangers, I remember mentioning this to you. I forgot the numbers because it's right after the season. They had the worst DH spot in all of baseball.
Yeah.
They literally were like, if you didn't have a DH and you had the Atlanta Braves pitching staff in 96, they did about the same offensively as a Colorado Rockies pitching staff would have done. A decent hitting pitching staff would have matched what you got from DH. First base, you got pretty good numbers when Nate Lowe was healthy, and they're not great, but if you compare them to the rest of the American League first basemen, he finished kind of top 5 in a lot of categories.
Yeah.
So he had maybe the 5th best offensive first baseman in the American League. And if there's
tough
15
to say
of
goodbye.
them, then how are you supposed to improve? There's nobody in the minor leagues. The kid Ortiz, I'm forgetting his first
Is
name.
it Abby?
Yeah, and that's what he goes by. He did not have a good year in Frisco. He didn't look like he was ready at all to compete at a major league level. So that's the interesting part of the budget and everything. All right, let me let go of Nate Lowe or however, and that opens up $10 million. All right, are you okay with having a 190 first baseman that has 8 home runs on the year?
That's why we ask these questions. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
Kevin asks all the
on
baseball questions.
105.3 The Fan.
You put it on me. That was a lot to take on, but I was able to handle it.
Nice. He carried that load.
For you.
Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Heggy, we are rolling. How are you?
Awesome. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you very much for asking. I know a lot of people were focusing on United States politics yesterday, but the college football playoff first ranking also came out. Was there anything in there that you caught you off guard or you thought was interesting, or are you like, hey, that's great, I'll check back in like a month?
We were delivering live coverage of that last night at the 620, along with election insights from Brian Broaddus, our official insider on all things. But you know, the first thing that jumped out to me once it was all out there was just, and I said it on the air last night, I don't like the 12-team format because I think it's going to be really difficult to differentiate how good 2, 3, 4 is from 5, 6, and the bye there.
Okay.
Is just, I don't like it.
Do you like that totally makes sense to me. The one thing I do like about those first round games is they'll be on a campus. Like it won't be just this nondescript, soulless bowl game by itself. It'll still be on a higher seeds campus. I think that's fun.
Yeah, I like that, especially because you're going to get guaranteed attendance there. It'll be a great environment.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Help the schools a little bit, too, with some money. Yeah, I think that to me, I'm fascinated because I don't think for being the first one, it kind of gives you a little idea of how this thing might be set up.
Yeah.
I think we're so far away from this. I think there's so many more potentially some upsets along the way.
For
and
sure.
I told my guys last night that I kind of felt like that some of those teams that might have buys, like a BYU,
Miami,
that all of a sudden that I think those teams might be ones that get defeated in the next round if you had to pick it the way I think it might be.
But you're hoping that Miami not only doesn't get a bye, but maybe doesn't get in.
Maybe
because
it's SMU.
mighty SMU takes them down.
That was
right?
my biggest takeaway. SMU right now, first team out, but they very likely they control their own destiny. Probably match up with Miami in the ACC title game. And Miami's been, on the cusp of losing. It seems like every week.
Their quarterback is amazing, though.
Cam Ward Heisman Trophy winner. It's been fantastic this year. But I loved it. Just seeing this thing be unveiled, and now some of the matchups like Texas and Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
And I know that we're probably not going to get any of these matchups because this is all going to change, just like Brian said.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a lot of fun just seeing how this now the 12-team bracket unfold for the first time and all the different possibilities. And you got a lot of things that are going to play out. Texas and Texas A&M, that matchup is big. Georgia and Ole Miss is a big matchup. It's still, to me, they're able to still keep the meaningfulness of the regular season, which that was my big concern. Does this now get lost because you can drop maybe 2 games and still get in? I think you're still seeing it play out where these games still matter a lot.
Heggy, the South Carolina loss was bad for Texas
my God.
A&M.
So bad.
But do you think A&M recovers?
The thing is, I think they do recover, but I don't necessarily think that means they're good enough to beat Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think they'll be good. And see, I've already, if you're going to your sports gods
Especially
or whatever.
with the injury of the running back
exactly.
spot.
He's going to be out for the rest of the year. If you're going to your sports gods, I would trade the beat down at the hands of South Carolina for a victory over Texas 1,000,000 times. But I think they're going to end up missing out because they are going to lose that Texas game, which will bump them out of the SEC championship, bump them out of the top 12.
It's crazy how South Carolina is not an easier place
No,
to
not
play
at all.
Columbia.
Not at all.
I just felt like Reed. I didn't feel like that against LSU. He was just like, man, why are you not playing? The wins at Missouri, the wins against Missouri, the Florida, and it didn't seem like it was all together for him in that game.
Yeah, that was a very concerning because I thought not only is A&M like the last undefeated in-conference team, but also you got your quarterback. And now you look at this and you're like, I don't even know why our quarterback looked like he regressed in that game. Then you lost your starting running back. And now I know they still control their own destiny to get to the SEC championship game, but now You have to win that Texas game,
Yeah.
or else I'll see you in the Belk Bowl or whatever the hell bowl it's going to be.
Kevin, I appreciate you talking about SMU.
Yes.
Don't forget about how great TCU is as a college and a program.
There's a couple TCU fans that are in your head, man.
I just want to make sure I balance it out here in DFW, you know? Don't forget about Denton.
TCU fans.
Yeah,
you
go
get
Mean
it.
Green.
Just deal with it, okay? SMU's way better than you this year. They beat you by a zillion points. Your team's not very good at football this year. Maybe it will be next year or the year after. Good luck, because you're going to have to raise a lot more money, and SMU has proven in the 80s they will raise a lot of money for this program.
This is their highest ranking since 85.
Yeah.
Which, like, I instantly just picture gold Camaros. Like,
my dad was involved with
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
I always love that story.
Around that time. So it's been a fun season thus far. I'm curious to see how it goes.
They got a good team over there, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
they had
absolutely.
Unfortunately, the BYU game. I mean, I think if you play them now, it might be a little bit different story.
That fumble.
But doesn't that oddly look like a really good loss now? You're like, hey, BYU gets a bye.
Well,
we lost by 3 points.
That's true in a way. It does help you there. And Nick Saban called Kevin Jennings maybe the most underrated player in all of college football.
You love
Dude's
to
having an
hear it.
awesome season.
Yeah.
When you talk about a potential collision course with Miami, that quarterback duel there between Ward and Jennings,
it's going to be
that
awesome.
would be a fireworks show.
How much have you enjoyed seeing Saban on game day? Because I know some people were concerned that, and at times he can be a little stiff, but he is definitely having fun.
He fits with that
on
group.
that show.
It's him and McAfee.
They're
They're
having the
dynamic
best
together.
time.
McAfee has brought out kind of the humor and the lightheartedness of Saban.
He's feeding Saban. He's
That
like
is
taking
true.
T-bone steaks and like putting it in his mouth.
I guarantee you that Saban's wife, Miss Terry, is probably telling him, like, listen, whatever you're doing with Pat, keep doing.
You think he's more fun at home too now?
Yeah, he's like, oh, you think? You know, he's probably asking her, like, does it look embarrassing the fact that he's putting a tomahawk chop in my face and I'm gnawing down on it or something like that? But no, I think that he's embracing the fun side of college athletics from a media standpoint.
He's got a bit of a sexy streak, you know, and Miss Terry's starting to finally see that.
Oh.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
So she was attracted to the national championships. Now she's like,
the power.
The statues
Now we got
out
a
in front of
personality going
Yeah.
here.
Bryant-Denny Stadium. Yeah.
I like your swag.
Yeah,
Just
she liked
a
the
little.
power at first.
Pat,
you
feed
know.
him again. Pat, feed him again.
Give him that meat.
What?
He said a steak earlier, right? You
It
said
was a T-bone. Yeah, it looked, I mean,
Tomahawk.
seared beautifully. It was a nice medium rare.
I think there's some balls,
I'm like
too.
McAfee, and you're like Coach Saban.
Is that right?
And how would I
Because
be?
Mike feeds you all the time.
Does that mean we're destined to have to work together forever?
Maybe so. Because
We'll
what
see about
McAfee
that.
has done to Saban is he's taken a load off of Saban.
There he is. He has taken that
He's
load off.
relaxing.
Have you guys
He's
heard his
laughing.
ridiculous?
Oh, yeah.
Mike likes it. Take a load off
It
segments.
usually hits
That's a
me.
song,
Honestly,
man.
Mike, you usually time it up so beautifully when I was at that breaking point of needing a load off.
I know.
And then you come swooping in like you're like a superhero in that way.
And people
Super
give it
load
10
off.
out of 10s. One guy gave it a 69 out of 10.
6.9.
No, he didn't point it.
Let's get question 24 again.
No, you
I
can do
don't
that
have my
off air
computer
after
up.
I've left the room.
But it's so
what
great.
do you guys got coming up on the program
First
today?
of all, how could you miss it on a Friday with the Buffalo Wild Wings live audience?
Yes.
Seriously.
I think they're feeding off of each other.
I am conflicted
I
now
agree.
about telling people to go out to the Fort Worth spot on Hewlett.
You guys got a
Do
rowdy
it.
crowd to go
Yeah,
out there
because
for
they
that thing.
keep cheering for Mike, and I'm like,
Yes.
baby,
Mike,
stay at home.
I would take
Mike.
a load off of you, Kevin, every day. But I feel like on Fridays you need one, and after last night you stayed up till 2 a.m. You're a little bit irritated.
Not
And I
because
felt
of
like-
that, because of
And
you.
I felt like today we needed to laugh and we needed to relax.
And
Take a load off.
On a hump day.
I love it.
What's coming up on the show today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Bobby Carell at 4.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Defense should be solid tonight.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take a load off.
I will not say that. Thank
Hopefully
God.
I've taken your load off if you're listening.
Please don't say it like that.
Full KNC Masterpiece Show. Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the broadcast. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, as usual. Fixed for 5 hours flawless. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And welcome into the show. It's a back-to-work Wednesday. Krusty's going to take a look at the Eagles' offense for you coming up at 3:40, a proper film breakdown. Brian, how'd it look? You got a tease for us?
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of spots along their offensive line that you might be able to take advantage of. And then maybe some of the things with some of their guys being nicked up at their skill position might help you a little bit. But this is going to be a tough one.
Okay, another tough one.
Yeah.
All the details coming up in Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Zeke's back at practice today, guys.
Yeah, saw him out there, had the hoodie underneath the shoulder pads. He was out there getting work in.
And believe it or not, I believe he was on time as well.
Nice. Okay. Maybe it was a much-needed, crescendo of the relationship.
He just didn't take a load off.
Yes.
He was taking Mike's advice, took a load off, and now he's back. And hopefully all the disciplinary actions have been taken.
I hope there is a way for this to end properly, as far as a legend's career coming to an end. I feel like this is the third attempt at it, and hopefully everybody can stay on the same page throughout the duration of the season, get them some quality looks, maybe get them in the end zone, maybe get them in the red kettlebell one last time.
Yeah.
There's only a few things you can hope for in a season like this, and I hope that can happen, but at the same time, not slow down, not progress stop Rico Dowdle, who I got to tell you guys right now, he's playing so well, I might just want to have him back next year. I might not need to draft a running back.
Might be a look ahead to NFL True or Fort coming up on the other side here, General.
Okay.
We might be on the same wavelength here.
Where the truth is sometimes fart.
Yes.
I just did.
Farts are true. So yes,
I'm sorry.
We'll get to all the details coming out of the Star as they continue to develop throughout the broadcast afternoon. I think at this point we're hoping to get some good news eventually on Dak Prescott's hamstring. We're getting to midweek here. Hoping to get this guy back off the pulled hammy. Sometimes that's a couple of weeks, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 6 weeks. And we haven't heard anything yet, so maybe we will, Brian, at some point this afternoon.
I don't think you're going to get good news about that.
Oh, no. What makes you say that?
I just don't. Like I said, I'm kind of reached out to a couple different people. I think there's some others that are working on this story, too.
It was ominous when he said, I felt something I've never felt before.
Yeah. I was like, you've probably pulled a hamstring or
probably,
so it probably sounds like it's a little more severe than just your general pulled hammy.
Is the pulled hamstring the most common that you could survey any professional locker room and they would all raise their hand? Yes, I have tweaked my hamstring before.
I think a sprained ankle would probably be the number one.
You think that would be the one seed?
Sprained ankle or something to do with your hands.
What about
fingers?
the groin?
Like jammed fingers, broken fingers, stuff like that?
Yeah, but we're talking about stuff that's going to keep you out. That's well, I guess that's fair because a tweaked hammy wouldn't necessarily.
I was just thinking of things that
just
were
most common
injury.
I think it's the most common pulled muscle, pulled hammy. These explosive athletes, and usually
second to the groin. I guess
you don't even have to be explosive to pull that thing. I mean, I pulled it many times, and there is no explosiveness in my body.
Well, those curbs could be difficult, man.
So we'll keep our fingers crossed for the best as the week proceeds here with the Dak hammy. Brian.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to run down what I heard. I don't want to go with it yet.
Okay.
But it's pretty significant.
You think you got ball sacked on it?
Could he be out for the year?
I don't know if it's for the year, but it's significant enough that I need to see if I can get this thing confirmed. But I'm hearing a lot of whispers.
Sounds like he is fearful of a ball sacking there, Wolchuk.
But you got to be careful. You want to report the truth. We don't want to just run with something just trying to be the first one. I mean, that's gotten some people in trouble.
956 must be a medical person, says, I'm concerned Dak has an avulsion fracture of his hip that feels like a pulled hamstring.
Ooh.
That would be tough. I don't know once you could start going down the medical pathways. 682, I'm telling you guys, it's not just the hammy. It's either his ankle or his hand.
Oh, it's a hamstring.
That hand does not look good. Two doctors on Twitter have said so.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a hand as well, but definitely an upper leg injury. All right. So at 877-881-1053, if you have thoughts on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line about, any of our topics, I think on the bright side, I like this Tyler Guyton stuff. Brian mentioned last night he had the fewest amount of pressures allowed. I thought that was cool. And then Pro Football Focus had some more metrics as well. If you could just tell me that by the time we get to week 18, I don't care if the Cowboys are in the playoffs. I don't care if they win another game. Could we have progress from Tyler Guyton and make you feel like, wow, between the two Tylers out there, we really got something that we're building for the future with?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be 3 out of your 5 offensive linemen you feel really good about. Now, did you guys see Duke put out the shots of Terrence Steele's game as well? Every single snap?
He loves him some Terrence Steele.
He did. I mean, there was a lot of people going after Steele, but I'm with you 100%. I just want to see the growth of the rookies, Guyton and Beebe. And you're going to feel really good about going into the offseason there, and then maybe add another lineman depending on where you're picking in the first round again.
Well, I hope they had a decent game against Atlanta. There should be some good scores coming out against the worst defensive line in football when it comes to sacks. Yeah. And I feel like, I'm open-minded about all these players at all times. We just need good players. So if Terrence Steele wants to shake off his post-injury recovery like Tony Pollard has, who's leading the league in yards after contact, and start to become that player that he was pre-injury, that would be cool too. And no doubt he can have some good games, but I think we've seen a lot of struggle from Terrence Steele. Looking for more on the Mingo trade, maybe some more. If they can get into practice, we can start hearing about how he's doing.
Yeah, they had a grade of a 1.30 on him, which would be the top of the third round.
Okay.
So I know Todd Archer reported the third round, and then I kind of dug in a little bit more and kind of wondered where he fell. Remember I told you the way you read the grade is you don't worry about the one.
What's the one mean?
The one just is for a computer. Way to kind of organize things, but the 0.30, like you said, if it's a first round grade, it would be a 1.10. A second round grade would be a 1.20, and then you take the third number and you move that number to where if it's a 1 or 0 would be the top, as I said, or a 9 would be at the bottom of the round where you would take him, and so they had him at the top of the third round. So that's what they thought about the player, and they're really. Mike McCarthy said it this morning. That that's something once again that they're really looking at their college grades, and that's what they're going off of.
Any indication on when he could play?
Never got that indication yet. He's played some special teams this year, so maybe it's going to be one of those times where all of a sudden you're thinking the way to get him active would be to let him start on some teams and then incorporate him into some of the offensive snaps.
All righty, it is a Mavs game night. And
how about it?
We have a rim session coming up at about 4:40.
I think that the Lively thing might be a little bit of a minor injury. I know he.
Okay, I saw him as questionable.
Yeah,
he's doubtful now.
Yeah,
they ruled him to doubtful.
Yeah, but it might not be something that's massively a problem. Is what I'm getting out of that.
Okay, so maybe miss a game or two, but not a big deal.
Hopefully so. Yeah, hopefully so.
Right on. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the fan. Corey's got his beer buddies in here. And you guys have already been cracking some. I think we might have an impromptu.
I had a Bach.
Mardi Gras Brian appearance.
Yeah, I had a Bach, and it was really and I like Shiner, but man, this was a very good Bach.
This is Martin House Brewing in Fort Worth. We are going to have a fan hang with them. We'll be out there a couple times.
Yes, dude.
And we love Fort Worth. These I'm leaving for you fellas. The Mayday IPA and the Bach. You guys drink them down.
Yeah.
Enjoy them and let all the Tolos know. All right.
Already enjoying them. Thank you, Corey.
To you.
Nice
that Mayday's no joke.
Yeah, nice folks.
They're awesome.
They are very good folk.
Love some good craft beer people.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
the building and a new partnership. Looking forward to that fan hang in December.
Broadus hammered home that Bach beer in pretty impressive time.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what,
I was like, you're pretty thirsty, aren't you?
Yeah, go ahead and put on some beer weight.
The thing about it is I'm so damn hungry right now from our diet thing. I had to do something.
Well,
I was hoping to get some weed in me or
keep drinking those
something.
calories,
That's
baby.
weed.
I ain't worry about that. If that's lunch, if that's lunch, I'll drink all those. I don't. That's damn good beer right there.
That's a proper fast. That's how monks used to do it. With some mead. They just have a couple of
mead
meads
hall
at night. They're good to go there, I think, for 40 days or something like that, Brian. So I don't know if that's what you had in mind exactly.
No, I'm just hungry, and I thought
think
I'd
your
have
body
a beer.
was. I think what Eric's getting at is your body's starved for nutrients.
You want me to order a pizza for us all?
No, we just want you to keep sipping on that Bach.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
crack
order the
it
pizza,
if
dude.
you got them. You got them.
I'd drink all those damn beers. Those things are excellent.
There's no more than like 175 calories each.
Bet you won't.
That or a bagel. I'll take that.
Maybe a Chinese buffet.
I'll take a Chinese buffet. I miss that so much. Really, the Chinese buffet. Like I say,
you already have the day circled on your calendar. You already have a reservation and everything.
Championship parade, Chinese buffet, all in the same day. That's me.
Mavericks are a 9.5-point favorite as they host the Bulls tonight. Pretty big game for the Mavs. They are, if you have your sights set on establishing a good start to your season and having that number one seed, they are one loss away from being 500. So this is a battle to be above 500. It's a battle against a bad basketball team, but lively, doubtful. Washington out with the knee. Of course, Kleba is out. So, I hopefully they get healthy, and I think it's a blessing that it doesn't sound like any of these are big. Plus, not having PJ Washington in the game right now is going to hurt your defense, no doubt, but this dude is ice cold to start the season. I think he's shooting like 22% from three. So maybe it'll be a kind of a blessing for him to sit down, get a different view of the game, and come back with a clean slate here in a couple days.
I like that, dude. He might need a little offensive reset there.
Yes.
And tonight it's just going to be like Baskey said, man. You're going to have to run up the scoreboard in a huge way.
My goodness. You're not going to be able to stop anybody.
Hopefully that Luka step back three is working in a big way tonight. Maybe get one of those Clay nights where he's just kind of can't miss. And hopefully you can come out of the gates playing well, because their first quarters have not been that great, but the Bulls are the worst first quarter team in the sport.
Yeah.
So take advantage.
You can't go small with Washington. You're only going to have Gafford for maybe 32 minutes. It leaves a giant hole. I think I'm just packing it in soccer style. Like, guys, give them threes. Let's just not give up dunks and layups all game long.
Try to find a way to keep points out.
We'll try to rebound. If they knock down open threes, they're probably going to win. Might score 140. But we can't give up layup line again. That's embarrassing with the points in the paint situation. That makes you look like a non-playoff team when that kind of stuff's happening to you, like the other night. Yeah. Okay, baseball. I do think Bruce Bochy is among the most important assets that we have in all of DFW sport, and the combination of him and CY, it gives you competitiveness and wisdom. I think that nobody can match up with. Let me just say that about Bochy and CY. So we had a report today coming off the heels of the Shoemaker news. ESPN did a story as their approach to Bochy. What does all of this mean? And their angle is, in light of signing Skip Shoemaker, who was the NL Manager of the Year in 2023, would enthusiastically welcome Bochy to an extension. He is 69 years old. What do you guys think? Do you think he'll want to do another contract? Do you think it's obvious the Rangers really want to go with Shoemaker? The young man, and how important do you think Bruce is to the success of the organization?
Massively important. Bruce Bochy's not anybody that I would be pushing out for anybody. Bruce can stay here as long as he wants. It's a guy who is World Series manager, done it now at multiple places, taken 3 different teams to the World Series. He's respected. I love the fact that they've brought Skip in. Now, it is interesting, Buster Olney, how the Rangers do have the view of, hey, if Boch decides after this year, I want to go ahead and stick around for another year, they're cool with that. No big deal. So I do wonder if it's one of those things where the season goes poorly. I don't think Boch is going to want to leave that way. And if they're competitive and they fall just short, that also might add some incentive where it's like, man, I believe in this team. I think we're really, really close. Maybe I can have one more run at it. We go out on top with a champion. But you do have a great asset here in Skip Shoemaker, who now can kind of build this thing in tandem with CY, and then if he does end up being the heir apparent, whenever that time might be, he can just slide in there for Boch. If he wants to leave after this year and there's an opening that he envisions, like, okay, this is a job I can't turn down, then cool, whatever it might be. But when you lose a guy in Venables who clearly was going to be the guy that slides in, now at least you've got somebody that's waiting in the wings that also can kind of help and advise and give kind of a different perspective, who's one of the best young minds in the sport.
What if the Rangers have another season like they did last year? Does your thoughts change about maybe going ahead and making that change?
It might be one of those things where Boch, for the Rangers, no. Like, I don't think there's anything that can happen that the Rangers would say, Bruce, thank you, but no thank you.
Another year like last year?
No. I think it's on his terms. That's my feeling on that. I think he's done enough for the sport. He's done enough for the Texas Rangers.
I like what you're saying.
It's all on him.
I just wonder if you have another season where you don't hit well, and they had a bunch of injuries too.
Yeah.
I can't say that's all on Boch, but do you go ahead and say, listen, let's
The only concern I have is that at his age, he would only want to go year to year. Like if he wants to go year to year, and I'm like, man, we really feel like Shoemaker's our guy for the future. I don't think Bruce could do anything, or the team could play so poorly that I would think he's the problem.
Yeah,
agreed.
You know,
see, I kind of feel
and with
like
how much CY loves and respects.
Oh no, I'm not trying to run him. I'm not trying to run him out. I'm just trying to say though, if you have another year, maybe Bruce will make that decision on his own.
Right.
I just remember Bill Parcells, and Parcells kept jacking around I want to coach. Maybe I don't want to coach. Maybe I want to coach. You know,
we can't have that.
Keeping the organization in limbo here.
If Bruce got to the point, and I'm not working in the front office of the Rangers, thank God for them. But I'm just saying though, if they were in a situation where Boch was saying, I don't know, CY, don't know if I want to manage. The minute he says, I don't know if I want to manage, I'm kind of encouraging not to manage. And I'm going with Skip here.
I think that would be a bigger question for 2026. I think if it's after this year and he's like, hey, I want to give it another year, and then how long does that linger? Is it 2026 now we're having the same conversation, 2027? You're really going year to year, which is probably honestly how it's going to go. I think beyond 2025, if this team is still not in the postseason, he's probably hanging it up.
We have G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Wolchuk, what is next?
Let's do some NFL True or False. I got some Cowboy and NFL questions for you. Do you agree or not? That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here in just over 7 minutes from right now. It's time for NFL True or Fart. Segments brought to you by Soda. It's State of the Art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach with your NFL stuff.
Thank you very much. Take it away, Robert Flores. It's time for some True or Fart.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Thank you, Robert. It never gets old. It's always fantastic. Brian, is this a true or fart? Do you have the fan text open, or are you looking at the text line?
I'd started the game that way, and then some guy told me to shut up, and I answered it, and I closed it off.
Damn it.
Okay, you punted? Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know if that beer got a little confidence in your bloodstream.
No. I by the way, bet payoff is to make me have to look at that the whole day.
You do it Friday?
I might do. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got to figure out something.
And read multiple texts on air per segment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. 100%.
That are specifically written to you.
Some guy
that's in the copyright.
I don't know what he even said. The guy goes, "Oh, shut up, Broadus." And I'm like, "All right, fine. What? Hey, I got 5 hours to talk here. Have a good day." You know?
Yeah. Your response was pretty amazing. You said, "Your lucky day, bro." ... I get to talk for the next 5 hours. ... Enjoy! ! Enjoy! Bye.
Well done.
Bye.
Well done. Bye. All right, Gavin. Let's start with you here, sir. These are mostly Cowboys questions.
I almost answered the pizza question though.
Oh yeah.
That's why I was like, "Wow, Broadus is looking at this text because we might get a pizza sent our way."
He two of them. Weight. I think the guy said 2.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
2 pizzas. What's better than 1? 2. Maybe we can get 3. All right. We did kind of tease this earlier, Gavin. True or fart? Cowboys should just go ahead and get an extension done with Rico Dowdle ASAP.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to cost a lot of money in the offseason, but I would be looking like he's my running back 2, or if I don't like how things fall in the draft next year, running back 1. I definitely think there's something to be said. I'd love to get your guys' thoughts on this. If you don't think you're going to be that competitive, don't draft a running back that year. Wait until you're like, hey, we're competitive, bang, running back. You don't want to take tread off of his tires while you're not making the playoffs.
That's an interesting thought.
But when you draft him, you turn over that sand glass thingy, and it's going to start draining. You got about 3.5 years, maybe 5, and in the rare case, 7 or 8. But you can't bet on that.
Yeah, I mean, because you see, once you're a legit team, then you probably have a legit offensive line, a legit coach who is getting the most out of his players, and then all of a sudden you can make Kareem Hunt look like a top 3 running back in the league based on his success rate. So it's absolutely possible, and I like that as well because you can always do, what did the Niners do? Okay, we realize in the middle of the season we are contenders. Let's go trade for a running back now in the middle of the season.
Here we go.
Boom. Here we go. And then you can kind of judge, hey, is this going to be a long-term guy or is this going to be just a rental? But we're in win-now mode, so we're open to a rental.
Yeah.
And you can usually take advantage of teams. Now, I know the Cowboys have seemingly got taken advantage of in a couple of these most recent trades. Yeah. But oftentimes you can take advantage there and you're not giving much assets up. So I like the running back as the finishing piece. I love that idea. You can throw Bijan into Atlanta. That's awesome. And he's going to make highlight plays, but that's not going to put them over the top. You build up like the Ravens. You build up like the Niners did, and then you go get your running back. I'd be totally open to that.
I'd be open to signing him. I was trying to kind of figure out where he fits in. When I started looking at other running backs and what they make, I was kind of wondering what category.
I don't think he'd be very expensive. I think regardless, I'm still drafting a running back. I mean, you can draft one every year, really, if you want to.
Yeah. You got a million fifth-round picks at the very least. Use one there.
Yeah, you got a bunch of 5s.
You could use your 4th-round pick there, too.
You can't anymore. Darn it. You're going to have to trade up to go get that 4, I guess. But
you know what I meant, Wolchuk.
Yeah. But I'm all about keeping Rico here, and I don't think it's going to be very expensive.
Not better than Breece Hall, right?
Absolutely not. No, he's not better even in the same realm.
Then not better than Kenneth Walker?
Well, Kenneth Walker's on a rookie deal, right?
What's he's making
second-round contract.
$8 million. That's what his contract is.
Okay.
Total value of his contract is $8 million. He's making, like I said, his contract, Breece Hall's making 2.2.
If you go 3 to 4
Kenneth Walker's 2.1.
Yeah.
Is that? I mean, are you talking about spending $8 million for him, or how much you talking about spending?
Yeah, I'm looking at a
Nick
2-year, $8 million deal.
Yeah, guys like that. Yeah, I mean, is that reasonable to you over there?
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to do two years for $8 million, and it's going to be like 6 guaranteed or whatever, like
small contract.
Zach Moss is making $4 million a year.
Yeah, I think that's
Raheem
comparable.
Moister is making Austin Eckler, like guys like that. Those guys are making $4.2 million a year. Moister, right? Moister.
Mostert.
It's like mustard.
So what? Here
He's
we
the
go.
most
Trying to find a guy.
You're doing good work here. I think a short deal. If you're going to, only if you're getting like a hometown discount right now, you're getting ahead of it, and this is a cheap deal, and he just wants to go ahead and get a second contract.
I mean, I don't think a lot of teams are going to be like throwing holy crap money at Rico. So I think it'd be an affordable contract. And then you're still going to draft a guy because you still have the health issues with him. So I think I'd be smart to maybe try and get ahead of that
Derrick Henry making $8 million a year.
Yeah. Well, we're not talking about the Derrick Henry.
No, I'm just saying. I was just saying him and DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard. They're all kind of in that same boat.
Yeah, I mean, you maximize the first round 5-year contract.
James Conner.
The value ends up being pretty good if you hit on that guy. Like the Lions with Jahmyr Gibbs, they're feeling pretty damn good right now about it. All right, Brian, true or fart? Zach Martin's the most disappointing Cowboy right now.
I think there are other Cowboys that are more disappointing. You give me in those defensive tackles. I think that's a crew. I just Father Time is now caught up with Zach Martin, so I'm not going to say he's the most disappointing. Skill still good. But, man, his level one time was just Hall of Fame-like.
Yeah.
And now he's giving up pressures, and they're kind of getting to him. They're beating him on some run block stuff. I think the defensive tackles are far more disappointing than Zach Martin.
You know, as far as the height, the peak of your ceiling compared to where you are now, I think that gap might be the biggest with Zach Martin, but I would never say that on the air. And how dare you ask that question, Wolchuk?
Safety is more disappointing, maybe? Those
I didn't
cats?
have my expectations just weren't as high for the safeties.
Yeah.
You know? So I wouldn't say that. I think Ferguson's been disappointing.
I think Ferguson would be one, yeah.
I definitely had high expectations for him.
I mean, your coach, your quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dax was disappointing for sure.
Yeah.
I think we knew. I mean, I guess I didn't have high expectations for McCarthy, but after what we saw last year, for sure.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Another edition of NFL True or Fart in the books. We go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Big Godzilla. Big Godzilla coming. Here, lizard. Gotta make sure I get my drops right. There we go. All right, here we go. All right, when we last left off, our winner so far is a reporter that asked boxer Caleb Plant, to describe his competition. And here's what happened.
There's been some animosity between you and Trevor. If you had to describe Trevor as a fighter in 3 words, what would you say?
Not experienced enough.
What about the other 2 words?
Not experienced enough.
Okay, there.
Yeah, can't you add, lady? Jeez.
He had to count him out with his fingers, too, when he said it right in front of her. Felt kind of bad for her.
Yeah, I mean, jokes aside, he might have just failed a CTE test. I think is what we might have heard right there.
Goodness.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the CTE test at Boston University when you show up. Yeah.
That's the one they use for the NFL.
Yeah. Describe your experience in 5 words.
Yeah.
Oh,
How many fingers am I holding up, kid? Potato. Yeah. Get on in there.
You're good, buddy.
Yeah,
you're good.
Good to go. One.
Get in there. All right, let's see what else I got for you boys here. Doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie-doo. If you were listening to LA Live last week, I played this for maybe on a Friday during the news blooper situation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to WALA Fox 10 News in Bama. They're talking about the Cinnamon Toast Crunch bacon situation.
I think you'll know a little bit about this too. A new bacon product might hit the sweet spot.
Hormel is partnering with General Mills breakfast product Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Whoa.
Wow.
Sanitized. It's a family show. Flavor is hand-rolled into the slabs of the thick cut bacon. He's not going to be able to make it. The Black Label Cinnamon Toast Crunch Bacon will be available at Walmart. Yep.
Matt, you interested?
Interested.
Yeah. We don't. I don't think we're going to be trying any of that. That doesn't look very good.
Wow. Speak for yourself, sir. Live TV there.
Looks great.
See, that was way worse than Moistert.
Yeah.
Oyster.
Now, does that cereal come with icing? I wonder. Or is that separate? Sorry.
Oh,
my goodness. What did I do?
What?
Back to you, Lucius.
I'm still trying to figure. I think I know what you're talking about, but that's gross. If that's what you're talking about,
Yeah, it's very gross.
You need to be
I'm sorry.
stopped, bro.
I'm sorry. Already apologized twice.
God. All right, let's see. This right here will not count.
Had to be there, I guess.
This will not count.
Winner.
But this dude right here won $50K on a $65 bet. This is versus Cowboys versus a 49er situation right here. So he brought $50K to the house. Good for him. And his wife is very excited about it as well.
Yeah. Georgie on the outside. No, don't bring the receiver over there. They're going to run the ball.
Come on, George.
Talk to me, George.
I'm the man.
Let's go.
Who do you think?
Good for them.
Hey, George. Talk to me, George.
Ooh, Georgie.
Yeah.
Better watch the games, man.
Listen to this old lady again. I like her voice.
Come on, George.
Come on, George.
Hand me a Winston while you're at it.
Honey, if we win this, I'm buying 100 cartons.
Come on, George. You promise you gonna buy me a carton? You promise?
I'll stack them up in the freezer.
Come on, George.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
What a score.
Oh, I love that one. Come on, George. All right, last one right here. Cowboys' #1 fan on the internet, Bubba Dub. He has switched teams. He is now a Buffalo Bills fan. Bill Mafia, stand up.
All right.
Wow. Got the gear on.
Free agent. Be a chief, man. Get you a title.
Closer drive.
Tell him, man. At that man. Let him know. At that man. He's got all the Bills gear on. He's at the Bills games. He went all the way with it. Sold out.
Wow.
And then he stood on business on his little podcast.
You damn right I switched team. I make a business decision. Before I even go in on that side, I want Kirk Cousins tested for STDs allegedly. They tell me down that blue flame, giving him everything he wants, and I don't like it. Dallas Cowboys done went down there and got their ass tore off the bone again. Dak ain't do a mother thing today. Dak Prescott got a $60 million lemon. Done went in there and signed that big contract and tricked Jerry Jones. That lemon, Jerry. Now his hamstring. Ain't nothing wrong with your hamstring. Your it hurt. Ain't nothing wrong with Dak Prescott hamstring. His is hurt. Well, since your is so, go get in some vinegar. Put vinegar in your bath water, Dak. Been going through all week. Y'all done left Ezekiel Elliott, fat ass at home. Good. Leave him now. Good. Matter of fact, release him. Cowboy fan holding on. What the hell y'all holding on to? Ain't nothing now.
You're a lemon.
Every fan reaches their breaking point.
Put some of that. Hey, you're not a real Bills fan until I see a video of you on fire jumping off of a Winnebago.
Right. Yeah. At least onto a table.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I feel you with that one.
Is it our champion boxer Caleb Plant? Is it the Cinnamon Toast Crunch live TV? Is it dude wins $50K? Was that a $60 bet you said?
Yes. You talk about a flip. That's a big flip. Mm-hmm. Not a little flip like that one in Houston. That's a big flip.
I'm going to vote for the #1 fan, Bubba Dub.
I'm going to go with the big flip there.
Bubba Dub.
Vulture.
I'll go with the flip.
Bubba Dub.
My score 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is the #1 fan, now of the Bills. Although it sounds like we're still going to get some pretty dang good Cowboys content.
Wagons, man. The wagons.
There was no trash in there either.
No.
There was no trash. No. Talking about that man's legs.
A couple of P words in there, but no T words.
All righty. NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll take a look at all 18 trades that have been graded from yesterday's deadline. How'd the Cowboys come out? It's next right here, G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new situations, 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock with Wolchuk. Hoping to get some news here on, Dak Prescott's injury before too long. Cowboys getting back to work. Brought us in about 1 hour, has a scouting report for you on the Eagles offense.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I was talking to some people here about it, and might be something coming out here pretty soon about that. We'll see. Maybe at the top of the hour. But I can't get anybody to confirm what I'm hearing.
Okay.
But I don't want to go with it because it's a pretty significant deal.
So we might have breaking news here in the next 15 minutes or so?
I would say maybe so.
Stay tuned here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Our insider Brian brought us saying we might be hearing something about Dak Prescott's situation coming up in the next 15 minutes. Perfect timing. Wolchuk's NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. All righty. We go to NFL.com here. Kevin Patra, senior news writer, graded at all the trades. And from the Cowboys' perspective of their deal, gives them a C-. Certainly needed help in the receiver room. Brandon Cooks on IR. Tolbert and Brooks have not seized opportunities. CeeDee Lamb dinged up. Those injuries reportedly not considered serious. Says his initial gut reaction to seeing the price paid produced a bit of a sour stomach. Even factoring in the Cowboys' need, they give it a solid pick to move down 3 rounds and acquired a wideout from a club that had zero apparent interest in keeping him. Maybe Mike McCarthy unlocks Mingo's talent, and this looks like a steal in 2025. But Kevin says he just has a hard time believing it. I would say that pretty much summarizes the main. Has anything changed for you guys in 24 hours?
No, I think things have just been even more reinforced, and just in terms of the player that he's been in Carolina is not a player that you would consider has much upside. So I think it'll be a bit of a surprise if this turns out to feel like here in a year or two, like, oh yeah, it was worth it to give up the 4th round pick. He might not be the worst player you've ever seen, but for the 4th round pick, I find it hard to believe, because even when you compare it to, because he's in an awful offense and we know that. So when you compare him to all the other guys that are in that same offense and how do his numbers compare, he's got the lowest catch rate of any of these Panther receivers. His catch rate over expectation is the lowest. His receiving yards over expectation is the lowest. He's left 347 receiving yards on the field. He's minus 347 in his receiving yards over expectation. And then he has negative yak over expected as well. So, like, all the other guys are able to catch the ball at a higher rate in that offense than he is.
So is there any chance that he's just on a team full of studs?
No, because it's Adam Thielen, David Moore, DJ Shark, Jalen Coker, Terrace Marshall. You do have Deontay Johnson, so that would be one respectable deal.
So like 7th in the room of 7 qualifying receivers. That's pretty depressing, Brian.
I yacked when I watched his quarterbacks throw the ball to him.
I did too. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, and
they're airmailing.
That's your hope.
Throwing
right
it
there.
behind them.
That's your hope. The organization here, they've been wrong before. They've also been right. They thought enough of the guy. I don't like the compensation. Nobody likes the compensation from that, and especially when you're a team that's struggling. Likely that's going to be a very significant pick. At the start day 3. But what your hope is that big body guy, run after catch, and maybe better quarterback play. That's your hope right there. That the last 2 years they've dealt with a quarterback that a lot of people thought was going to be pretty damn good in Bryce Young, and he hasn't been. And then Andy Dalton, not very good either. So I'm looking at it as like I'm willing to see how it plays out. I don't know if you have enough time though. I mean, I don't know if you have enough games to really get maybe the benefit. We'll see. Guy comes in, maybe he can learn in 2 or 3 games what he needs to do. Does that give you enough time to really get a good evaluation of him? But I know one thing, like I said, that quarterback play at Carolina is atrocious.
It looks like it might be one of the most embarrassing moves the Cowboys front office had made in a string of them. I mean, you look at the drafts, the Phillips, the defensive tackle, you traded for him during camp. Now he can't even play. They thought the team was good. Both Buffalo, Jerry and Steven thought the team was good in Oxnard. Even as recently as 2 weeks ago, they thought the team was good, Brian.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue with you about that. I'm going to say, Buffalo picked Phillips back up. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
They re-signed him. No, so there's
he
a
went
team.
right back there.
He went right back to them. So obviously they know how to get the best out of him. Where I let you guys down was I've watched players before, and I have never seen a player that looks so good on tape playing against like your offensive line. When Buffalo and Dallas, watch them against the Commanders, watch them against the Chiefs, watch them against other teams, and looked like a quality 3 technique. Was active, up the field, played sideline to sideline. I don't know what guy this guy was that showed up. That's the thing that bothers me the most is, when you miss on a guy, when you evaluate a guy, and he does nothing that his tape shows. Nothing that his tape shows. That right there, there's some guys sitting over there at the Star right now that are probably feeling the same thing. I feel like that I've let our listeners down because I thought the guy could play.
Yeah.
And they obviously thought that the guy could play too when they made the trade. Now, some disconnect between, what was going on. Like he went from Buffalo to the Giants. The Giants, maybe that was the time when you said, wait a minute, not playing at the Giants, not active and, not doing stuff in training camp, not, hearing things about it in a positive light. Maybe that should have turned you off.
Yeah, dude, it might be
I don't know how you can watch the tape. I don't know how you can watch the tape and not think that maybe this guy could come in and help you when you were really, really struggling at 3 technique, when you were really, really struggling at 1 technique. And there's something that happened along the way here.
If he goes to Buffalo and plays well, then
he's going to help him beat. He's going to help him beat the Ravens or Kansas City or one of those.
Pretty damning if that were to happen.
Oh no, it very well could.
You look at everybody underperforming on your defensive line. It would just make you wonder. Like, is this a coaching situation?
That's where. And I was on the Cowboy Break this morning, and Amber Garcia brought it up, and she says, "Hey, if these guys are not playing well, is that on the players or is that on the coaching staff? Is that on Jeff Zagina and others that are coaching? Mike Zimmer, is that on these guys? Because something's not right there. And I can't disagree with her. If he goes off and helps Buffalo in a game, and I look at his stats or go watch Buffalo tape, and he's being active and running up field and being disruptive, when Dallas has no defensive tackles. Now I'm going to go, okay, there needs to be a change here in his coach's football
another
team.
one added to the list that's left Dallas and gone on to have success here recently. Now, I mean, not necessarily defensive lineman, but going back to the Mingo thing, it doesn't matter how good he is. I hope he's awesome. I hope he ends up being their wide receiver 2 opposite CeeDee Lamb. The bottom line is they've overpaid again for a player that it seems like the rest of the league said, hey, you can get a 6 or a 7. I don't think any of us would have an issue with it if you give up a 6th or 7th round pick. You're adding a receiver that you liked, that you thought had upside, that you're probably going to go into the draft and say, we're going to take one anyway. Here's a guy we had a 3rd round evaluation on. Let's take a flyer on him. That's fine. But when you're putting on Carolina radio and they're making fun of you when they've been the team that's made so many bad trades year after year after year right now, their front office isn't any good, and they somehow are able to pull a fast one on you.
Yeah.
It just makes your front office look like you are now bottom of the barrel. And this isn't just a one-off. This happened with Trey Lance, too. All the other quarterbacks that have been traded, you gave up the most. They always seem up to give up the most. It's bizarre to me that a guy and Jerry, who's a great salesman and amazing at business, the negotiating stuff, and we're not in there. I don't know what the conversations are. Maybe it is more Steven. I don't know how much Will had to do with it. I'd love to have all that information. We don't know. We're not in those walls. I'd love to be a fly on the wall, but it doesn't look good. And to me, it's now a consistent issue to where you got issues with this team's front office.
Yes, I think all 31 other teams would look at the trades you've made recently in your last 2 drafts, and it would be a fire, right? And I think obviously we're not moving on. So how do you put this thing back together? And I think you just have to have faith that eventually Will McClay and the scouts, they make enough good decisions over time. They're going to get back on track, but it's going to take a while to build out from this with just drafting and developing.
Yeah, Jeremy Fowler, NFL insider for ESPN, put it this way. He says the Cowboys felt they had to pay a premium for him because he's on his rookie deal still. And Mingo does have some upside. That's what he said. But Carolina didn't have much leverage here.
No.
And on a day that mostly followed a well-worn script, this move was off script.
Yeah. Carolina probably said, well, we're going to trade him somewhere else if you don't.
For the people that cover the Panthers, they were going to cut him. He was a cut candidate for them.
Wow.
That's what has me so livid about the situation. This is a player that maybe you wait till training camp next year, you can just sign him.
See, my thought would be that sometimes at the top of the front office, they want to do something and they just go do it. While there are people inside the building like, are you serious? I've been working pro personnel all season long. Why are we trading for this guy? That's what my gut tells me happened here. Jerry gets a lot of credit for being a listener and trusting processes, but this one and the Trey Lance thing really makes you wonder, because I don't think smart football people that are dedicated to their craft and are working 12-hour days, 6 days a week would have done something that nobody is giving a thumbs up to. NFL news of the day coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
We got a Micah update, and Zeke wasn't the only one who sat out for disciplinary reasons. That's next.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. C-Notes coming up here in 20 minutes. We'll take a look at the Cowboys news of the evening. Right now, we'll focus in on the league at large. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news today.
All right, we'll start in Frisco. Micah Parsons is talking with the media. Our buddy John Machota putting out that Micah said his chances of playing Sunday are high. He said he is going full speed in practice, but he needs to practice in full pads. Quote, I just got to get the feel of the rush. I feel like I'm starting all over. I'm just happy to be where I'm at, says Micah. So the hope is obviously that he plays against Filthy, but maybe tomorrow he's able to do a little bit more.
And you have a chance with Micah, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. But it doesn't sound like Deron Bland. Is it time to be worried about what's going on with Deron Bland and how that foot's recovering?
I think there was a setback there. I don't.
Well, there was. Steven told us there was.
But
something happened that Friday.
Yeah, I don't know how significant that was, and maybe it's something that I could dig in on a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe find out.
Because I'm starting to get a little concerned.
Yeah,
because that could be a weird injury that we've seen ruin careers.
Sure. I don't know for that point, but
no.
I mean,
at what point do you start being is the guy going to play this year at all?
I think with the foot, it's very tricky, and any setback puts into motion scenarios where it could take a year, to come back, and you hope that's not the case. But I think he's still on the far end of the 8 to 10 week range that they gave us. So if he could, come back in the next couple of weeks, we'll have a good shot. But if not, then you're going to be looking at probably a re-aggravation, and it will be in the best interest of everybody to shut him down for the rest of the year.
And at this point, if you keep losing football games, maybe just go ahead and make sure that thing heals. You're completely good and ready to go for 2025. That might be the best case for Deron Bland.
I have no problem with the big picture, a.k.a. tanking, to take a priority here. I look at the quarterback the same way.
I'm with you on that one. Panthers looking to activate rookie running back Jonathan Brooks to the active roster this week. And if he doesn't go on IR for the rest of the season, that is the plan. So, it's basically they either put him on IR and they redshirt him, essentially.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to activate him, and the expectation in Carolina is he could be ready to go. He's been practicing with the club this week. Christian McCaffrey, limited in practice today. Kyle Shanahan said, though he feels no pain, which is very encouraging. I think that was the big concern there. Okay, if he starts practicing again, how do the legs feel? But I guess they feel good. So he's still on potentially trending to get back for San Francisco as early as this Sunday, which would be wild to see Christian McCaffrey back. It's all of a sudden Rams, 49ers, they start getting healthy.
Yeah.
This NFC starts to get a little bit more sticky.
And that's what's tough for the Niners, because I'm sure in a perfect world they would love to be able to stretch this out a little bit longer, because it's still, you're still at the midway point or whatever of the season. That's one of those guys you'd love to be able to keep on ice as long as possible, but they don't have that luxury. They're in a dogfight in that division now.
Yeah, everybody's just, Arizona's technically in the lead, but it's just a cluster there with all three of them. Seattle's fading a little bit. I did see this. Apparently, according to Mike Florio, DK Metcalf was not an untouchable at the trade deadline. Pittsburgh was trying to get DK as they were hunting for wide receivers, but Seattle wanted a first round
John proved
pick.
that when he got rid of Russell Wilson. That he'll trade anybody. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
I know that Russ was kind of on his way out, but I feel like if you called John Snyder and asked him about his players,
you give an offer that he wants.
You give an offer and he'll look at it. He ain't going to sit there and just laugh at you and hang up the phone. I know John well enough that he's not married to any of these guys right now.
Yeah, they'd have taken a first for DK Metcalf. That's what it would have taken. So, if you're Pittsburgh, I don't know if, evidently that was too rich because they pivoted and went with Mike Williams for a 5. But interesting. I wonder if some Steeler fans out there are like, damn it, I would have liked to have DK Metcalf for a first round pick.
Sure.
Him and George Pickens could have been fun. But then you got him reuniting with Russell Wilson. I don't know about that relationship, but maybe they're buddies.
Yeah.
Then we've got, you mentioned the Bills. They signed Quentin Jefferson, who got cut yesterday, defensive tackle from the Browns. Also Jordan Phillips. So they're beefing up the middle of that defensive front there.
They need to. They need to do something because that game was eye-opening a couple weeks ago versus Baltimore, where you got completely just caved in defensively.
Yeah.
And Kansas City can do the same thing to you. Not as explosively, of course, but they can just grind you down with heavy personnel and running it down your throat, and Buffalo's not prepared defensively to handle that.
Then Trevor Lawrence is dealing with a shoulder issue. He could miss Week 10 against the Vikings. And Trevor Lawrence is kind of at this point of his career now where I'm just wondering, is this who he is? And he had a great year. Really, it was a great second half of a season.
Yeah, 2 seasons ago now.
But the rest of it has just been underwhelming and poor. And, we gave him the benefit of the doubt with the Urban Meyer year.
For sure.
But, Doug Peterson's done good things with quarterbacks. He is a guy who's won a Super Bowl. Clearly,
he might be on his way out.
He is. I don't think he's going to be back next year with Jacksonville, but I wouldn't say like Doug Peterson's a guy that's going to ruin a quarterback. This just might be Trevor Lawrence is just an average quarterback at best right now, and that's maybe how we need to look at him and not one of these potential top 10 caliber guys.
Worst place to be, man. He got the fatty boomba, and now he might just be a jag, a literal jag.
Yeah, you can't pay that kind of money for average. It's just so difficult. With toolsy guys, you're going to draft them high. You're going to give them that second contract. But I think at this point, you have to be willing to move on as an organization. That might be tough, considering the pedigree of the player. But I think the smartest organizations are, and I think it just underscores the reality that out of all the accuracy and the cannon and the ability to run, the pocket awareness, it's decision making, and you cannot like scout that perfectly. Not even close, What's going on in the dude's head? How fast does he make decisions? How poised is he in there? You're just guessing at all that stuff as you're watching him play in a variety of circumstances in college.
Well, and right now, that's the big issue for him. Everything looks like it's moving so fast. He just doesn't seem like he's able to really slow the game down and process it. That interception that he threw at the end of the game where they got a chance to steal one from the Eagles. Yeah. It was just, what are you doing? And you're at the stage in your career now where you need to have shown growth to that point. I don't know anymore. I don't know if I'm holding out hope for Trevor.
These teams have to be willing to, like you said, Dawson, not be married to the idea of giving him the second contract. It's not that he's a terrible player. It's just that for the dollar amount, I'm going to have to pay you you're going to reset the market. And now it's since been reset again, but that's what Trevor Lawrence was going to do. And you have to just know now. You've seen him for 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
The sample size is there, dude. You don't fool yourself.
Right.
It's not like you're giving him a Baker Mayfield contract right now. He's trying to reset the market. Really? And has he given you any inclination other than an 8-week stretch over the course of the last 4 or 5 years? The answer was no. But they just can't admit it to themselves. And now you're in a disaster.
I love that. I think that we should have these two different standards with the quarterbacks. We've got the Baker level where we're going to pay those type of guys like that.
Baker,
money.
Geno.
We're not honestly, could you have thrown Dak into that category?
Well, yes,
he's
absolutely.
closer to that category than he is the Mahomes category.
I would have loved the idea
of what we've seen this year.
Paying Dak would have been great if they were talking about doing it for Baker and Geno money, but that was never the conversation.
The only thing I would add to it is if you are committed to building and doing whatever it takes to open up a championship window and then throw money at it, you can win. I think Trevor's similar to Dak, that you better have a really good defense with a good pass rush. You better have the running game and the protection, and at least 2, probably 3 really good weapons in the pass game. You can't hold a team together like that together for long, right? It's going to be a very brief window. If you're willing to go for it, I think it absolutely can work. And it might be a better idea than trying to find another quarterback on the rookie scale, hoping that he's the next Mahomes. We're getting one of these GOAT-type dudes that can carry teams like one a decade, right? So I think staying with a guy like Dak or Lawrence can work as long as your organization understands who the guy really is.
Agreed on that one.
I just think you have to do the all-in build around when the quarterback's on the rookie deal.
Yeah.
That's when you have to do it. And then at that point, if it hasn't worked out for you, now you're at year 4, year 5, and you say, okay, it hasn't worked. We've built around you when you were on the cheap, and now everything's going to become more difficult for you because you're going to be eating up so much salary cap.
Sure.
It's not going to work.
4.35. I think he's in a Matthew Stafford similar comparison here. I think if you put him in the right environment with the right team, he's got potential to succeed. So you could be right. People were writing off Jared Goff And now look at him in Detroit. I mean, we have seen this with some of these quarterbacks, and I hope that for Trevor Lawrence. But so far, it's been underwhelming from what we've seen.
Even with Goff, though, we haven't seen him sustain top of the market money and be on a good team.
Yeah.
He just got the money, but it's not coming into effect. They still have the super stacked team that they have right now. In a year or two, when the Lions probably don't have their OC anymore, when they're probably not able to pay X guy, Y guy because you're paying Goff, now Goff, go be the guy. And most of these guys just cannot do it.
Well, Deshaun Watson is another one who certainly has not been able to be the guy in Cleveland, and it sounds like he might be on his way out. We might have seen the last of Deshaun Watson in a Browns uniform because their GM, Andrew Berry, declined to give a yes or no if there was a possibility he could be designated for a post-June 1st cut. And they asked him, could he possibly be back next year? He was non-committal when it comes to quarterbacking the team. Will he ever suit up with the team again? He said, it's always possible. So to me, it's like if that's your franchise quarterback. If somebody says, is he suiting up again, and he's your guy, you're saying, yes, absolutely. If you're thinking, we're probably moving on here, that's when you say, it's possible. I'm not going to say no, but just reading between the lines there.
That's not the plan.
I would lean betting. Like if I was going to Vegas, I would lean Watson maybe has played his last down there in Cleveland.
What do you guys, what would you guess the dead money is left on Deshaun Watson's contract after this year?
Like the totality, or the whatever.
Like how big of a hit are they going to have to spread out between 2 years if they do post June 1 him?
Isn't it like over 150 million?
It is. It's 172.
72.
172, bro. Yes.
But we did the worst trades ever. Like that's going to look like a top 5 worst trade ever.
That's number one.
Might be number one.
You're not only going to lose the quarterback, you're going to lose multiple veterans that are, going to be cap casualties.
Especially if we got what has Houston done then with the picks?
Yeah.
I think it's probably some pretty good players. I think heck, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr. are one of them part of that. I don't know.
Maybe both.
My God, that's a bad deal.
All you had to do was wait a couple of more years, and the idiot Panthers would have taken Bryce Young off your hands. C.J. Stroud would have fallen into your lap from your freaking state.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. It gets no worse.
Speaking of the Houston Texans, I sent this over to Carter, but they're going to debut their battle red jerseys and chrome helmets against the Lions on Sunday Night Football.
Who's this?
The Houston Texans. So they're all red jerseys. The chrome helmets are pretty dope as well. The number is in black with Texans in white font written on top of the number, and then some black trim on the shoulder pads. I love these. I think these should be their permanent uniforms because the ones they wear now are just too much like Atlanta. I feel like anytime I put a Texans game on, it's at the Falcons. They need. I think they need to go to this all red look. This should be permanent. Just go ahead and do it.
Shiny candy apple red dome is sick.
It's awesome.
I just don't like their number font.
I don't either. But I mean,
the all red
is better than I think their traditional. What they've been rocking with this year.
It's sharp.
At least I'm like, okay, that's the Houston Texans playing right now. I'm not wondering is this another football team, but I'm excited. That's going to be a fun matchup. Houston's offense is struggling right now. Can they get that going? Joe Mixon's running the ball really well. Yeah. Hopefully, Nico Collins can come back and play. That's still iffy right now. Speaking of wide receivers,
it is a big week for red. Wolchuk.
It is.
Yeah,
no doubt. It certainly was. Matthew Stafford, we'll get to in a second as we look at the quarterback power rankings. But Joey Burrow, as one of his receivers that missed a game, it was Jermaine Burton. He skipped a walkthrough. Now, he's a rookie receiver out of Alabama. He was expected to have a big role this past weekend because they didn't have T. Higgins.
Wasn't he a banged-up guy? Wasn't he like a really good little slot player that we were watching, but he was hurt?
I think he did have some injury.
Like a big knee brace kind of guy when you watch one.
I think he might have missed a full year.
Or an elbow. He had something wrong.
Some extended period of time there with the Crimson Tide. But was a good player. Certainly was. And they were able to get him in the middle rounds. Yeah, he's a body catcher. But he was a no-show.
Body snatcher.
For multiple meetings and walkthroughs this week, and Zach Robinson, their head coach, said, well, you are not suiting up and playing. He was a healthy scratch on Sunday for the game, and Joe Burrow spoke to reporters afterwards about the Jermaine Burton deal.
I'm not sure I would say surprised. I think it's always an adjustment when you get to this schedule. It's not college. You're here early. You're here late a couple days, and then you got to do extra stuff outside the building to put yourself in a position to be great. And when it's an adjustment period when you first get into the league, and it's something you got to learn.
Now,
you got to be professional.
He's right. You got to be a professional. Jamar Chase was also talking about it today and basically said he needs to get his head out of his rear. The issue.
Basically said it, or he said it?
Paraphrasing a little bit. Those weren't the words that he used. He showed up to the game in pajamas. Now, I don't know that that's really a big deal.
Wait, who did?
Jermaine Burton.
Burton did.
But there was a picture earlier of him taken at a casino, just playing at the slot machine all by himself in the same clothes. So it's like, okay, well, we know it was him.
Okay, yes. That sounds a little mental healthy.
Right?
Showing up in PJs.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't a hospital gown, if you're ranking things you could be wearing that would set off alarm bells.
Hey, I get it. Like
that's the biggest alarm bell, isn't it?
You go from college to the pros. There's going to be differences here, but
hospital gown at the slot machine.
that would be worse.
I've got a problem here. That's where we admit it.
Hey, those young kids love the PJs though.
They do.
They wear them to school and everything. Wear them all the time.
I guess you might as well be comfortable if you're going to be hanging out at the slot machine. You're just sitting there pushing a button. Might as well be cozy while I do it.
Sloppiest generation when it comes to style and swag and sauce. I say that respectfully because y'all do dress up when y'all put the drip on, but other than that, man, it just look like get out of bed, go to school.
Yep.
Yeah. Those pajama pants are big.
Yeah.
Slides,
hoodie.
Slides, hoodie, sweatpants.
It's not like us doing radio.
Yeah, the Crocs, the house shoes.
3 days in a row, same house shoes, same hoodie, 3 days in a row. Okay.
Yep. Starts to smell a little bit.
It is LSU Alabama week, so maybe Burrow and Chase were giving my man some grief. They're going after him.
Well, it sounds like it was kind of warranted here.
Oh,
I want the best for Jermaine Burton, but there is, we got to get out of the college mentality here.
We'll update a couple of Cowboys stories here with you as we get into the C Note. Cowboys news of the evening is coming up next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Time now for the C-Note Cowboys News of the Evening. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. It was a big winning night in the elections for the Dawson household, as the town of Sunnyvale passed 3 bonds for building stuff at the school district, including a new multi-use athletic facility. So excited about that. They got some sort of a medical clinic going in. I think it was like $160 million they hit us for. But it's always cool to see money going to the school districts. Okay, we got NFL stuff here with the Cowboys, and Jane Slater tweeting, Mike McCarthy asked about crashing his tablet on the sidelines in Sunday's loss. He started with a joke to the reporter, but then made sure to clarify he didn't want to make light of it and how embarrassed he was that he did that. I always think those are, like the kind of viral moments you want as a coach to show your intensity. But I guess for a guy like Mike, he doesn't want to, lose his cool and show too much sports passion. I don't know. How's Dan Campbell react to that? How's more of a caveman coach react to that? I think you own it, Maybe a chuckle.
I could see him taking it and smashing it on his own face.
Yeah.
Like Dan Campbell would be. He would take it to a completely different level. Yeah. Probably just snap it with his bare hands.
He
wouldn't even throw it on the ground.
He could.
But you do love to see some of that passion. I still want to know if that was that frustration from what he was seeing on the field from his team, or was the tablet just freezing up on them?
Could happen. You know, those tablets can be very frustrating.
Well, and expensive. This isn't the good old days where you broke a clipboard and everybody's just like, no problem. You know, somebody perked up in there and was like, gosh dang it.
Yeah.
That's a $400 bill.
So sometimes the Wi-Fi can be tricky. You get all those people in the building at the same time.
They weren't at AT&T.
Yeah. Mike said Cooks and Lawrence will not be activated for practice today, but both are moving around good. I don't know. This Cooks thing, man, seems kind of scary. You get an infection like that.
Yeah.
You know,
the fact that he's being mentioned with Tank in the same, like,
I know, because we knew Tank was going to be a long time.
This doesn't sound very good right now. This situation, I'm again trying to run that one down too, but yeah, the fact that they're talking about it, like, yeah, neither one of them are going to do anything. It's like, it's not like he said, yeah, Cooks will be back in, this time, and then Tank, we know it's going to take a little bit longer. I mean, he put them both in the same, and we kind of feel like that Tank is going to be a lot longer.
Yeah, it might be one of those deals where, like, you get a wound, though, and if it gets infected with that staph, and then on a football field, in that turf, I think it might just be like a further infection risk. Maybe I'm feeling fine, but until the wound is totally closed up, you go to a wound care specialist. I've experienced with this recently. Abby got bit by a spider last summer. It cratered. It was like the size of a quarter and maybe like a half-inch deep at one point, right? And so she couldn't go in the pool all summer. Oh my! She had to miss out on a lot of stuff. She had to be careful that she wasn't sliding on it because it would open back up, real easily. So
how many weeks you think? That was a couple months?
That was probably a 12-weeker. For it to totally heal.
Right.
Damn. And now I don't know what the nature of his wound was, but when you're like out with an infection for at least a month, that's where like you start to think about, man, we got to shut this thing down and go into a high risk type of situation because you don't want one of those infections going on for too long. It can get bad. He said they still have not made a decision on moving Dak Prescott to the IR yet. I know we were talking the last hour about maybe a report at the top of the hour, but we're not hearing anything new yet, Brian?
Not yet. Nothing yet. I'm still, again, trying to work on some things. There's a couple different angles. We'll see if that gets out, and hopefully by the end of the show I'll have something for you if that's the case.
Yes, sir. That'd be great. Wanye Thomas in concussion protocol and not practicing. As far as the Mingo thing, McCarthy did confirm what Brian told you. They're trusting their draft grades when it comes to Mingo. Said that Cowboys had a third-round grade on him, as Brian told you there at the top of the show, was a 30 visit at the Star in 2023.
Top of the third round, 130 was the number.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. How do you weigh what we just saw from our college evaluation and now like a year and a half in the pros? How far removed from college do you no longer go back to what was our evaluation then?
Yeah, I think, within the first month of the season, if the guy's not performing and he looks a little busty, I'm starting to get a little worried. And then mid-season, you're evaluating right now, and by the time you're at the end of the first year, if it's terrible like Mozzie Smith, I think at that point you're like, this is the last shot. Like, how's he show up in training camp? You digest all those lessons, you figure out what your body needs to execute the job a little bit better. And by the time we're a month into the second season, I think at that point, the college evaluation for me is almost useless. Brian, how would Scout Brian answer that question?
Yeah, I think you get to a certain point in time, though, that you do have 2 years, a year and a half at least, looking at the player. I think you probably could have an idea. I think the evaluation part of it, too, is I keep talking about the quarterback situation at Carolina. I would have a hard time of really evaluating. I had a hard time watching the tape, when I was showing you guys.
Yeah, Eric and I were laughing at each other. There was one throw that was just, what the hell?
I was like, was that the red rifle?
Yeah, this guy has absolutely no shot. So
you give him a little bit of extra time because he did a dumpster fire.
You do. You absolutely do. I say I don't think any of us have a problem with going out and trying to get players.
Not at all.
We have problems with the compensation when the team is not playing very well right now, because that compensation could be significant in trying to help you get this thing back on track. Especially for a team that likes to draft and develop. And I personally, please don't let this be a situation where all of a sudden you want to get back in the fourth round in day 3 to start the day, and now you have to give 2 more picks to trade with somebody to get in. So now you used basically 3 picks, to try and get something done.
Brutal. Tough asset management once again for this Cowboys front office. I'm flirting with the idea of asking Steven on Friday, like, don't you think the media or fans have a right to say, maybe we know as much as you have about team building with some of these decisions? Like the string is brutal. I would have to come up with a clever way to word it and maybe give a disclaimer at the beginning. But like, you guys didn't know the team was bad in training camp. The trade for Phillips, can't evaluate that.
Well, then don't use me in your evaluation because I thought the team was going to be better. I mean, if you want to say that you think that we knew better.
The Phillips one, I understand.
Yeah. I mean, I thought.
Well, you're trading for guys that can't play. I don't need, to reference anybody.
No, I'm
it's
just saying.
The proof's in the pudding.
I know me personally, there's some misevaluations I had of this team, their team this summer, myself. Yeah. That I always look at my evaluation of why something happened. We're just going through an election cycle right now. I'm sure that the Democrats are going to sit down and look at what went wrong. I do the same thing when I go about a football team. I take a lot of pride in coming on and talking about this team. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I could see why there was some misevaluation because I did the same damn thing.
Yeah, but we still picked him to win 9 games. We still had like a big step back. And then the injuries have really compounded everything to make it even worse than what we had originally thought.
Yeah. The Dak injury, I think, now puts you in a situation where 5-12 is very likely. I think from this point forward, if I had to predict, I'd say 6-11 is their most likely end of the season.
That's 2 or 3 more wins.
They don't need. Everybody's out there and talking about tanking and stuff. No, just play games. They'll lose games by 5, 6, 7 points. Naturally, that's the way it looks like this team is going to go.
I liked what you said there, Brian. Like, you care, and then you go back and reevaluate it.
Yeah.
And then maybe we'll change the way you do it again moving forward.
Absolutely. I think that you have to, when you do this job, you got to look at it. Now, they do it on a level where, it's the wins and losses. I look at it as like trying to make sure that our audience understands why. Why do I feel like that this has a possibility or why it doesn't?
And that's a concern. I wonder how much reflection there is when it comes to, the Jones family with that, because there's a lot of the same mistakes that have been made over and over again over the last 3 decades.
I know a big part of their job and the players' job is blocking out the noise, and you don't want to be spending time, thinking about what other people are saying about the job that you're doing. Mm-hmm. But, I think at some point that works against you. Like, oh, no, these people don't know what they're saying. These people don't know what they're saying. And you're going to the people that, are going to say things back to you that you like to hear, and you're going to you're listening a lot, but you're not listening to a variety. You don't have good diversity of thought in the people that are giving you feedback.
Yeah, I think you have to evaluate the people. You have to evaluate the graders. If you're Jerry Jones and you're consistently getting information that's, maybe Jerry Jones didn't want to sign Dak Prescott, and then all of a sudden he's convinced he has to. Or maybe Jerry Jones said, hey, I got to sign Dak Prescott, and nobody else wanted to. There's the evaluations right there. You just can't consistently keep every year listening to the same folks if you're getting bad information. That's the evaluations that you have to make.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Blogging the Boys had 3 burning questions following the Cowboys' loss to the Falcons. The first one, how does Prescott's injury change perspectives on the rest of 2024? I think it just makes it easy for everybody to acknowledge that this is now about development. It's about getting young players learned up to a point where maybe they can help you make a push back to the playoffs in 2025 or 2026. But like talking wins and losses in the playoffs is just a moot point as we sit here today.
Yeah. And it adds an extra layer of excuse making that they can point to as the season goes on and afterwards to say all the injuries we had last year.
Yeah.
We would have got that thing turned around.
Yeah. Allows, some folks to avoid accountability. That's question 2. Does anyone benefit from Prescott's absence, Chief? I think you just answered it.
Boom.
Yeah. The excuse machine it's operating optimally.
Yeah.
At this point.
Maybe Cooper Rush or Trey Lance, they could earn some money if they go out and play well.
And then is Rico officially running back 1 now? Yeah, without a doubt should be. Like if we get Zeke back in the mix after everything that's transpired, we got much bigger things to worry about. So salute to Blogging the Boys there. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, what are we looking at today?
Yeah, we're going to talk about this Philadelphia offense. I think there's a couple of spots you can maybe try and take advantage of. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, welcome back. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll be firing up some basketball conversation with our buddy Bobby Carella, All City Dallas. Looking forward to that. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Broadus.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks to the folks, too, that were, when I did see the text, a couple people were saying that they appreciate my, talking about John King, my recommendation to watch John King last night.
Was he in his bag?
Hey,
did he meet the moment last night?
I want to thank you as well.
He had his game. He was ready for game day.
He was breaking it down, man.
And everything about him is he's so just calm about it. He's just so calm, and you're kind of like, well, just tell me what the path to victory is.
He's walking you through every possibility, all the math, all the
It's such an emotional sport for him to be so complete.
The history of each little region and area.
I used to live in Wisconsin for 5 years. I didn't know about the WOW counties, up there. So he was kind of walking me all through them. So, but you folks that reached out to me, you're welcome. I'm glad it helped you.
I couldn't get her to turn it over to CNN. We were on CBS, and I don't know the guy's name, but he was really struggling.
Oh,
really struggling.
Let me tell you, man.
CBS. What's their role? What would be their name? Like it's the CBS
or
no, but like the person like
I think it's called election night. Like CBS election.
What's the name of that guy?
Oh no, I
was trying to.
I don't deviate from my guy over there just because I've like I said he's been on he's covered like 16 of these things, so I'm just kind of like I think he just explains. He's kind of like my tight end from Carolina. Explaining the
Greg Olson.
He's a Greg Olson. He's just kind of explaining things to me. I like it.
That's a heck of a compliment.
Yeah, I like that a lot. All right, the Philadelphia Eagles here. Okay, this is going to be an interesting matchup for you this week. We can get into the Saquon Barkley stuff. I think he has made a difference here. I think your path to maybe stopping this offense, and I don't think this offensive line is as good as it's been in the past. I think they've got a couple of different spots that maybe, and we'll see with Micah Parsons and now with Carl Lawson a little bit, and maybe how they could, if you could get Philadelphia to throw the football. Now, the Dallas run defense has been a struggle. And when the Cowboys have played the Eagles in the past, they've kind of taken advantage of Micah Parsons. We'll see with Micah this week and, his availability. Hopefully he'll be back playing for you. I don't think this quarterback, his numbers are similar to running like he has in the past, but I think it's more out of running because of the offensive line than it is the RPO stuff and things like that.
He's just running away from pressure.
He's running away from pressure. And they're struggling. They're struggling on a couple of different fronts on their offensive line. They're a good run blocking line. I'll give them credit for that. The double team stuff. This Mekhi Becton, who they got from the Jets, who was a tackle, who was a busty kind of tackle with the Jets.
He's a massive human being.
He's a massive human being, but he doesn't have the foot quickness that you think about. I mean, the reason they're playing him inside is because he's not a quick guy. So there's where Dallas, you hear about us talk about Dallas and their problem with twist fronts or moving the front. Osa played really, really well for you last week. This is a spot I would look at with Mekhi Becton. And especially if he's so massive in the pass protection and all that, and the coming off in the running game, that's going to be a problem. But if you could get him to have to move with you, there's where I watched a lot of these pressures. I go back, I can break my film down and say, all right, just give me the pressures. They're having problems with Fred Johnson. He's the left tackle. Having problems with him with pressures. Having problems with the guy, the left guard, Landon Dickerson. Pressures there. Becton, the right guard. He doesn't move as quick. Cam Jurgens at center, they still do things like what they used to do with Kelsey when the center's uncovered, let's pull and get him out in space and so. And Saquon Barkley, he's done a really, really good job for them running the football. I think he's completely helped Jalen Hurts in this offense with his ability. You're going to have to worry about him not only running the ball, but in the passing game. 2 wheel routes. Watch both these wheel routes, 2 touchdowns just off wheel routes. Now, I will say this. Him and Kenneth Gainwell, if they stay in and block, they give up some sacks. They give up some pressures. So this game is, to me, if you're going to have any real success against the Eagles, you're going to have to force these guys to throw the football. A.J. Brown is dealing with the knee injury. Dallas Goedert is dealing with a hamstring. In just watching the tape, if I had to say, what order would you say you have to, in importance of dealing with this Philadelphia offense? I'm going to take Barkley out of it just because we understand the running part of it. Throwing the football, you're going to have to deal with Smith. And then if Goddard plays, I would be worried about him. And then I would worry about Brown third is how I would play this out. Now,
oh, wow.
That's interesting because they have not won a game that A.J. Brown did not start.
I know. But I just, in watching the film and what this quarterback does.
Yeah.
Brown, don't get me wrong, Brown's a nice player. I think when Jalen Hurts gets in trouble, or he's like his.
I remember that from last year. He would look for Devontae Smith.
His progression is give me the hook or the hitch, give me the cross with Smith, or give me the post with Smith. I think Brown, and then what you have with Dallas Goedert is the middle of the field stuff, the block, and kind of what you saw from Kittle. You don't need to get in one of these games again like you did against San Francisco where you put Wilson on Kittle and then said, "Oh, that's how we're going to roll." This could be. I think you need to treat Dallas Goedert if he plays. We'll see with the hamstring, but I'm acting like he's going to play. But I feel like though that's the order of progression that I would go with. But maybe this is about with Goddard and others that I would think about playing McQuamu on him, or almost treating him like a wide receiver, because it's not going to be like the down the field stuff like you get from Kittle, but it's underneath. It's the crossing routes. It's the it's the delay block, and all of a sudden he kind of sneaks out in the route. When you get down the red zone, you're going to have to worry about Smith. That's their guy that they're gonna try and get the ball to down there, because he does a great job of finding that space and getting open. He's really difficult to deal with. You're going to get this team runs a lot of 12 personnel, which is the one back and two tight end. But in Jacksonville last week, they went a lot of 11 personnel. They must have felt like that they had a better match. Now, it might have been because of Dallas Goedert being out too. Calcaterra, the other tight end, I think is a good player. He's a guy that when they get him en route, he does a pretty good job. He's not going to drop any balls. He wears number 81. And they played Jack Stoll last week. And so they were down with Dallas Goedert. I think that's why they played so much 11 personnel. But if Goddard's back, I would expect them to have to get back into their 12 personnel stuff. And that helps them in their running game. But, man, I'll tell you what, this offensive line, if you can get them to have to play in pass protection, that's going to be the trick in this one if you want to have a chance, I think, to kind of slow these guys down.
I mean, you purposely avoided Saquon Barkley in there, but is this a situation where they don't have to pass that much?
Well, I think that Barkley is going to, and I know I just took a little pause. Barkley has, and I mentioned this, he's done a great job for him, for the Eagles. They put him in that sidecar look with a shotgun snap, hand him the ball. He still is able to make cuts. He's powerful. He's got the vision and things. Cowboys have done a pretty good job in their history against him, but that's with the Giants with no offensive line, no quarterback, no real skill guys. I mean, he was the focus. He doesn't have to be the focus in this offense, but he's played up to his billing. He really has.
From study, like obviously we see them twice a year, but do you notice any Kellen Moore differences with the way that the plays they're running, any of the design, like what they're doing offensively?
I think he has his plays are better because Jeff Southland, the offensive line coach, is a better coach, and I think that some of the stuff in the running game that they do
more creative,
much more. Yeah, and
it's really what he needed help with.
Yeah, that's what he absolutely. I mean, we've talked about that with the guy at the Commanders. Cliff Kingsbury. All of a sudden, hey, I don't have a real running game, and now I'm. You go out and you learn some things, pick up some things. I think Kellen Moore, with him being with the Chargers, but Jeff Southland, who is the offensive line coach,
one of the most respected in the league.
Guy is really good at it, and his offensive line, like I say, run like I tell you what, I'm looking forward to when we get a chance to talk to Eric Kendricks tomorrow about the. I was watching with Canton, and this is something I just picked up. When they're in shotgun and Becton, he looks back, and as soon as he taps the center, like in a situation, like they're going to be in a hostile crowd environment. Right. Well,
I think it's going to be a home.
Okay,
Philly home
just
crowd.
What I'm saying. There's going to be Cowboy fans at the game yelling. Okay, if you can.
Yeah, it'll be a couple.
But the Eagle fans are done. They'll cheer.
But as soon as he taps him, ball snapped.
That's every time.
Every time.
Oh wow!
As soon as, and I'm kind of thinking
that's rookie stuff.
If you're going to get off the ball, I'm going to ask him like, Eric, hey, have you noticed that every time that Becton because he just taps Juergens and then the ball goes. So maybe you could get a little bit of, maybe they're watching film this week and thinking about how to get off the ball a little bit quicker, get into these guys. Because I started picking that up. I'm like, man, every time he touched him, the ball's being snapped.
You snuck in a little busty comment there on Mekhi Becton. Was that a man boobs joke? Is that what you were going for?
No. I was just going to the busty.
He does have moves.
Yeah, he's a big man. But they've got
He's got moves.
They've got some problems
From one move guy to another.
They've got some things that if you just have to, you don't let them punish you in the running game. And Barkley can do that. Where they get in the pistol formation, hand it to him, sidecar formation, hand it to him.
They'll get. I would have to imagine, much like Atlanta and every other team, like they can just go get 5 or 6 yards anytime they want it by handing off the football. It feels like
their line is capable of doing that. Yeah, the way they run.
Well, and the Cowboys defense in particular, it seems like it doesn't matter who they go up against. That's going to be, unless it's the Giants or the Steelers, I guess. They pretty much don't know how to figure it out. The Eagles have been feasting. I mean, one way to get your offense going is just play a bunch of awful defenses, and they're on a run right now of that, because you score 15 points versus the Saints in September and 16 versus the Bucks, and then you go play bottom third in the league defense Browns, bottom third in the league defense Giants, bottom third in the league Bengals defense, and then the Jags.
They're on a run.
They're just tearing up bad defenses, and good news for them this week, much of the same.
Yeah. If I could, like I say, Fred Johnson, the left tackle, that's where I try and get Micah. And I mentioned this, Barkley and Gainwell both poor. If they're trying to double guys, that could be a problem right there. That could be a problem for them, because both those guys have given up pressures and they've given up sacks. And Fred Johnson one-on-one, and they leave him one-on-one quite a bit.
I've never even heard of this Fred guy.
Fred Johnson.
Yeah.
Is this a new?
Freddie J.
We go up against the Eagles offensive line for so many years. You get familiar with the names, and all of a sudden they're running out of Fred, and he's turnstile.
Oh no, he
sounds made up.
He was a college free agent with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then the Eagles signed him. I mean, he's been with Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Tampa Bay. This guy's kind of bounced around. In Philadelphia, had him on the practice squad couple years, so he's been in the system now a couple years.
Sounds like a great week to be getting Micah Parsons back.
Hopefully so.
Signs are pointing towards that. We'll give you an update on that and many other stories. But Bobby Carella from All City, Dallas, one of our favorite Mavs guests, is going to join us on the other side, talk about tonight's game with the Bulls and the now walking wounded Mavericks roster. That's coming up next right here, G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan. We are still standing by for an update on Dak Prescott here on your home of the Cowboys there with the hamstring injury. Brian, what's the latest as far as a timeline on when this news could come out?
Yeah, it's I'm still working on some things. I kind of reached out to a couple other people that I know that are working on it too. So hopefully here, like I said, by the end of our show, I'm not saying maybe 7 o'clock, but maybe in the next hour or so.
Okay.
This thing we might have a more clarification of really what happened.
It is a back-to-work Wednesday, and we have a number of Cowboy storylines to update, but of course none bigger than Dak Prescott. If he misses a couple of games, I think you have one win a projection, and if he misses the rest of the games, then I think even going winless the rest of the season is, a legitimate prediction. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later on. It is also a Mavs game night as Bobby Carella, All City Dallas, joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. I'm watching the Mavs struggle through their own wave of injuries. So what the heck is going on, guys?
Yeah. Well, what do you have for us the latest with those? It's a trio of them, right, to be watching?
Yeah, so P.J. Washington, kind of another surprise appearance on the injury list for tonight's game against the Bulls. Derek Lively was a really late scratch the other night, and I don't really think anyone saw that coming either. And so that's your best center and really kind of your only active power forward. Maxi Kleber has also been out all season, and Dante Exum's been out. So, we spent all offseason thinking, man, the Mavs are really deep like that. It's so much talent to their starting lineup and Klay Thompson, and then you get this wave of defenders coming in off the bench to help you up the intensity on that end of the floor too. And, all of a sudden a week and a half in the season, we're kind of looking around like what happened to all the depth. So, the next couple of weeks are a really tough stretch of schedule, and hopefully these injuries don't linger until then. But if it does, their work is going to be cut out for them.
Now, speaking of that, tonight's game, in light of these injuries, I saw the point spread still heavily favors Dallas. Do you expect a victory tonight, even though these injuries are starting to weigh them down?
The Bulls aren't a very good team. They've gotten off to, I think, a better start than some people expect. And I guess from the Mavs' vantage point, the one kind of saving grace is the Bulls' strength lies in their backcourt. Guys like Kobe White, they just traded for Josh Giddey, but they have a lot of guards. They don't have necessarily a lot of effective size in the way that, say, Houston did whenever Houston was just able to pulverize the Mavs on the offensive glass. And so tonight, if you're down Washington, if you're down Lively, it's two of your best defenders, two of your most athletic players. It shouldn't, in theory, hurt you as much as it did against the Rockets and, missing Lively against the Pacers. But, we'll see. Games are played on the floor. And, unfortunately for the Mavs, defensive intensity has been a big source of concern in each of their three losses so far, and they're missing two of their best defenders tonight. So, other people are going to have to pick up the slack.
What have been the early returns with the Klay Thompson defense, and specifically when he's there with Luka and Kyrie together?
I've been impressed with Klay's individual effort on defense. I was expecting, he kind of heard horror stories from Warriors fans about his effect on that side of the floor last year, but, he's been pretty good. He's been diving on the floor. He's caused some turnovers. he's held his own whenever he's been switched off onto bigger players, and that's happened a lot. The Mavs are switching more on defense this year than they did last year, which I like to see personally, but that's only good if, your stars can hold their own when they switch. And Klay has, Kyrie's been a little hit or miss. Luka has been a little more hit or miss than Kyrie has in that respect, but, Klay has held his own, and that's really important because, again, even if PJ Washington is healthy, which he is not right now, he will not be available, but even if he is, the Mavs only have 3 or 4 guys in their rotation that are taller than 6'5", and so they need these big-bodied wings to be able to defend these bigger twos, the 3s, the 4s in the league, that you could kind of count on Derek Jones to defend last season. Klay is now picking up a lot of those assignments, at least early in games, and he has been pretty good there. If anything, I would say the bigger adjustment for Klay has been on the offensive end. When he's playing with Luka, he's not getting as many shots maybe as Mavs fans might have expected. He's getting plenty of shots when he's out there with Kyrie, when it's just them two, but when it's the big 3 out there, you can still kind of see everybody feeling each other out. Where does he like the ball? How can they get him involved? And I think a lot of that will resolve itself in time as they get more used to playing each other. And also, hopefully as Luka kind of busts out of his slump and everything comes easier for him.
Yeah, what do you make of the Luka slump right now? Any concern level whatsoever? Is this just rust coming with little training camp, or what do you think it is?
Well, I hope it's just rust. I mean, I know I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. We're not used to seeing this. And his 3-point shot has come back the last few games. The first 4 or 5 games of the year, he was really bad from beyond the arc, below 30%. And that's not what we're used to seeing from him. Normally he's like closer to 38, 39%. Last couple games, he shot it pretty well. But the one area that is really kind of still lagging behind what we're used to seeing from him is these shots around the rim. Not necessarily layups, but these little floaters, the runners. He's so good at turning those little bumps into and ones, but one play that really kind of sticks out in my memory from the Pacers game the other night is he's able to beat his man, get to the basket, draw contact right around the rim, and he just misses like a 3 or 4 foot banker. And instead of it becoming an and one, he goes to the free throw line and misses both free throws.
Yeah.
And so a layup turned into an over trip down the floor, and that's just really demoralizing and deflating. And normally he's 50, 60% on those shots. This year he's sub 40% on those shots, and that will eventually correct itself. But until it does, he's missing out on 2 or 4, or sometimes even 6 points per game, and that can really hurt you in as many close games as they've had so far.
Bobby Carrella with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Sticking with the offense, and Luka probably has a little bit to do with this, but you look at their offensive category numbers, they're like middle of the road across the NBA. And I know Jason Kidd's brought up the ball movement. What do you think about that, and then just overall the offensive struggles outside of Luka?
Yeah, I think it's kind of tough, right? Because we expected, J. Kidd was talking about trying to implement some triangle principles, and the Mavs have a little bit, and they're moving the ball. They've had a few good possessions of ball movement, but it's really hard to separate, in my mind at least, how much of what's going on is everyone trying to get used to each other and how much is just Luka trying to shoot himself out of a slump. Sometimes whenever, especially your superstars, are going through funks like he is, they're just going to try and shoot themselves out of it. And so sometimes that means maybe playing a little selfish or maybe calling your own number a little bit. And I'm not alleging that Luke is like a selfish guy or anything. He had 15 assists the other night against Indiana. Like, he's still passing the ball plenty, but I think once he starts shooting well, he's going to feel better. He's going to be playing better. And then also that's going to demand more attention from the defense, and opponents this season are double teaming and blitzing Luka in the pick and roll way less than they did last year. Last year, he was blitzed more times in the pick and roll than the second and third most blitzed players combined. This year, he's being blitzed like once or twice a game in the pick and roll. So, the Mavs are not playing as much 4-on-3, and obviously in those situations, there's going to be a lot more ball movement. Teams are just switching. They're playing one-on-one. They're daring Luka and Kyrie to be scorers, and when that's the case, there's really no advantage to be had by passing the ball. You kind of have to beat your man off the dribble, and that can take some time, and then you're late in the shot clock to where passing becomes dangerous. So, I think as Luka heats up, he'll feel better. Defenses will have to adjust, and I think you'll see a little more ball movement.
Bobby, what do you think about the availability aspect of Derek Lively's career so far? Is there any injury concern long-term in there for you?
Yeah, he missed something like 30 games last year. Now, granted, some of them were on freak injuries. I think one time he was rolling to the basket, Luka hit him with a no-look pass, and some Blazer undercut him, and he missed 5 or 6 games. There was another time he was hanging on the rim in LA or dunked, and kind of someone undercut him, and he fell on his back weird. And so in some respects, he's just been a little bit unlucky. But it is a bummer. Obviously, he has been, in my opinion, maybe their best or most effective player so far this season. And so, they need to keep him on the floor. And, Mavs fans are clamoring for him to start or play more minutes or whatever the case is. But, what you don't want to do, kind of the same way we see with Maxi Kleber, is, if a guy is, for whatever reason, just unlucky enough to keep getting injured, then you don't want to necessarily give him 35 minutes a game because you're going to expose him to a lot more risk. So, if minutes management is going to have to be a thing for him to get him through the regular season, at least until, with age, he can kind of fill out his frame a little more, add some more beef to his body and, be able to withstand some of that punishment a little better, then, that might have to be the case. But hopefully it isn't. Hopefully when he comes back from this, he can give him 70 straight games and, we don't have to worry about it at all. But in the meantime, yeah, the most important ability is availability. And, I know it's of the utmost importance for them to be able to keep him on the floor.
I think his local comp right now might be the Jungle Cat, Josh Young. We're like, is he injury prone? Is he just unlucky? He's so important to the team. Please, God, stay healthy, dude. We need you big time. Najee Marshall over Derrick Jones Jr. That's feeling like an upgrade.
Offensively, in terms of dynamic skill, absolutely. He's a really, really good ball handler, good playmaker. He's had probably their 2 coolest lob passes of the season, and that's saying a lot on a team where Luka runs point guard. That midcourt alley-oop the other night against Orlando was just amazing. And then in the last game against Indiana, he comes out, he goes 8 for 9, hits 2 threes. And I'm assuming he's going to get a lot of playing time tonight without Washington in there. But, yeah, he's been really good, man. He's been really good. When Luka or Kyrie's out of the game, we saw it last season, even as they went to the finals, sometimes this team hurts for little playmaking. So to be able to have another 6'6", 6'7", 6'8" guy with a little beef, a little size, a little strength, some sturdiness going downhill, and, the court vision and creativity to make some pretty cool passes, that keeps the offense humming, And I was a little worried about his fit playing alongside both Luka and Kyrie. I thought that he would maybe be best with only one of them so that he could assume more playmaking duties and not be relegated to just kind of a spot-up shooter playing off those guys. But he was fantastic in that game against Indy. He played a lot of minutes down the stretch playing alongside Luka and Kyrie and was able to make defensive plays and turn them into offense. So, yeah, give me more minutes for the knife, man.
Hey, Bobby, you live with that team and you know all about it. Let me ask you this, though. When your experience, how long does it take like a new player to usually get acclimated? Like in Clay's situation, is there kind of a rule in basketball like, hey, it's 15 games, 10 games? What is there? Is there some that basketball people always kind of look at, a number?
I think every situation is so unique. Like if a guy's bounced around a little bit, he's probably a little more used to change, but Clay's been with one team his entire career. Spent his entire career playing with Steph Curry. Now, granted, they played a different style under Mark Jackson than they did under Steve Kerr, but Clay's basically been playing improv basketball for 10 straight years with a lot of movement, a lot of freewheeling, a lot of creativity, a lot of sprinting off screens. And then to come to Dallas where everything is a little more regimented, maybe a little more stagnant. I'm not saying the Mavs are stagnant. They're actually moving a lot more than they did last year, but certainly more stagnant than he was in Golden State. It is kind of an adjustment. But they've installed some plays for him. I thought they ran a nice little out of bounds play for him the other day against Indy, and they have been looking for him in transition when he's on the move, and he can just fly into those threes, and he's been pretty good there too. So, I would say for him and for most guys, a month, a month and a half. Sure. But also, one thing that Tim Cato, who's on the show with me over at DLLS, one thing he mentioned is Clay historically, through the month of November, has the lowest splits of any month in his career. Like he heats up as the season goes on, kind of like Reggie Bullock did for Mavs fans that remember him. So, maybe for Clay, it just takes a month no matter what. But I would fully expect him to get a little more comfortable. But again, it's not just on him to adjust. I think it's on Luka and Kyrie to, make it a point to find him early in games to see what he's got. Because, I mean, dude, if that guy comes out and hits 2 or 3 threes in the first quarter, the defense is going to do some really freaky stuff, and that is going to make life a lot easier on Luka and Kyrie.
How about Quentin Grimes and him trying to get implemented and figure things out? I mean, offensively, I understand that could take some time for him, but defensively, I was really hoping he would just be a pest.
Me too. I was really surprised, honestly, that he didn't get more minutes in that Pacers game. You know, the Mavs went small for virtually the entire second half. I mean, I think they played PJ or Najee at center for like 20 out of those 24 minutes, and Grimes got maybe 1 or 2 minutes in the second half. It was a lot of 3-guard lineup, a lot of Spencer Dinwiddie in there. You know, we've seen Jaden Hardy kind of enter and exit the rotation a couple different times this season. But Dinwiddie's getting those minutes right now. And, you know, I think that Grimes is a much better defender than Dinwiddie. You know, he's obviously not the playmaker or ball handler that Dinwiddie is. But in those lineups, if you have Luka and Kyrie and Najee Marshall, I don't really think you need another ball handler. You know, I think you need better on-ball defense, more tenacious perimeter defense. You know, we saw the Pacers in the second half kind of just ruthlessly targeting Luka, Kyrie, and Dinwiddie, you know, taking turns just getting layups. They had 76 points in the paint in that game, because the Mavs had no rim protection behind those guys, and they were all just getting beat one-on-one, you know, for the entire second half. The Pacers had 28 points in the paint in the fourth quarter in that game. I mean, it was really, really frustrating. So, you know, I would like to see him get more minutes, if nothing else, just for his defense. You know, offensively, he is much more of just kind of a spot-up corner shooter than Clay is, you know, and so I think it's a lot easier to just throw him out there. He doesn't have to be necessarily as familiar with play calls or concepts as Clay is. You know, I want to see more minutes from him, and hopefully that'll come, especially in light of all these injuries right now.
Bobby, they have so many good players. I know we got to go, but I mean, this rotation could literally be everybody that's active. You know, so roster construction wise, do you think this shapes up as a stand pat year, where, you know, 40 games in, we're going to say no trades, or do you think that like some consolidation, 2-for-1, 3-for-1, if you could get the right player, is going to be a priority as we head towards 2025?
Honestly, I think with as guard heavy as they are, they're hoping that one of their guards pops enough to where they can maybe swap for a wing. I mean, I personally think this team needs more perimeter size. You know, I've said it on this station for like 5 years. You can never have enough wings. You know, give me a 6'8" guy that can switch and guard multiple positions. And, you know, when this team is healthy, they have 3 or 4 of them, but a bunch of them are out right now. You know, PJ, Maxey, Derek Lively, they're all out. And so this team is very, very guard heavy right now. And that is a problem. You know, you can survive that for 2 games or a week or something, but if this is going to be extended absences, and in Maxey and unfortunately Lively's case, you know, those absences usually are extended, then all of a sudden you do have a real problem on your hands. And so, you know, they don't have necessarily the most tradable contracts in the world, and they don't have the most picks in the world either. So it is going to be pretty tough to make a deal. But, you know, I think with some of the expirings that they have and some of the guys on some low numbers that they have, there is a trade to be made. You know, if another team that's maybe too wing heavy needs a guard, all of a sudden you can be dance partners. But, you know, the real problem for the Mavs is that every other team in the West seemingly is struggling with injuries and slow starts too. So, you know, I don't think anybody's just going to make a decision to tank or, you know, reshuffle the deck chairs or whatever until at least, you know, December, January, and then as we get into the deadline season.
Bobby Carella, All City, Dallas, thank you so much, man. Awesome work.
Thank you, guys.
Salute. Must follow there for Mavs fans everywhere. And we'll have more Mavericks discussion coming up a little bit later on in the show. It is a Mavs game night. Well, Chuck, what do we have next?
Well, speaking of a Mavs game night, it's also Nacho Day, baby. Oh. National Nacho Day. Who doesn't love nachos? Top 10 best nacho spots in Dallas. Where's your go-to spot? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back and salute to Rob in Funky Town. He just dealt Eric Chiafalo a massive blow in our first annual G-Bag weight loss competition, sending us a couple of pizzas. I looked over in the break room. It looked like Chief was trying to eat 3 pieces at the same time.
Oh, you got that?
Yeah.
Did the old stack, the old stack it up. You feel like you're still eating one slice when they're all stacked up on top of each other. Like
How many
that.
did you get in that break?
That was a triple. That was a triple slice.
What a machine!
Commercial break.
And it is time now for the top 10 at 420.
That's awesome.
Smothered in garlic.
Segment here of the nation is
cheese stuffed. Yeah.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Very apropos. And here's Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully. Zach with an H. The top 10.
Thank you very much. Happy National Nacho Day. We'll get to our nachos here in just a moment. 877-881-1053. What are the best nachos? Where are the best nachos? And how do you like your nachos? But SMU football today just scheduled a matchup for the 2026 season at Notre Dame in South Bend. So we get the Ponies versus the Fighting Irish.
I think the last time they went to South Bend was the year or two after the death penalty.
I bet you're right.
Oh, they probably got clobbered.
I think they went to South Bend and they got clobbered. Yeah.
Is it a home and home? Or are we going to get them here?
I just saw 2026
Big D
at Notre Dame.
All right. Well,
that'd be cool.
That's not a home and home.
That'd be cool if we get them in Dallas.
I'm sorry. This is a squirrel moment, but Woody Page has some,
oh my gosh,
Elton John glasses on here.
Goodbye.
And the turtleneck. This is it. He looks like he's an author.
Yeah, this is an incredible look for Woody
right now?
today.
He didn't start. He didn't have him on to start the day.
He kind of looks like he's morphing into Jamie Lee Curtis.
Maybe
is it Halloween?
I don't know.
He is. The same way Mark Cuban is morphing into Rachel Maddow, Woody Page is morphing into
Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah, that's good for Woody, I guess. I mean, he's got to be doing a bit. This has to be a bit. Look at him right now. Nobody else can see this, but he's squinting and staring at the camera with a very mean, puzzling look on his face as Frank Isola just talks. This has to be something that they're doing.
I think Woody's going to get the win today. He did.
Look at the smile with those fake teeth.
That's what you got to do. You got to go all in.
They need
with
to
an
send
outfit and
Bob
get yourself a
Ryan.
victory.
Send Bob Ryan over to Woody Page's teeth guy.
It's amazing. Okay, last time, 1989.
Yeah.
Notre Dame and SMU.
I think that was after the death penalty.
Irish beat them 59-6.
Yeah.
Before that, they played in 1986. They actually played for a while. They had a nice little back and forth going. But 2026 in South Bend, SMU will go take on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Other news of note in the college sports world, we did get the Gundy apology.
Oh, no, did he?
Was this one kind of a half-assed one? Because all he did was take to Twitter at Coach Gundy. Says, I apologize to those who my comments during Monday's media call offended. My intent was not to offend any of our fans who have supported us in this program through the years. This was after he said that basically they can't take care of their own families. Not basically, this is what he said. They're not taking care of their own family. They're not taking care of their own job, but they have an obligation to speak out and complain about others because it makes them feel better.
Yeah, and he was complaining about the fans while he was doing that. I thought it was rich with irony and a little hypocrisy, Wolchuk. But
Really
hey,
whiny.
Coaches under fire, they're in a rough place. You know, they might lash out. You know, they'll try to rein it back in, and the best ones do. Best ones don't lash out, but most do.
All right, let's talk nachos. Best nachos you guys have ever gotten in DF-Dub. We did get a vote for Katy Trail Ice House from 469. Those nachos are fantastic.
We had those we were doing a thing with Jared one time over there, right? Didn't we order a bunch of those nachos?
We did. And then actually the second stop after we the Bobby and Will fight where Bobby bailed at the Plano Katy Trail, actually we had some nachos over there as well. They were delectable.
You guys did not like the trash can nachos that from the place in Vegas,
You
right?
know, it's not that we didn't like them. We were told not to get them.
Yeah, the lady
you didn't get them
right there at the front. The host lady, when we walked up, we were looking at the menu. We were checking the price of the Guy Fieri trash can nachos.
We were all ready
to sample
to crush them.
And then she was like, it's really hit and miss. It depends on who's back there. Some nights they're dialed. Other nights you're scrambling for cheese on a dry chip. And so we didn't take that chance. No. We went instead, spent $75 for 3 fish and chips, like literally 3 little fish.
Was that a Gordon Ramsay deal? Ramsay's fish and chips.
Yeah.
It was very good.
It was like $100.
Gosh, just the stuff overpriced.
I kind of told you the beef Wellington for what I spent was not.
You did say that. Yeah, you did say that, which is heartbreaking because that's one of his.
We'll go to
signature
some
dishes.
fun places in New Orleans for the
I'm looking forward to that.
What are your must have on the nachos other than just hopefully great coverage all the way around?
Chips that can withstand some weight.
Okay, there you go. Vitality on the chip.
If you have chips
chip
where
matters.
if I'm reaching in there and the chip breaks as I'm getting it and then all the stuff falls off, it's no good to me.
Well, you know what's actually become great is the individual nacho. Like the individual chip that they've got the topping on each one. So you're getting like 6 of them.
Oh, I see.
The rounds are really good for that.
Yeah.
Those have been, and that's
put
what Katy
down a
Trail's
little
doing.
bean there, put a little meat, some
Those
cheese.
have actually been a game changer for me.
You get like 8
Yeah.
chips, but they're all completely covered.
Yes, and it's a good sized chip, so they're not just like giving you a shortage of food.
I'm going to say, one that I think is mandatory that people might not think of is the cilantro.
Mm-hmm.
It has terrific spice.
Gives it a little heat.
Big cilantro guy. Lucius with the nachos.
Yeah, so I don't know where they get good nachos because when I go to Mexican restaurants, I don't eat nachos. I usually get chimichangas or something like that.
Yeah.
But Los Lupes, yeah, I've had good nachos over there before, and they do have the individual chip situation.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's a good situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like I like a steak nacho.
Yeah,
know?
you're being.
I love chicken as well, or ground beef, but like
pulled pork.
Pulled pork, yes. I'll double it up. Got to have the jalapenos as well, because you get additional crunch and spice there.
Okay, are they nachos if there's no cheese involved?
No. What are you talking about?
Because I was looking at first doing like top 10 nacho toppings, and cheese was on there. I'm like, well, duh. And it
I think
wasn't
that's where
one.
I think that's where the CH in nacho comes from.
Yeah, I don't think you can have nachos without the cheese. What are we doing?
I
What
don't
would that
think it's
be chips with cake, like sour
queso
cream and
or
and
melted.
and
I'm thinking like the Mexican cheese blend, in the green bag there.
Right.
That's what I would.
cheese blend.
But you could also go with queso. And for me, Wolchuk, I don't think it's that close. It's official. The best nachos in the entire world are at Hurtado's.
Hurtado's nachos are absolutely divine. They are.
The smoke that they get on that brisket is perfect.
Those brisket nachos.
You're having a barbecue
right?
meal and the best possible nachos at the same time.
Yeah, and they're not skimping on the brisket there either, which I do appreciate.
Don't let the chip get wet. That's another one.
Yeah,
Wet.
the soggy chips. That's not a good one.
Again, it's got to be able to hold that stuff together and not be wet and soggy. And
I am queso cheese though over the melted shredded or whatever. I'm here for both.
So fancier.
I do prefer the.
I like
drip.
the gooiness.
Yeah,
I like the gooiness of real cheese. Actually, and I love queso too. I'm not opposed to either.
Right,
one.
I'm the same way. It's not like a full stop situation, but I do prefer the drizzle.
I think to Brian's point that
drizzle.
the queso can make the chips a little soggy.
that's what I'm saying. If you pick up the chip and it does the bend like a chocolate chip, a hot chocolate chip cookie where it just bends, it's doing me no good.
You don't want it to get floppy.
Yeah, you don't want it to be all bendy and floppy.
Now I need a fork for it, basically. Not good.
I'll tell you what, I have eaten nachos with a fork.
Sometimes
I've done that
you do.
before.
Sometimes you got to get messy if there's chili on there.
I've done that. I know it's probably not the right way to do it, but
Certainly off-putting and a bit disrespectful.
The 901 has a great point, though. Why not both? You could have a bowl of queso.
You could go
have
both.
melted, shredded.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah.
You have the bowl because now I really think it's less of a chip problem and more of a melted cheese problem. Like the queso cheese is inevitably going to do that to just about any chip. If it's sitting in there, it's going to soften up. But if you have the side bowl of it, now you have the shredded cheese melted on your nachos, and at any point you can dip it and double down on the cheese.
Because some of those chips might not have good coverage on the shredded.
That's what I'm saying.
Now you got the queso.
Yeah,
this is the best of both worlds.
If you're making nachos and you don't have complete coverage, and I know you're talking about the individual ones, which is time consuming to make, but it gets the complete coverage. I don't want to dip in there and pull out just a chip.
Just a chip. It's a terrible feeling.
That's bad.
I'm
But
now you have that. Now you have that side queso to kind of solve that problem.
Okay.
I think we just hacked the.
Let me ask you this:
system.
Have you guys ever pulled the chip out, nothing on it, and gone back in?
Yeah.
And just scraped off the top?
Hell yes, absolutely. You can't just go bare chip. E-Bar Tex-Mex, which is actually not far from here, North Haskell.
Okay.
Is one of the top
E-Bar.
10 best nacho spots. The Uno Mas Tex-Mex, which is off Main Street here in Dallas, is also listed.
These are all close.
Well, this is all specifically in the Dallas area.
That's what you said earlier.
Meso Maya. We've got Mia's, which Mia's is a great place. You want a good marg, Mia's, boom. That place is definitely going to hook you up there. That's off Lemon here. Uncle Julio's off of Lemon as well. Some
Been
very
to all
good
these
nachos.
places, love them.
Senor Bean off Olive Street. Urban Taco off of Ross. We've got Salsa Limon off of Ackerd Street. And then Campuzano Mexican off of Oak Lawn as well. Finally, Wild Salsa off of Main Street.
How do you guys feel about all the vegetables on top of a?
I like it. I like a pico or whatever.
Maybe give me some
sour
grilled,
cream it up too.
Grilled peppers and onions.
Oh, great.
Guacamole, sour cream.
I like that. I like that. Yes. Yeah.
Just load it up.
Like the loaded nacho. Other than I guess if you would put black olives on a loaded nacho. I don't know if anybody's doing that, but I would say hold the black olives. Otherwise, hit me with all of it. Do green onion, chives.
That sounds like a chalupa. If you're doing, am I right? The chalupa is the round thing with all the stuff on top. That's
a tostada.
Oh, tostada with the black olives. Yeah.
Oh, the chalupa's
What's
kind
a
of
chalupa?
the shell, I think.
The chalupa's a shell?
Yeah.
The chalupa is
At
like
least
that
Taco Bell
airy,
it is.
fluffier
fluffy.
kind
It's
of
like a
tortilla.
tortilla.
It's soft, but it's
got some thickness to it.
Okay. The tostado is the flat one.
Yes,
the big.
That's the
crunch.
flat.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So it sounds if Hurtado's not on here, that's a huge blind spot on this particular local DFW
that
nacho
was- I think
list.
that was-
It's just Dallas specific.
Just
So I don't think,
have they
I don't
not
think we
opened
have,
in
I don't
Dallas
think
yet?
we have the Dallas location open yet.
Okay, because they move up to the 1 seed. You go
Yeah.
from not on the list to the 1 seed. Everybody is now fighting for second. As soon
we
as
did
those
Arlington, I
Dallas
bet-
Hurtado doors open.
Are you guys ground beef or the shredded beef?
I prefer the shredded, but again,
I'm not going to
here for
fight it.
both.
I'm not going to fight it. So there we go. Nacho talk. This thing's been fantastic. The text line's going off right now. People love our nachos.
This is the home of the nacho.
It is.
We are. Nacho
DFW
and Margs.
Texas Rangers.
It's the best.
We've done it up. Okay,
The
thank you,
best.
Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 5 o'clock hour is coming up. So much is on deck. I've lost my place on my show sheet, boys. What's coming up next?
We'll rim it up. We have the posters out, and we're gonna put it on the Twitch. All right.
No!
the
young man.
The most insane, disrespectful poster in dunking history will
Fulgen
be
Brown.
revealed on the fan cam. And is this really a punishment? Next in the nation.
Always love.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. And this is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Cheap Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. It's a Mavs game night. And that game on Channel 29, is that right?
I believe it'll be on 29 tonight.
Yes, it's becoming an adventure to try to find your local sports teams on TV, but good luck to you tonight.
It's a little different.
They are favored, even though they're without 3 players. It's time now for more on the association with Eric Chiafalo.
The pizza self-loathing is starting to set in now. You know, I was on the highest of highs like 20 minutes ago.
It's okay.
Now you can just feel the blood sugar spike, the inflammation starting to set in, and the numbers going up on the scale in a weight loss competition.
I mean, get in there. You can always trade it for another 3 minutes of satisfaction anytime you want, Chief.
That's right. I appreciate the encouragement.
Get in there. You got this.
Boys, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when we get to witness the greatest poster in, I would say at least a half decade in the sport of basketball. We had the moment, touching father-son moment, Gonzaga versus Baylor just a couple of nights ago, and Mark Few, head coach of Gonzaga, in garbage time, up 40 or so on Baylor, decided to run his son out there onto the floor, who's 6 feet, $170, and you know they're giving him a couple of inches. And, of course, immediately when he checks into the game, he gets dunked on in a very disrespectful manner. This is how it sounded.
Might blow the roof off this place if Joe Q scores. A steal for Joshua John. VJ Edgecombe, my goodness. That staggered Joe Q.
Poor guy gets in the game. Welcome to the game, Joe. Welcome to the game. Oh, that's tough. Yeah. You know what, though? Joe tried.
He did.
Joe tried.
Look at him hanging on for dear life, fearing for his life. The look on his face is that of someone who is literally about to see the light, the forever light there. And the photo is out. The poster is there. I would imagine it is posted all over the campus and dorm rooms of Baylor, as Mr. Number 7 put it all over the son of Mark Few, who had no business being in the arena, let alone on the court last night.
No, that might be more disrespectful than all those eligible tackle plays that the Lions ran against the Cowboys a few weeks back.
Look at the fear in his eyes.
I think the good news for Joe is it's probably the highest he's ever been on a basketball court is that gentleman's upper leg picked him up and lifted him damn near to the backboard.
So bad.
Yeah, he had to have come away with this with a mild concussion. At the very least, but that
I think that's child abuse actually for Mark.
It should be, dude. It should be. Yes.
Looks like it.
The PTSD, he will never want to set foot on a basketball court ever again, and I won't blame him for it. But
Dad, I just want to play intramurals, man.
Son, get in there. No, Dad.
No, I'm good, Dad.
Dad, I'm good.
I'm all right.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's big time punishment. You see the poster there on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube right now, courtesy of Carter Freeman. Just epic. Carter, you can keep that up there as long as you want, man. Now, speaking of punishments, is that people are wondering if this is actually a punishment for Joel Embiid, who has now been suspended by the NBA.
I learned something today about
for
this.
shoving and getting into a bit of an altercation with a columnist over the weekend after the columnist had referenced his late brother and son.
Yeah.
Embiid went ahead and shoved the guy. No punch. Shams was on that from the jump. No punch. Just a good old fashioned shoving. I wish it would have been more of a mush.
Buddy. I
wanted it to be a mush, like a Juwan Howard face mush from a couple of years ago.
Well, that was your friend that wrote that article.
Marcus Hayes.
That's
your friend?
Marcus Hayes. Yeah, Marcus Hayes. I mean, we've had him on before.
We have?
Yeah, Philadelphia week, like a couple. Yeah, we've had him
Marcus.
on. Yeah.
I
didn't know it was him. I saw I saw the story, and all of a sudden it was Marcus Hayes. I'm like, I've known Marcus since like 1998.
Embiid being upset about that one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to trigger a soft spot there.
But now he's suspended 3 games, and people are wondering if that's really a punishment for him with the amount of load management and stuff that he likes to do. Would it have been more of a punishment to mandate that he plays 3 games in a row?
Ooh, that's a good thought.
You got to play a back-to-back.
You actually have to play. Sorry, Joel.
You have to customize, punishments for the individual, right? You got to know your employees.
Well, we finally got the Paul George debut, didn't we?
Yes.
I don't think it went well.
No, I don't believe it did. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but yeah, I don't think it went all that great.
They've
for
started
him.
the season so badly, and I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, we do have some the health concerns of Greg Popovich, I believe, to be.
This is very scary.
Pretty real.
I'm nervous for him.
Yeah, he's out for sort of indefinitely at this point. Serious health issue that the Spurs dealt with and Greg Popovich dealt with over the weekend, and it happened during the pregame on Saturday night. He needed medical attention, and they're still uncertain when he's going to get back onto the floor.
Sounds like might be a cardiac event.
Yeah, like a Jim Harbaugh style kind of deal, but he's, I would imagine, considerably older. So
yeah, he's
it's even
75
more concerning.
now.
Yeah, I mean he looks every bit of it. I mean he does. That is an older dude right there. So hopefully we can get him back and better than ever here, back to the sideline as quickly as possible. But that's certainly a bummer for Spurs fans and
they
for
didn't
Greg
say what
Popovich.
happened, did they?
No, they haven't given us any really. I haven't seen any reporting on what exactly is going on, but it could be out for a little while here.
I've been wanting him to shut it down since 1999, but not like this. Not like this, Chief.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is not how I drew it up. You also have more bad news for the Milwaukee Bucks, as Chris Middleton's still out indefinitely. They're sitting at 1-6 right now. And it doesn't look like Middleton is even close to returning. The noise surrounding Giannis and wanting to be traded is just slowly getting more and more cranked up by the second. And it's only a matter of time before he forces that issue. Can the Mavs get in the mix here? Why not? Why not us?
3 picks.
Why not us?
Derek Lively, PJ Washington, Jaden Hardy.
I think Windhorse is going on that it might be 6 1s.
6 1s?
6 1s.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I think they could get it.
Yeah, I think they could. I totally think they could.
Yeah, I mean, what did Rudy Gobert go for? Was it 5?
Yeah, this is for Giannis. This is a different animal here.
Yeah.
I think somebody would definitely jump at that if they have
the ones to give.
Yeah, exactly. So anyways, no Middleton coming back. The Bucks are in a world of trouble. You do get the first matchup tonight versus between the Celtics and the Golden State Warriors. This is a big-time revenge game for Jason Tatum, going up against Steve Kerr, who was the Team USA coach, who couldn't get him any minutes. And so
got a medal, though.
I'd probably go ahead and hit the more on Prize Picks for Jason Tatum tonight. I think everybody in the building is going to be looking for Tatum to get going in a big way. And it's in Boston. So those Boston fans, Steve Kerr is just going to get 4 quarters worth of a very derogatory...
Earplugs?
Yeah.
Just put the earplugs in.
It's
Coach with earplugs.
Coach with the earplugs.
Coach with earplugs.
I've never
today.
seen that done before.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a coward's way out, but I think he's going to get quite the earful all night long from the Celtics fans who are upset that they didn't get to watch Jason Tatum try and actually help contribute to the
Chant,
to the
USA,
gold medal.
USA, USA.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to get nasty out there for Steve, but we'll see what the numbers look like. I'd go more. I'd go more on Jason Tatum tonight. We'll check on the old Prize Picks.
I like the more. I'll hit it.
There's your sesh.
Yes, sir. Expressway's coming up at 5:20. We'll take a look at a very, very populated Cowboys injury report, give you the very latest. Again, we are standing by thinking there could be some more updates coming on Dak Prescott's injury situation here before the end of the show. We got 2 hours to go. We're back with an edition of The Finest, right, Eric?
Yeah, we got a couple of football clips, including Mike Zimmer. Is he just over it with at least one of his DBs next?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105 through The Fan. We're now just 20 minutes away from the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. LA Live at 5:40. So much football stuff continues to circulate through the news cycle. And here's Eric Chiafon to tell you all about it.
You know, I guess when you're trying to look at things from a positive perspective, at least we didn't give up a third-round pick for Jahan Dotson like the Eagles did in the offseason.
There you go.
That's a worse wide receiver trade than what you just did, isn't it? I would have to think so. They give up a third-round pick.
Yeah, it probably is worse. Although, I mean, Jahan Dotson, I would have been a little bit more excited to get, but it is a third, and a third's more valuable than a fourth.
Just trying to go glass half full.
I like
here.
that. Thank you. That made me feel better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know something else will make you feel better as well, kicking the Giants while they're down.
Oh.
Did you see old Wink Martindale?
He's at Michigan?
He is, yeah. He's the DC at Michigan now.
Yeah.
And
is he trolling his old team?
He is.
Let's go, Wink.
And it's not like things are going great for him in Michigan right now.
Oh, it's not great, but it could be worse, right?
Somebody asked Wink Martindale if he could see himself coaching in college for the long haul.
Oh.
He said, quote, "I'm glad I'm here. I love the players we have. I'll tell you, It's a lot better than being in some places that are 2-7 right now.
Oh, jeez.
The Giants are 2-7 right now. So
how'd they win 2 games?
Taking shots. Honestly, that's a good question. Who did they beat? Oh wait, didn't somebody lose? Wasn't it
They beat
Seattle?
Cleveland.
Somebody had them in
Dawson.
Yeah,
No, it was me.
It was a double payoff.
I thought it was
I
Dawson.
had Seattle too, though.
You had Seattle too.
We
Yeah,
both did.
yeah.
We were in this one together, and there was the special teams blunders that went down in that.
Blocked
it was just
field
a
goal?
disgusting game. Yeah, there was a blocked field goal return for a touchdown. I hate it here. You know what? In fact, because Will Levis and the Titans
Have a
won,
piece
even
of
though
pizza for hating it here.
I don't think Will Levis played. I think I'm going to do the Mayo coffee deal.
You're gonna do the Mayo coffee.
I'm just going to knock that one off.
Yeah, that's a
What
good
is
one.
that one?
It's where you squirt a bunch of mayo in a coffee and you drink
Will
it.
Levis likes to drink his coffee.
You use mayonnaise as creamer for your coffee.
But I guess for this, we need to make sure that there's a good amount of mayo.
There's gonna have to be a
you guys can make it for me, just so there's no.
Oh, be happy to.
I've never had
Well, that's gonna
coffee.
be
That
good.
might be interesting for me to do that. one.
Honestly, you might enjoy it. How sick and weird your mind is over there. You liked the.
You're a sick.
Sounds like
sick
light
puppy.
work for
He
Brian.
likes the mayo and the
I
Oreos.
say, what if you made me eat one of those hard-boiled eggs? I'd lose it.
I'd love you to do. I just had 3 of them. I thought they were delicious.
3?
Yeah,
Jeez. Cholesterol problem?
protein.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking. Seriously.
18 grams right there.
What? You supposed to have 3 though?
Yeah.
Would you just like pop them in there like
I
cool
technically-
hand Luke?
I think
You took soda, didn't you? 3 hard-boiled eggs, soda
I
replacement.
never one time had a hard-boiled egg.
that's true. You don't like eggs.
I like eggs. I don't like
That's what they would
hard-boiled
tell
eggs.
you. If you don't have a soda product, you can replace with eggs.
Yeah, I think that's a great
It was
move.
like 2, right?
Eggs are fantastic.
2
for
Or
you.
eggs?
3 I ate because I skipped a meal earlier.
Pizza waiting for you.
I know. I'm not going to go with the pizza.
It's pretty good, man. Thanks
But it
to
is
Robin
tempting.
Funky Town.
It is tempting.
That's some good stuff. All right, one more thing to just help ourselves feel better before we get back to reality and hear from Mike Zimmer.
Well, now I don't feel better. Brian's watchdogging me over here. With
I'm
the
not
eggs.
watchdogging you, but 3?
And cholesterol. It's 3 eggs.
I don't know. It seems like a lot.
I mean, I guess
sitting?
at some point
I
maybe
could've had
when if your
6.
cholesterol levels are so out of whack, maybe you need to cool it on the eggs for a little while. But I would love to see what you're turning to from the egg. Where are you going? Are you going with me to the Papa John's Pizza because you're digging yourself an even deeper hole?
I didn't go there.
No, I know you did.
Damn it, Brian, I'm gonna
you is just in general. The general you.
Yeah.
When you're punting on eggs, you're like, okay, well then tell me what are you going to go to now?
Fish,
maybe a little fish,
almonds,
maybe yes.
peeled almonds,
some sort of leggy,
Passing out.
Peeled almonds.
skinless almonds.
Peeled almonds.
Listen, the Commanders are legit this year. We know that. We have to acknowledge it. Pop up year, right? Well, Chuck, hopefully it's not a pop up half decade. But
I know. I'm starting to think it might be. This quarterback's pretty damn good.
I'm trying to find ways other than the sustainability of the health for Jaden Daniels to like poo poo on the future for these guys.
Maybe Cliff Kingsbury. Maybe he.
They
goes
poach.
Maybe he just starts to suck again.
Kingsbury gets poached, and then maybe this is just they did the win now thing of trading for Marshawn Lattimore, and it's being applauded because hey, team with a need that's contending right now went and kind of solved that problem, but they have a rookie quarterback, and historically, the odds say there's a 0% chance you're winning the Super Bowl this year.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, you traded for a guy at the cornerback spot who is not going to help you win a Super Bowl this year based on history. And Marshawn Lattimore's only played, he has not played more than 10 games in a season since 2021. So he's definitely perpetually banged up guy. And they gave up, it was the 3rd and the 4th is what they did. Perhaps among other things, maybe a later pick was thrown in there as well. But you give up the 3rd and 4th round pick.
3 and the 4. And then there might have been, and Ridgeway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they threw in Ridgeway. So, but for a guy who's not very healthy all the time in a season where historically, again, you're not winning the Super Bowl this year, I just wonder if that was big picture at the end of the season. Like, dang, I don't know if we would have liked to have made that move on draft day. Would you rather have the 3rd and 4th round pick there instead of the banged up corner who didn't help you win a Super Bowl this year? I don't know, but I'm grasping at straws.
We have a little bit of breaking news here. The Dak report has arrived. We go to the Twitter account of Jane Slater as the Cowboys weigh in on Dak's IR status. Sources tell me the initial diagnosis is a partial avulsion of his hamstring tendon, which is partially torn off the bone. We've heard this a couple of times over the years. Slater continues, I'm told it typically takes more than a 4-week recovery. In some cases, they let it scar over, repair, and then strengthen it. With that being said, Prescott is seeking other opinions, which is why there is currently a reluctance to place him on IR or make any determinations about a timeline for return. So, great reporting from Jane there.
Yeah.
Tough for Dak. The partial avulsion, I believe that is what describes the tendon coming off the bone.
Yes.
Sounds awful.
Yeah.
And it'd be hard to imagine him returning this season under these circumstances. Maybe if they were a strong favorite, you'd be looking at that timeline saying, let's get him back. But I mean, that's pretty traumatic. And unless they go on a miracle run here with Cooper Rush, I believe he's played his last play of the season. How about you guys?
I mean, yeah, with the information at hand and like you said, the status of the team, if it's going to be 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, now you're talking about being a team that still has only 3 or 4 wins at that point in the season. Why would you run Dak back out, especially since you've already extended him and paid him and you're looking for him to be sturdy for the next 4 seasons after this one. So, yeah, I think that's probably the best prediction at this point.
Yeah.
At some point, it'll be Trey Lance season.
Yeah, I just like it. He's obviously. I think he's going to try and come back. And him and Britt Brown, they did a lot of work on his ankle that time. And got things together. And and I would venture to say that once the time, the healing process. I don't know. Is this something that might have to have surgery?
Yeah,
that's what you kind of worry about. I don't know that. I'm just.
That's one route. From what I can tell, reading it, you could go operation or you could go rest and rehabilitation.
So we'll see. I just couldn't get anybody to tell me. I knew it was bad, but I couldn't get anybody. And good for Jane to get that all buttoned up for everybody.
Yeah, that's huge right there, man. The avulsion, seeing what that means, forcible tearing away of a body part.
Yeah. Sounds just absolutely so painful. No wonder. I mean, he said it was something he hadn't felt before. I mean, I can't imagine how much that must hurt.
Old James Jones, former Packers receiver, was on his his show with all the former players on FS1 or whatever, and for 90 seconds, I don't know what it's called.
I think it's called Speak Up.
I think it's called Speak Out of Your Neck, perhaps.
It's one of the worst takes you'll ever hear.
But for 90 seconds, he's just hammering home the fact that Dak quit on his team. And then it turns out
he probably feels like a total jack-a right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
But since David Hellman left that show, I've kind of not watched it.
The ignorance about Dak as a competitor, his toughness, his competes, his leadership is just off the charts horrible.
It's terrible.
Where do people come up with this stuff?
You can critique how good of a quarterback he is all you want, but the dude is tough as hell, and he absolutely would never, ever quit on his team. I mean, that is just a terrible take. Absolutely false.
I like this 214 IR him. You get the money back from insurance, right? Isn't that what the Niners have been doing all over the place?
I believe. Yes. I believe that's an avenue. I was over at the Star today, and there was some discussion. I didn't get a chance to talk to any cap guys or anything like that, but
just some insurance agents.
That thing was brought up. The discussion.
They should absolutely do that.
Yeah, was brought up about that.
All right. Well, here's Mike Zimmer. Now we go back to reality. Remember, we were trying to just kind of make fun of the Eagles for Jahan Dotson. We make fun of the Giants for Wink Martindale.
Fantasy world.
I'm really going into fantasy world when I'm trying to paint a bleak Commanders picture right now, which is tough to do, but I'm doing my best. Now we go back to reality. Here's Mike Zimmer talking about Diggs.
Last week, Trayvon said, players are still getting adjusted or used to your scheme. When you see a play like the Mooney wheel route for a touchdown, what are your thoughts on where your personnel stands with their comfort with your scheme at this point in the season?
Again, you'd have to ask them that. I mean, it was man-to-man.
All right. It's a great response there. Zimmer's like, I don't know how much scheme confusion it could have been there when Diggs gave up the touchdown pass to whatever his name is, Mooney. And it was a 36-yarder, and Diggs was lost basically at the snap. And he's like, I don't know how there could be confusion. It was man-to-man defense. So that's just, I'm sure he's just as fed up as ever. We haven't seen him go off. We haven't seen any type of.
I don't think he will. I don't think Mike will go off.
He's just chalking it up to this is what it is.
He's going to coach, and I think Mike's going to coach and do what he has to. I know we all thought about fiery Mike and all that stuff like that, but I mean,
this team's just beyond that.
Yeah, he's in a
no
bad,
rah-rah
he's
speech
in a-
getting you
yeah,
going.
He's in a bad spot, but they've even when they had some healthy guys in week 2 against New Orleans, they didn't do a very good job.
No, they didn't.
So they've had their share of struggles.
The injuries have been piling up. But look,
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about this at the beginning of the season when Mike was hired. The history of his first year defenses, it takes a little bit. Like they take.
Well, I thought he was going to button this thing up a little more.
Like you wouldn't have a blown coverage.
Well, you wouldn't
or
have
an assignment.
the
even though-
explosive plays that they've had. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, teams have just. I mean, it's running, throwing the ball. I mean, you pretty much get what you want,
Yeah, there's really not a single redeeming quality to the defense right now.
other than their nickel slot player,
Oh,
Jordan
Oh, yeah,
Lewis.
Jordan Lewis. Yeah.
Jordan Lewis is playing
Overshown.
well. Yeah.
That's fair.
I guess O's had a good game last week.
Well, that's the offense. Here was Mark Schlerathon with us yesterday talking about, or that was the defense, but here's Mark talking about the Cowboy offense.
You know, you look at you guys, the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, they can't run it. Like, they're not worth a squirt of piss when it comes to running the football.
I'd never heard that line before.
Me either, but I loved it.
Very old school.
Is that a throwback scouting kind of locker room? Gosh, dang it, Wolchuk.
Wow, that one must have gotten picked up. That's the eggs.
That's the eggs. Yeah. Yeah. Three
Thought
of
there
them.
was a bulldog in the studio. There
Are
for
you
a
sure you didn't sneak a Papa John's pizza in there, dog?
Trust me, if I did, I don't know if it would have been that bad. Might have helped.
You're unbelievable. You really are.
I know. I apologize. Can we just seamless transition?
Talking about this Cowboys offense makes me a little gassy too, though. So I'll
the
kind of chalk
entire
that up to.
conversation makes me feel sick.
It's understandable. We do have, speaking. Are we getting to the gas and the whales and the explosions? Is that a part of the?
Oh, dude, we're
is
gonna
that
get
getting
to
there later. Okay,
explosive
cool.
whales at
That was a
6
fun
o'clock.
fact earlier.
That can kill you, man.
Gas explosions. I imagine, based on what Wolchuk's doing right now from a flatulence standpoint, if he croaked over, we'd have to have whale explosion-like concerns with the gas in his tummy.
That can kill you.
Yeah, the gassy whales can kill you. You see one if you're in a boat, and you see like a.
Well, we just saw the Shamu thing.
Yeah.
There's lawsuits going down about
No,
that.
I'm talking about a deceased whale, like all swole up.
Oh yeah, we'll get to the blown up deceased whales.
Yeah. You touch that thing, the body parts can get you.
Whale blast.
Whale blast.
We don't want that. All right. We also I just saw that apparently the chain that Justin Jefferson was wearing during the game on Sunday night.
Did he wear it during the actual game, or was he wearing it like?
From my
pregame?
understanding, he was definitely wearing it pregame. From my understanding, he was wearing it during the game as well.
Oh, wow.
But that's apparently a $1 million diamond chain that he had.
Hey, like, would you play in $1 million chain? I would. I mean, I
Probably
guess
the highest paid receiver in football.
Probably didn't want to
he's
leave
probably
it in
got
his
10 of
locker.
those.
look good, feel good, play good. I mean,
And he played good, Wolchuk. I mean, come on, he had triple digit yards once again, 32nd time in his career, most through 5 seasons. He's on an epic pace, and that might be part of the secret to success there. $1 million chain, and there's no Aqib Talib's in the league anymore. You know, nobody's snatching that off your neck.
But he might not want to put it in his locker because somebody could snatch it out of the locker.
That does happen.
Yeah.
We've seen it before.
Yeah.
Well, he also has Justin Jefferson the most yards per target this season. Second to him is the rookie, also out of LSU, Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah.
And third to him is also out of LSU, Jamar Chase. So your top 3 receivers in yards per target this season are all LSU guys. What is in the water?
I wish Neighbors could have stayed healthy.
Go Tigers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if Neighbors could stay healthy and had a half-decent quarterback.
It's Daniel Jones, yeah, okay.
And then finally, how about this for a stat of the day for you? Defenses are blitzing Lamar Jackson 3rd most in the league right now.
Get to him before he gets going.
The problem is that he has the highest Pro Football Focus grade when blitzed this season. All the numbers on it are good. Like, you can't blitz him. So you're like, well, then just don't blitz him. It seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, let's just spy him.
Except, of course, his grades and numbers get better when you don't blitz him. So that's just the status of Lamar right now.
Wow, he's balling.
He is, man. And if he could just take that same type of health into the postseason with the team as it's constructed right now, I really do think they could beat anybody. But what type of physical condition will he be in come postseason time?
Yeah, it's a great question. If I'm Baltimore right now, pretty confident we're going to make the playoffs. I believe at 6-3. I might rein it back in a little bit, especially as we get close to December. But at the same time, you have to make sure you win. But it looks like he could win his third MVP.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, and he's getting like the Romo Wednesday kind of treatment a little bit. They're trying to do some of that kind of stuff. They're doing the same thing with Jalen Hurts. He didn't practice today, just a rest day. And you're going to have to implement that if your quarterback's running that much.
Let me address this real quick. 860 was listening to the Dak take about the intangibles, the leadership, the toughness. The dude's literally laughing on the sidelines while getting his bleep handed to him in a losing season. I know that happens, but you can't take a snapshot. Maybe somebody farted. Maybe somebody had a great joke. That's 3 seconds of slowed down laughing against a backdrop of a decade of interviews and him proving himself at every turn.
Hell, and I think that
you could be also in a situation where you're laughing because things are going so bad.
Damn right.
Tragic comedy.
You're just like, man, what
stop from crying?
What else could go wrong with us? Kind of a thing.
God forbid somebody laugh on the sideline.
Okay.
They don't care.
It is the G-Bag Nation here. Time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top L.A. Lives coming up at 5:40. Cowboys, Eagles injury report and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk some Trajan wealth, shall we? That's Trajan. When you imagine your retirement, what are you seeing? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come in. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call them today for a free consultation at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, or you can visit them in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, or McKinney, Eric.
That's right, Walchuk. They make it easy on you to take control of your financial future, and they're here to help. They're just around the corner, or they're a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. That's the beauty of them. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win. They're in this with you, and Trajan Wealth is family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know how daunting that can be, but good news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app. Oh!
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The respect of being in a bigger quote unquote conference, at least at this point, we'll see when they super conference it up, but
yeah,
it's not like there's anybody that overly scares you. Miami has having a pop-up year with Cam Ward, but is that going to be the FSU of last year, and then next year Cam Ward's gone, Miami doesn't have a quarterback, and now they're back to being a subpar team?
And your backyard's one of the top recruiting areas in the entire country.
That's exactly right.
They've made a great marketing move. They're appealing. They've made it cool now to be local and stay home and play for SMU.
Dallas's team. That's what, they're kind of embraced themselves as Dallas's school is what they've done. And, you can see the campaigns up and down, as you drive down 75. And I thought
the campaigning was over now.
Yeah. But no, they've done a great job. I mean, the move to the ACC, there's some of these ACC schools, like now we got Stanford and Cal and all that, I mean, the travel that they have to do, SMU being like centrally located, it's okay. It's not terrible for them, but they're getting the Florida State. They get Florida State to come in here and beat. That's a huge win. I know the Florida State is not any good right now or this year.
It's still a marquee program.
But that was a 12-win team last year, So now here you are, you come in here, get them in your backyard, you beat them up pretty good, beat Pitt. Things are getting better over there for sure.
Okay. Again, the DAC news coming in just a second. Rangers are making it clear in an ESPN story today they want Bruce Bochy back if he wants to do a new deal. There's the Skip Shoemaker edition is very interesting. I mean, 2023 Skipper of the Year. I was talking with Bassick off the air. He says CY is just running a master class here on how to build a great support staff. And the fact that Shoemaker would find this attractive when he's the hottest, managerial candidate out there is probably a testament to what we have going on here with the Rangers. But, I do feel like this is a huge offseason. And if you have guys like Skip coming on board, that's a great sign. It's going to be a huge year, though, as far as getting back to competitiveness and proving that you belong. One down year after a World Series, everybody does that. If you cannot, pick up the competitiveness and the winning ways this year, I think the run would be over. But this is a great addition to your staff. I think the question now for Bruce is, will you do a multi-year deal? Will you make a commitment? At just 70 years old, you're not old, or 69, I think. You could have another 5-year contract here, and if he wants it, it appears the Rangers would give it to him. But they have a heck of a backup plan now with this Shoemaker guy. Big missed opportunity for the Rangers. Austin Hedges has re-signed with Cleveland. That's a 1-year deal. So
damn it!
I thought that was one of those glue guys that
he was. I would have loved to get Hedgie back, man.
Certainly a clubhouse guy.
Free agent pitcher Kyle Hendricks has agreed 1 year, 2.5 with the Angels, the World Series champion with the Cubs in 2016. 34 years old, had a 5.92 ERA, so nothing to worry about there. Although a big name going to a division rival, wanted to pass that along. Okay, the Dak Prescott injury news broken by Jane Slater about 20 minutes ago. Avulsion of the hamstring. It's a significant tendon injury, about as extreme as a pulled hammy can get. It's actually a tearing of the ligament off the bone. And we've heard about these from time to time. They sound like, did Orlando Scandrick have one? Was there a Maverick that had one?
But I think, was it Sean Lee?
He had like an abdomen bone
avulsion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a crazy deal.
I do think that there is a topic out there, if you want to have it, of like how injury prone is Dak Prescott going to be? The one game running injured that's in there. but I don't think you can talk about his intangibles at all. It's
Tyron Smith.
That's right.
In 2022. That was the injury that kept him off.
At the start.
Yes.
Yes.
He had it.
It was
ripped
in
off the
training
bone.
camp.
That's what it was.
Just an innocuous play.
And he had to have
boom.
surgery.
And that was a guy who was, up there on the other side of 30, and we were used to seeing it with him. I hope that this isn't a sign of things to come with Dak, because if so, then I think you have to totally just shelve the idea of him running. And with an injury like that, it's the compensation thing, right? The lower leg injury, your gait's a little bit off, you're walking a little bit different, and every time you get fatigued now, your body is trying to, make up for what you don't have in another area. It puts added stress on it, and like one thing leads to another. I hope he comes out of this, and if he does play with what is left in this season, can start to build momentum for next year. His new contract hasn't even hit yet. This not quite as bad as obviously as Deshaun Watson, who may never play again for the Cleveland Browns and has $170 million of dead money sitting on there. But if I'm the Cowboys right now, I have this overwhelming feeling of, holy crap, did we just sign up for 4 years of an injury-prone guy who's now heading into his 30s?
Yeah. That's a very real reality that you find yourself in right now. And I think you have to make decisions based on that being 100% true in what it is. And so protecting Dak is of the utmost importance. It always is. Sort of goes without saying with quarterbacks, but especially if you're going to have a guy like that who you can't trust to run around really at all. His create rate's not very good. He's not going off script. He is a pocket passer. It makes it even more so that you're going to want to go throw all the wood at Ben Johnson, because a lot of these play callers right now, they're getting it done having a quarterback that's mobile. He's got a statue Jared Goff quarterback. So at least he's used to having that, and he's not used to winning with a super mobile quarterback. So that's just another notch on the belt for Ben Johnson.
There you go. I like that take, and that's something that the Cowboys pivoted to about 12 years ago when Tony Romo started getting hurt. I think it was maybe after the broken transverse process or something, maybe the second collarbone. They were like, we need to give him a great offensive line as he moves into his 30s. The offensive line ended up being for Dak Prescott, but I think that's the direction you have to move into. We're going to need a running game that is so good because our offensive line is dominant, and we need to give this guy a 3-second pocket every time he drops back.
It has to make you reevaluate him as a quarterback. If he's not going to have the mobility, he's not nearly as good. I mean, that's some of what made him special in moments, was really out of the pocket, and him throwing outside the pocket. That was some of the best plays that he would be able to generate. I mean, as a pocket passer, I think it's very clear. We've all pointed out the limitations that come with that, but it does make, obviously, the running game, try and take some pressure off of him, get the play action going, even more of a focus when you're team building now, if that's the case moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about his abilities on the field. What we will not stand for is personal attacks against the player, against the man, against the competitor, the team leader that he is. I just feel like so many people are dug in against the Cowboys, or maybe dug in against Dak. They reach in situations like this and really embarrass themselves. Like, I don't know that James Jones should be listenable at all at this point for what he's done. And LaShawn McCoy, same thing. It's like you lack credibility as a observer or as a reporter, as an analyst about the NFL if you're saying some of these things about Dak Prescott. Okay, Zeke's back at practice today. Is he going to get back in the mix? I mean, what's this mean? I think if anybody else missed this many practices, you would probably not see him ever again. But I guess it's a legend, and they want him back. But I mean, some of the things that I've heard, I was kind of surprised to see it be, moving towards water under the bridge so quickly.
I was surprised too. It seemed like there were a lot of things mutually that they talked about, and that maybe that he was going to need another game, another 2 games, or maybe not even be here anymore. So. Yeah, they must have kind of come to some agreements here, just over the weekend after the game, to allow him to be back on the field. We'll see if he's active this week, though. We'll see. They've got some decisions they have to make there.
Couple of notes from Micah's media session. Said he feels great. Chances high that he plays, but we'll see how the practice week goes. I feel like I'm starting all over. My lungs were hurting out there. It's basically like I'm starting my season all over again. Is just going to be an interesting week. So he was unable to keep the cardio up, I think is what we just learned right there. Like when you have that burning in your throat, that's from literally doing nothing. You haven't breathed hard the entire time. There was no swimming. There was no bike. There was nothing to to keep the cardio shape going. That's your esophagus clenching up because it's not used to breathing hard.
There's apparently a new pill out there, and maybe this is on the banned substance list in the NFL, but it's a new exercise pill that mimics the effects of running a 10K without any effort.
What?
This could have been a secret sauce moment for him, and it's so new that you almost feel like maybe the NFL hasn't caught up to this particular capsule. This is a true story. It's a real story. I almost put it in the dump a couple of weeks ago.
There's a 10K
but
pill?
There was so much to get you that day. Yeah, it's literally like as the headline reads, new exercise pill mimics the effects of running a 10K without effort. It's the lazy man's dream. It's researchers in Denmark. They've developed a new drug, and that's what it does without moving a muscle.
What?
It mimics the effects and benefits of strenuous exercise without moving at all. It's called Lake, Lake.
Man, that sounds almost too good to be true, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't
Man,
it?
that sounds amazing.
The drug has been shown in
probably
lab
need some
rats to
testing.
flush toxins and strengthen the heart.
Let's go, dude.
I don't know about the lungs, but listen.
You feel like you're getting ball sacked here?
Are they looking for test case patients?
I'll be honest with you. When I first saw this, yes, I thought Rita Weigel of the New York Post was ball sacking me.
Oh.
But it turns out Rita she's
legit?
She's dialed. Yeah.
Okay. Man. Yeah, that's terrific stuff. I think that could be a breakthrough type of deal.
Sign me up.
Next thing, I need chocolate chip cookies that don't make you fat, pizza that doesn't make you fat, and this exercise pill. I'm good.
Yeah. It says, in addition to triggering the release of appetite-suppressing hormones, this spike also flushes fatty acids from the bloodstream, reducing the risk of conditions like heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. So, pretty cool stuff here, and maybe, just maybe, Micah, well, he clearly didn't give it a shot if his lungs were burning.
That's probably
unless he's ball-sacking us about his lungs.
This is cool. I have seen people say, like, machine learning is about to just send us into uncharted territory as far as mind-blowing stuff. Maybe it's the AI learning. You get that AI computer set up, you give them, like, thousands and thousands of brains worth of computing power and say, hey, figure out how humans could be less fat. Maybe he cranks out something like this.
Yeah.
Whatever the case.
This is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm hoping to get it as a stocking stuffer.
Yes. Like, how much could that cost? How much would you be willing to pay for that?
If you knew, like, side effect free, like there's not going to be the fast words at the end that reveal some level of bleeding in places
you will
that you never
constantly
thought
have
you could
diarrhea,
bleed.
but
yeah.
You will pass out.
It's a 10K in a pill. Patrick Mahomes tested his injured ankle today, says there's going to be no mobility concern. Mavs game night, Kleba, Lively, Washington, all likely out. This game's going to be on that channel 29, I think you can watch. So enjoy that if you're looking for some hoop. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
15 years from now, me watching TV. Did you take Lake?
Yeah.
It's going to be the mesothelioma deal or whatever.
Class action lawsuit.
I'm Jim Hammer.
Yeah.
Did you take Lake?
Did you take Lake? I'll kick their ass. Call me. Don't play that. All right, let's get into it is a Wednesday, right?
Yeah, it is.
It is, sir.
Sheesh. Let's get into a butt naked Wednesday right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Baby boy.
Everybody get high.
Name one word that describes both peanut butter and someone's bottom.
Spreadable.
Wow. Nailed it.
Number one.
Gonna go chunky.
Yeah.
Crunchy.
Chunky would be good.
Yeah.
Smooth.
I don't know if it's up there, but yes, Lord.
It's butt naked Wednesday.
He said, yes, Lord. Yeah. I don't see it up there, but me and you, we connect right here.
In Steve's personal record book, she just won.
Yeah. This is LA Live for Wednesday, November 6th, 2024. It is a butt naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today's segment Butt Naked Wednesday. Miss Badu, you've seen the future. You are a true seer. And I, too, was born underwater with $3 and 6 dimes. Yeah, you might laugh. I see your ass laughing. That's because you didn't do your math. And I know you didn't do your math. I see it. It's everywhere. I know you're not doing it. Peace to the gods and the earths out there. Hey, stand up Triple D, too. Shout out to Dallas. Dirty Dallas, dog. Look at the Triple D. Dallas passed as a Proposition R. You guys seen that?
Yeah.
Proposition R.
Oh, was that the cannabis one?
That is the cannabis.
Oh, there you go.
Prohibits police
Possession,
from arresting and citing people suspected of possessing 4 ounces.
Dang.
Wow. 4 ounces of that sweet Chiba.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That is.
Get you a QP, you're straight the whole way.
That is a lot you can have
Go
on
in
your
the fast
person.
lane on the way home.
Yeah. The proposition also prevents police from considering the smell of marijuana as a probable cause.
Oh.
Well, that smell of marijuana be getting you too. Sir, got any weed in the car or anything?
Search the vehicle.
Like I did. I smoked it, fam. It's not in here. If you find something, please give it to me. I was looking for it.
Actually, I might have a QP back there, but apparently it's all good, sir.
You reach between these Chevy seats. I dropped something about 3 weeks ago in there, and I still can't get it, bro. Can you shine your light in there for me, please?
So that's just Dallas County, right? If you get out into Fannin County or
that's what I've
Collin
seen
County,
so far.
you gotta
that's
slow back down.
Yeah, that's what I've seen so far.
Let's go, Colin.
Let's see what else we got. Hey. Let me switch this vibe up. I like old Rick. I do like Rick. I've been watching some of his old interviews just because he was a wild boy. But I got to get to the Isley Brothers. The greatest band in the land, the Isley Brothers, coming right at you on 105.3 The Fan.
Speed of Mary Jane.
Let's see here. Hey, the Nostradamus of the U.S. presidential elections.
He struggled a bit last night.
Right. He was wrong.
He was struggling last night.
He was wrong.
11?
Yeah, he was wrong. I put $200 down on his word.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I was looking at 4 on a comeback. It didn't happen. I put another 100 on Donald though too. Just
there you go.
I'm not a fool. I'm gonna spread my money out. You know what I mean?
That's smart.
Like that peanut butter.
Yeah, spread it out, baby.
Man, yeah. Is he getting? Are his mentions like an athlete's mentions after they don't come?
I'm pretty sure.
After they don't exceed the prop bets.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Like anyone who gives fantasy advice.
Yeah.
Oh, you screwed me.
Ooh. Professor Alan Lichtman has successfully predicted 9 out of 10 elections since 1984. This man was on a roll, 9 out of 10. I wonder which one he missed.
Is the one he missed Dole? I think not Dole. Was it who with Bush?
It was probably the Bush
Gore.
situation,
It was
right?
Gore.
Where the Electoral College won that one for him.
I think the one he missed was Gore. He said, well, technically, Florida decided, it was the courts decided that, he had some excuse for it.
Damn, brother.
All over it.
He was certain that Kamala Harris would win by a landslide at first, and then it would trickle in. Boy, was he wrong.
Oh no! The video late when he figures out that it's not going to happen, he looks at that map in Pennsylvania, and he's like, he knew that was like,
During his live stream, his election live stream.
Yeah, he was on the Titanic when he saw the Pennsylvania map.
Let's go to it.
Arizona moved.
Plenty of time. We're not going anywhere.
It moved no, it hasn't moved since we last checked. Yeah, his lead is shrinking in
Pennsylvania, yes.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
It's not shrinking in Michigan and Wisconsin.
But there's still a lot of votes to go.
Left. Yeah. There's still a million votes left in Pennsylvania. Close to it.
I think she lost.
Yeah.
Running out of Pennsylvania, yep. It's not changing.
Yeah.
I hate to say that because I've been hopeful all night, but I think she lost.
I do too.
I think
it's 90% over.
He had his hands all on his head. He looked so disgusted, defeated. I got it wrong, man. I was on every podcast and every radio show and every TV show just saying, I got this one right. I've been right so many times. Put your money on me, big baby. Yeah, he said he's not doing interviews right now, by the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Probably needs to take some time.
In quotes, not doing interviews, I'm done, is what he said.
You got to do a post-game presser, you got to stand up there and you got to take your licks.
You got to say what happened, man. Yeah, that was the moment he realized that he was wrong.
I figured I don't know how late that was, but I mean, I think by 8:45 or 9:30 or something, just watching the coverage on TV, I was like, dude.
I think when you gave the update in the 6 o'clock hour yesterday, and you was like, oh, it's like 200.